are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Been a long road to this point here at the Blast TV Americas RMR. We've had plenty of hope, triumph, and a whole lot of heartbreak, but it all comes down to this. The final day, a few more teams descend through to the final major in CSGO.
Yeah, a few more heartbreaks as well. This is where it really hurts. This is where it really stings. You feel so close, and then you just get knocked out. That's the one that's painful, like a kick in the dick.
That's one way to put it, I suppose.
You've got a lot of experience with those.
I do. I've had a few in my day. Anyways.
It's a growing experiences, shall we say, but I mean, there's just not that much more time to grow into this event. We got to see the fruits of all the labor. We've had some teams that went down early. We've had some teams that had sort of the easy path up and then get knocked down. But of course, with the format that we've got here, you only get one failure, so another one would spell the end of the path.
Yeah,
BO3s all day.
It's been pretty ruthless for some of these teams. And it was great. Like on day one, I feel like we had all the favorites come in and just handle business, which was awesome. And obviously Liquid versus FURIA last night that FURIA ends up taking. Like you can't really blame Liquid. Those are two very, very good teams going up against each other. But outside of like that opening day where the favorites just did their job, there's been some real disappointments with some of these teams coming into it. Obviously Imperial being knocked out by Complexity.
Yeah.
That one really hurt. EG, like I don't know, I wouldn't call it necessarily disappointing except for the fact that they seemingly had such a nice route to get into the major. They could have actually made it after being gifted. 0-0 Nation looked rough. Team 1 got 16-0'd. Like there's been like Fluxo hasn't lived up to the potential that we heard about them. So once you get down to like the lower levels of like the tier 2 teams in this isolated event, man, there's been some disappointments.
And just to clarify for anyone tuning in who hasn't been watching along, it is Complexity instead of Imperial that are still in and have that chance to vie for the final spot here. But yeah, we've come to the end of the road, and we just can't let go of these teams.
It is disappointing that Imperial drops out the way that they did, because I think a lot of us came into this one expecting to see a little bit more from them. I had them as one of those number 5 teams, potentially one of the teams that would be playing today effectively.
I think they got like them, it was one of them or Complexity. I mean, obviously Complexity knocks them out. It was one of those two that was really going to get wrecked just by like the way the seeding worked in the matchups, right? Like if they didn't actually face off in that 1-1 game, you would have probably seen one of those two teams fighting for a spot potentially, or both of those teams fighting for a spot, I should say. But the fact that they kind of pulled that, and especially it being such a grudge match and such a a rivalry between those two teams, we saw. I mean, look, it's just payback for the Rio RMR, where Imperial had that heartbreaking win over Complexity to knock them out and prevent them from getting there the very last game. So fair play.
It's two sides of the same coin, perhaps a little bit of revenge game, and the Complexity guys were talking about it as well. It's a similar thing with MIBR, a team that they've played a lot over the last span of time.
I'm glad someone went for pain, Bach. I'm glad you did that. I really am, because I wanted to. I wanted to, and I had no reason not to, but you are the only different prediction in the entire board.
Yeah, I just feel like Pain coming in today, how could you not root for them? even if you think they're going to lose, I just had to give them even that little boost of confidence. But I do like what I've seen from them as a team. I think they play really well. Big Uzera as a leader has been fantastic, not just with the way he leads the team, but with the way he plays individually. Everyone always makes that excuse like, oh, he's the in-game leader, he's underperforming. He did not necessarily struggle with that same problem.
I think the cool thing about that matchup, we're going to have it in the second matchup today, and obviously you can see the schedule over on the other stream as well. But I think the fun thing about Pain Furia is, like, I think what makes it such a tough prediction is Pain is actually doing such a better job of playing up to like the level that we know they can get to. It might not be as high as Furia's peak at the moment. Maybe it is. Maybe
right.
It is. But Furia, you come in with like a little bit of a disappointing feeling because we know they can make it to a final or a semifinal of a major. We know they can go deep into these tournaments. We know they can beat all the best teams in the world. We haven't had that answered yet for Pain, but the fact that they're living up to that potential and what their ceiling is, at least for this moment, makes it such an interesting matchup between the two squads.
Pain feels like they play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Like, it doesn't feel like they're making tremendous mistakes. It doesn't feel like they're sort of leaning on one player to bail them out of many situations. Like, you watch the games from yesterday and you can see it's everyone. It's not just one guy who's stepping up. It's literally every player, and they're just doing what you're supposed to do. It's coordinated, it's clean, it's tactically sound. They know how to change pace. I love what we saw from that team.
Now, as we get into our actual matchup here, we do have another couple of teams who we haven't touched on yet. Fluxo won. They have had one of the softest paths actually through this RMR, but now I think they're going to have to prove that they do, in fact, belong in the final major in CSGO on this final day, right? Because their wins have come against Ur, one of the lower-seeded teams at this tournament. They've come against BESTIA, who we've seen be knocked out. Now, they struggled against Pain. Obviously, no shame there. That's a phenomenal team right now. But now they have to prove it against a Paquetá that has shown a lot of grit and a lot of ability to stick around.
Yeah, I'm curious about this one, just mostly because I haven't really particularly been impressed by either one of these squads from what I've seen. I didn't see the first two matches from Fluxo, but as you said, against a much lower competition. But I mean, this team had the excitement around it coming into this. Even other Brazilian teams were just like, yeah, this team's great. And you look at some of these names that are on this. Phelps is a player that has been able to make his mark, at times in various points throughout his career on some of the better Brazilian teams. VSM as well had a lot of excitement and hype around him now that his ban is lifted as well. Thought, yeah, he can get back into it and pick up where he left off. So yeah, this is a huge proving ground for this team, because I don't think anyone watching this tournament is going to be convinced that Fluxo really, I don't know, is like as good as we thought they were coming into this event.
Yeah, of the caliber that was expected. Yeah. They played a 16-13 opener against Ur, a 16-14 game against BESTIA, both wins. Then they go against Pain. I mean, they lose. Both teams lost to Pain, so I guess that's fair. Pain loses in a Fluxo loses in a BO3, whereas Paquetá lost in a 16-2 slaughter to open up the RMR. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm sold on either team.
No, you shouldn't be. And I mean, this is the player for Fluxo that really has to go off, because even yesterday against Pain, this Phelps felt like the only guy who was like really kind of trying to do things and getting into the swing of things at the end of the day, at the end of the second map, was someone who was being aggressive, being assertive. Other than that, they seemed really timid, really reserved. And on the other side, this is Paquetá, which is one of the lower seeded teams as well, and a team that we really haven't seen a whole lot of positivity out of it either. So yeah, I don't know. There's some names on this team that you're going to recognize, but none of it's come together for the entire squad.
I've kind of been a little more impressed by Paquetá. They've had the tough road, right? They didn't have any sort of easy matchups, and part of it is that they were one of the lower-seeded teams, so you're naturally just going to be up against it from the beginning, taking that loss to Pain right off the rip. You're facing elimination in every game, and it felt like, despite having some issues, despite not having their coach behind them due to a health issue, he was unable to attend, they've had a lot of ability to fight back through, and they play, well, outside of Inferno, they play really interesting CS. Inferno's a different story, but for the most part, we've seen a lot of nice things. We've seen, individual alerts. We've seen a willingness to gamble in towards their defenses and towards their site hits, and we've seen individuals step up who you wouldn't necessarily put it on. I mean, last night we had a 29-kill game coming through from Yell to help seal the deal in a series. It's been some surprising elements here for this Paquetá team.
I actually feel like I disagree about their harder run here, because yes, they started off against Pain. It's a 16-2 loss. Both teams had to play Pain, but when you look at the other opponents they had to beat Team Solid with Fuscal 1500, a team that they've played before in their own region when they were back named as the Union. It was a slightly different roster. And then they had to play EG, a team that kind of came into this one with this whatever, like fair. If we make it, cool, and if not, it's not like we worked really hard to get here, because we thought we weren't even going to be here.
It was the dead team, to be fair, but if you're looking at it from EG's perspective, right, coming up against Paquetá, a team that's not even necessarily that built up within their own region, it was kind of the red carpet. It was kind of the prime opportunity, and they even went up the first map pretty comfortably, pretty handily. We were looking at it to be a slam dunk 2-0, and then suddenly there's just that X factor. There's the force buy wars where Paquetá really thrive. I think that's something that we might see here against Fluxo, because I think they're also going to be pretty happy to get messy with some of the buys. And we are going to get the veto through here, Overpass Nuke. What's our decider? Give me...
It's a good old Mirage.
Mirage.
You know, this actually does make perfect sense. Overpass is a map that Paquetá has said they love. Nuke is definitely a map that a lot of the Brazilian teams seem to gravitate towards. We've seen that a lot this event thus far.
I don't think we've seen Overpass on this stream yet in this event. So that's
We
kinda
have.
cool.
We have. Yeah.
We just kicked you out for it.
I did.
Yeah, you
Cool.
weren't there.
Yeah.
You were
Okay.
gone.
Yeah, all right, well,
But
I'm right. We're both right.
Yeah, we have seen Overpass, and Paquetá does play it okay. It was a big part of their journey to get to this point, as they actually got to play it twice.
Yep.
They played it in their best of 3 against
This
Team
is-
Solid. They played it in best of 3 against EG.
This has actually been almost identical to their veto through all the best of 3s. The only difference is Nuke instead of Inferno, but they
Thank
lose
God.
Inferno every single time, so
Thank
maybe
God.
Nuke will be better. It's a great veto for Paquetá. It is their 2 strongest maps in Overpass and Mirage, so they'll be pretty happy about this draw.
Yeah, and I think between the two teams, we kind of touch on, we went over some of the routes to get here. Paquetá is the only team that actually has like an upset win, because I would consider that win over EG an upset. Not anything crazy to like go nuts about, but I mean, I expected to be casting EG today. I didn't be
I thought so
expecting.
too.
Yeah, so I mean, between the two squads, like Fluxo's just kind of handled business when they've had to, and obviously dropping against Pain. But Paquetá's actually a team that was able to kind of rise up and overcome like a pretty stout obstacle in front of them.
I think the difference as well is for Fluxo, this is the first game with elimination pressure on,
Yeah,
right?
true.
And you kind of knew in the game last night, okay, we're getting blown out by Pain, but it's fine, we got another one. We got another go ahead.
That's what Zeus is for. That's what Willen's for behind
That's
the
what
team.
Zeus is for. Meanwhile, over for the Paquetá side, they've been dealing with that pressure, dealing with that thought the entire way through. We are almost ready to hop into the server to get ready with map number 1, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a little bit of a fly through and be right back with the action. Paquetá. No, oh, sorry, it's Fluxo here on our screens. Popping on through. And one thing I will say that I think is going to be fun about this matchup, both these teams like to get loud sometimes when they're winning.
Yeah, I would expect nothing different, and especially with an elimination game on the line, anything that's going to help keep the energy up and keep everybody going in the right direction. So yeah, expect some shouting. Expect the mics to pick it up. This is going to get a little bit weird. All 5 players for Paquetá towards the B bomb site right outside of Monster. Nice and simple. Here comes the flashbang, the nose flash to go on through right over the top, and the hit is underway. First kill. First challenge from VSM. Nobody goes down just yet, but there's Fluxo on the board, and now the dualies can get involved in the action, but they get nothing done.
They have to reclaim the bomb, too, so they have to clear out towards Toxic. This basically means they just need the out-and-out fight, and it's all in a Nithon. But look at the health. Body shots will be plenty for History and Phelps, and, well, this could get interesting. This could get spicy, but Woody will keep it from being anything of the sort.
Very interesting pistol round play. 5-on-5 on the B site, and even still, when you see the T side get access to the B site, there's not even a kill for a while as they're fighting to take down the player who's Toxic barrels through the smoke. They send 2 over and they walk right into the path of the dualies. They actually don't get as much done with the dualies as one might anticipate, but
that's what we call a hard read in a pistol, too. You just, you knew what they were going to run, and you put everybody there.
And that's the beauty of these domestic matchups, teams that play each other a lot.
Well, I think that might also be the beauty of having 2 overpasses at this event on record.
That too. That too.
Check the demos, see their pistol round, and go, yeah, okay, we can count that out.
Yeah, it also helps. I mean, you have one of the most, nice shot from, I was going to say, it also helps you have one of the most experienced coaches as well. Like, Zeus is very, very good at scouting teams. He's got a good history of being able to anti-strat and come up with some tactics specifically for opponents, and that's going to be a huge help for Fluxo in this series. However, this round, they're going to be playing man down, 4v5, and that was the only rifle. Everyone else from here on out has SMGs. Woody's going to be pushed up close. Lukowski is in the door. And got to be careful against that scout. You don't even want to take a tag at this junction in the round.
Yeah, I mean, challenging there with the SMG, knowing that there could be an M4 picked up. This is a little bold. They have gone for the pinch. 2 players pushing up Calm, but this might catch Yell, but he's low HP with the scout. And meanwhile, the hit's coming in towards an abandoned site. There's 1 player here. This could be big trouble on towards the B site. They're rocking on through. It's what, VSM in defense? Let's see what he's got for us. Let's see what he can hold. 1 kill found. That's good. Good smoke deployed as well to give him a little cover to operate around, and now he's just mowing them down. Bomb dropped into water. So while he'll lose his life, he buys so much time for his teammates to come through, but, oh, all right. We're not done yet.
That's a spicy deke. Spicy deke from Nithon, but he only gets the 1. However, there is an M4 in play. Venom Zera does have armor as well to work with. It's HP, and it's a nade catch. Perfectly placed from Lukowski. And they are not able to salvage the M4, but they'll take the win for sure.
This is one of those rounds, too, that we've seen a lot of from both of these teams, is those pistol armors. And thank goodness we won't see what we've seen from them in the past on Overpass, Mike, where it was a lot of back and forth very early on.
To get back in.
5-6 straight rounds of 4 spies before someone finally puts their foot down and says, no, enough is enough. So it will be a full save coming in from Paquetá. As you can see, it's going to be Deagles and a couple of Glocks, a P250 in the mix as well. No utility. We'll see what they can try to do. Maybe a little bit of damage, take one of these guns away, but it should be an opportunity for Fluxo to just stack up some cheddar, and that's Lukowski striking first.
He'll brave the molly, so he's not feeling great. Feeling grand. This one could be a quick one.
Yeah, but more aggression out of Fluxo. Really like starting to try and set the tone in these early rounds. Getting in their face over at Fountain and Playground, letting them know they're not going to have that freedom in that space, that Fluxo is going to be more than willing to challenge. So 3-0, and the guns are going to come out, the AKs for Paquetá. Here they are.
Nothing with the op early, too. Interesting investment.
Bang.
He's good with it.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be helpful as well. This is one of those weird rounds for Fluxo where they have, well, I think they upgraded one of them, but they had 3 SMGs, now just down to 2. We'll see what upgrades they can get in that fashion at the end of this round. If they can transition to any AK-47s, pick up some of their teammates' rifles, preserve the money. And here we go. And here we go.
Off and away. A little bit of presence here towards B, showing face. That's aggression for History. 2 for 1. That's a great deal. He'll be taking that every day of the week. Blue light special here. And Paquetá in the first gun round, majorly on the back foot.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mentioned. Fluxo setting the tone. Once again, just letting him know we're going to be willing to push at all stages, so you better be prepared for it. And that's going to start making Paquetá nervous as they go into the middle stages of this half. And obviously here, whatever gun round you have planned, whatever like kind of philosophy you want to come into this game with is already kind of ruined because your tactic is taken away from you right out of the gate.
Now Yell picks up the op. He's quite capable with the big green, but it looks like he wants to make a bit of a solo mission. They're just trying to find something to light their way back into this. I think Ali might have just gotten the spot on the pillar player, but without the peek around, he can't really capitalize even with that info. And there's no reason for them to twitch a muscle. Phelps is even getting aggressive out long, which is a little bold in a man advantage, but he does look like he might just find his timing.
This is something that we were warned about going into yesterday from the matches that played out on stream over on the A stream. Fluxo loves to hold W. They have 17 W keys on their keyboard, and they're going to consistently press that button as much as possible, and that's what's happening with Phelps currently. But meanwhile, it's actually Ali who's walked onto site unspotted, and he's able to get up towards the pillar. He's got to deal with Lukowski, who's toxic barrels, and that's a huge kill as well. This round has gone from disastrous to manageable. It's still down to a 1-on-2, and it's the missed shot that brings it down to a 1-on-1. It's Phelps who was on the long flank. Venom Zera on site does get the plant. He's playing up on top of the boxes, and he'll drop into the pit. As the bomb's secured, it's now down to timing here. Phelps coming around from the pillar, and he'll get the best of him in the exchange. He'll even salvage the op. It's a big round from Phelps.
Yeah, they're lucky to win that round, though. Man,
absolutely.
Again, in like a 5-on-3, we've seen it so many times in this tournament, is like players almost playing so passively that they're missing so much. Like VSM just kind of hiding at pillar, just checking monster once in a while. That's the right play, but his teammate never, ever even glancing towards sandbags allows Ali to just walk around for free. That's way too much space gain, and in a 5-on-4, for this to come down to a 1v1 is a huge mess up for Fluxo. Nice recovery for Paquetá, but, I mean, it shouldn't have even got here.
No, not at all. And this is something we've seen a couple of times for Paquetá at this point, is Ali, as an individual, can deliver a lot. On the CT side, you'll see him left alone on a lot of anchor rolls, just for solo side holds of maps. And it's because they trust him to sort of maximize any position that he's in. To sort of, I mean, I guess the word is like almost rat around and find those nooks and crannies that are exposable. Venom Zera going to go very aggressive into this one. He's rocking right into the site. They're not going to expect that timing. That's one kill found, another as well. The site is open, and now they pick up the pace, and here's the punish.
That's a really nice set piece. That's a really nice execute, and it's really important that these last two players from Fluxo, I don't even like Phelps being here. Save the weapon. You're going to have to drop an M4 over to at least VSM. Actually, they got money for it, so he can go for some exits. But if they lose one or two of these guns, that's going to make this even worse.
Especially this op. You know, they want to try and hold on to that one. History is the one that's sitting on a bulk of the money. And the initial duel does do significant damage to both players, but now the call's been made. Time to run. It was a save instantly due to the pace change coming in from Paquetá. And like you said, it was great. Just reading the situation, running straight into them. It's something we've seen from both of these teams, the ability to accelerate the pace whenever necessary.
So Paquetá on the board. Lots of money built up means that we won't have the issues rise just quite yet for Fluxo, but it is interesting, right? So far we've seen hyper-aggressive behavior towards the A side of the map, and we've seen pretty passive holds. That time they were going for a little bit of a monster fight, but the flashbangs just catch them up, and nobody's really playing anti-flash. No one's able to turn their head away, and I think by the time the comms come in, I mean, it was full credit to Venom Zera. That was massive. Yeah,
it's already over by the time anyone can even react. Those kills came out very, very quick. Let's see what they got this time around. Paquetá doing very much a similar thing, very fast. Molotov put out. Here it comes again. Defensive smokes deployed. Venom Zera gets all the way up. Nice, important trade. Oh, the follow-up. Phelps goes down. Now there's just Lukowski, and he's got to step through the flames. He burns due to the AK bullets as well. And once again, a suffocating, aggressive hit at the B bomb site is going to be another round for the T side.
So here's the thing for Fluxo. They had the bodies here, right? Everyone was here, ready. They had positioning. They even have the player out towards construction. And it's just a fast hit straight in. The punch in the jaw. They're not able to withstand that initial utility at all.
Part of this is the way that Fluxo likes to play on their defense, too. They like to take early fights. They like to play a little bit faster. We mentioned it, the desire to hold W. So they're trying to get into an aggressive position, and as a result, they're now standing in the middle of the open as those flashbangs hit them in the face. They assume the mollies they're throwing down are going to give them the time to get into those spots. They're smoked out immediately, and before you know it, they've got two players on site running through Monster Canal within the first 15 seconds of the round. You just don't anticipate someone to do that again. It's one thing when it happens the first time. You're like, okay, fluke play, they went really fast. They're not going to do that again. Nope, they are going to do that again.
Yep, why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, well, I mean, now Fluxo have to have the conversation. And I mean, this is one way. This is like a really nice way of handling some of that mid pressure and fountain pressure that Fluxo is putting on. Paquetá's like, okay, you want to push there? We'll just go somewhere else on the map. And if we can just waltz into B in this fashion with back-to-back executes, one of them pretty much a rush, Like, yeah, you're going to have to take those resources away from your aggression at playground and you know, make sure it's at the B bomb site for defense here on out. So it should alleviate pressure. Should
do. This is Zeus getting involved, though. Having a little bit of a conversation here.
You know what? This might be crazy because I'm usually the more conservative guy who wants to see smarter economy usage, but I wouldn't even be against Fluxo buying here. Yeah, there they go with it. I was going to say they can afford 2 rifles and a FAMAS being dropped over as well. So this is a solid buy. Solid buy for Fluxo's defense. Let's see what they got. They're out of money after this. They've spent everything to make this work. And towards the B-bomb site we go again.
Here we go.
Whoops.
3 players holding. Right in they are. The utility suffocating, flooding on in. A little bit more of a further back hold for Fluxo, and they will get the first and the second as well. So now the adjustment's starting to show. Nithon does a little bit of damage here, but it's getting very messy indeed. It will just be Nithon. His feet of flame, and he's down for the count.
Yeah, and this time they play it really passively behind defensive smokes, right? They say, okay, you guys can rush and get out all you want. We're just going to smoke off these choke points, play behind him. We're not going to overextend and challenge deep towards pit or towards, you know, towards the grates. We're just going to let you out and you make sure you can't go anywhere after the fact.
That round is a great example, too, of how a minor mistake can cost you a lot. So Venom's there is the first one out Monster Canal. He goes to throw the flash over. It clips on the top side of the wall. So even though that's just one flash and they threw plenty of others, his flash would have been in there first. It would have been the flash that disrupts their ability to drop smokes and get into those defensive positions because they're just looking for safety. So maybe it wouldn't change the round. It's very possible it wouldn't, but there's a possibility that that could have allowed them to crack into the defense a little bit more.
Having a pressure history, I think he might have been spotted on that flash peek out from Destiny. He certainly got the idea. If this op goes looking, it could be very punishing. Good flashbang, good clear. That's just a nice bit of play between Yell and Destiny. They knew where the player was. They punished the spot. So, early pick lost elsewhere on the map. Fluxo has to adjust. They can't just hold with these 3 towards B. Players start to shift off, and this softens up the whole map.
Something, too, that when we watched them play on Inferno, I was, like, ready to die watching their utility. It was so rough from
That sounds like you with Nouns, Jason.
I was just like, if I had hair, I'd be pulling it out. And then when they switch to other maps like Overpass as an example, their utility is great. And this is another great example of a flash lead in, but it just doesn't get there in time.
VSM able to spray down 2, holding on to it from the toxic barrels. He's the big player right now, bolstering this defense, and flashes galore from both sides. Nobody's seen anything, but the bomb's committed. Yells out towards the storm drain. And now, they're going to take a little bit of time, 40 seconds, to let some utility clear off this clock. Maybe put the doubt in their mind. Fluxo didn't see the bomb get into this corner, but they have to know there's a possibility these players are up close.
That's everything. It's everything Paquetá had. They have no more flashes. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov to utilize. I don't know where you're going to place those to make any kind of a major difference. That's a nice kill from Yell, but VSM's got his 3rd in the round. Oh, make it 4. He can go for the ace. He knows where the player is, coming up off sandbags. Not swinging. Woody's got it. VSM just makes sure he's frozen cold in the open. Yeah, Zeus is getting the boys hyped up.
He's fired up.
Hell yeah.
Love to see it.
I mean, it's what you need, right? If you're going to go into that B defense.
That poor girl has to tell Zeus to stop yelling.
I was waiting for that to come in, actually.
Oh, no.
I was seeing the energy, and I was like,
God.
I against the rules.
I was looking at the terror in her face as she was like, I got to tell this crazy bastard to keep quiet. Good luck.
Oh, no.
Good luck with that.
Now, an important history note, just in regards to these 2 teams, obviously this history goes back to different rosters.
He's on only one of the teams.
Yeah, haha, haha, haha. There you go. You're stealing my dad jokes. What do you think this is? It's 10-1 head-to-head currently for Fluxo overtime. Now, obviously, the rosters have changed a little bit, so there's only so much you can take and translate to that, but they did more recently play. 16-9 victory for Fluxo.
On this map?
The qualifier was on Vertigo, which we won't see. Not surprising, but they also beat them in CCT and several other events in the past. But Fluxo's looking great here. A good start as they just crushed another push coming in from Paquetá. The buy's going to come in too, and this is fast.
Yeah, it's a little faster here towards Fountain, trying to keep the pressure on to Phelps, but also playing towards Con, which you haven't really seen. There's a bit of a different look, and look at how close they are already. I don't think Phelps knows that there's a player potentially walking through this. Oh, that's huge. This control is massive. The kill's going to come in. Yell's just taking command here, trying to assert himself. There's another player towards the divider, but if they lose that, this could be over. And now the double spot towards Con, just trying to hold his presence with the pistol. Yell is down for the count, and History's able to back away. Good kill. Necessary kill. Pressure's still going to be on for the Opper.
Ooh, leg shot. He spotted one more as well. He can call everyone over, but the rotation is a very long way away, and a nice defensive smoke is going to force Paquetá back. Both those defenders over at Blue Door have to rotate through the B bomb site, so it took them quite a minute. They're just arriving now at the site, so thankfully that spot came out towards long, because otherwise that was going to be a very difficult round.
Shuffling some weaponry, shuffling some utility to allow for that one-shot headshot should it be needed, but they're stalling out. 45 seconds. They had an idea, they had a plan, it was rebuffed.
Well, let's be real about this game so far. This has been all B hits for Paquetá. That's been like 3 or 4 in a row that we've seen. And this one towards the A bomb site is the first time they've been able to make it past Fountain, and the play was Yell walking through a smoke. So, I mean, they have not like figured out any kind of a meaningful plan. That's not going to work every single time. That's not going to net you a kill.
A combination of their presence on long and a lack of connector control really prevented them from being able to even exploit the rotate that had to come through from Fluxo. So it's not like they could really do anything. They're just stuck in a position where they have to go for this. And now it's a last-second execute as they make their way onto the site. Duels going in both directions, but it's Lucalzi from behind the truck, able to find 2. History, a little bit late on the peak.
It's over.
But it's over.
Die. He needs to die. Nithon needs to die. 3 seconds. Do they torture him here? Oh, they
got him.
They got him after
loss
time.
Bonus.
Bang.
That stings so very much. Oh, and that, folks, is why you die with the pack.
Poor guy, I think he just realized it a little bit too late. He was trying to like press that fight, wrapping around quickly to make sure he could go down before the time, and Yell was just, or not Yell, History. Was that History with the op at the end?
Yes.
Am I crazy? Have I lost my mind?
No, History is the one with the op at the end. But another op's going to be invested in here. We've seen this before from Yell. He's the in-game leader. He's the guy who takes the sacrifice, even when he's the one who's kind of creating some opportunities here for his team, trying to jolt them back in. So he's onto the Deeg. Very limited buy in this one. Where's the plan? They're conceded a lot of this control towards A early on. It is just going to be History in defense, but he's got Phelps close at hand, making his way up the connector, so it's a pretty normal hold, shall we say.
Okay, let's see what Paquetá can do when they actually have some weapons and they actually are able to get out towards Fountain with numbers. Because this is the first time we'll see them kind of come up with a whole plan with utility that they can actually execute to take bathrooms control and towards the A bomb site. Boost up on the sandbags. Saleh's not going to fall prey to it. He backs off.
Just listen to the beats, anticipating maybe an aggressive push. Looking for it, but it's going to freeze him up for a long time, right? And it means that they really won't have the option to go back down towards B unless he tries to re-aggress and clear out a lot.
Yeah, he's already given up that control. If you're Paquetá, you don't really go back to the B bomb site unless you get a number of kills over here at A and just kind of, you know the rotation is there because you have no presence in short, no presence at Monster.
Is there a flashbang for this cross? This is going to be the challenge in towards bathrooms. It's a pretty aggressive setup for these two players, but they've got the third in support. Up top, Woody's come back in to help them out with that long hold. So the bodies are here for Fluxo. That's the advantage of the information on construction now. It's about the execution. Can they sweep these 3 away? Can they disrupt this setup? Venom Zera, certainly not. The trade, not there. Yelt doesn't have the gun for it, and he can't connect the headshot. He'll get an upgrade. Nithon connects 1, but this op is going to have to pull double time if they're going to get something working here. There's the flank out. They abandoned the vision out long. That's a big blunder. Uh-oh.
They don't know Lucalzi's here.
They have no idea.
They have no idea he's in this position. He can stop everything, and he will. That's the round. That is the round because VSM doesn't have to do anything. What a huge save. What a timing to hit to get over towards the truck, and Fluxo just barely hang on.
He didn't even need to re-peek and try and take that battle at that time. He had already won the round. A huge play from him. The fact that they lose control of long is somewhat punishing, but his position does end up saving them the round.
Yeah, I mean, Lucalzi's timing was either going to get there to stop that wraparound towards bathrooms and find that kill. I think that was Destiny kind of trying to wrap around, who got the double.
It was.
Or, I mean, the timing that we actually saw him hit, which was to stop the bomb plant because Destiny didn't get the vision of him in time. So that's a well done. I mean, that's a well done rotation. And I mean, it's all born off the fact that defense is so aggressive and takes so long to actually eliminate from bathrooms that they actually don't have a body on the bomb site to catch the timing of when Lucalzi actually arrives. 6-round lead. It's a pretty tenuous 6-round lead, though. Paquetá, like the early going was a little bit rough, a little bit brutal, but now they've started to figure it out. Now they've been able to at least knock on the door. They just haven't been able to convert as much as they would have liked.
It feels like a lot of these situations are coming down to 1 or 2 bodies where maybe there's just like an extra piece missing from the puzzle for Paquetá. You know, in the last one, a lot of times it's been the clock towards A that winds up coming back to bite them, but it does mean that if they can crack through one of these attacking rounds, suddenly the money crumbles. Suddenly, we've got a game on our hands. But this time, they'll just have Deagles to try and do it with. 1 rifle on Destiny. Whoa, trying to catch that with the Tech 9 on the timing of the info jump. They've been conceding a lot of space here outside A again. This has been the adjustment for Fluxo. I think they're anticipating that eventually they're going to go back for that fast B play since it worked so much in the early game. And they're trying to get ahead of it. But it does mean that once again, it's very light presence on this side of the map. Just Phelps out long.
I think Fluxo's defense next round is going to have to be, their defense at the B bomb site is going to have to be ready for one of those rushes. I think we might see Paquetá go back to it. While eventually they figured out how to defend against it, you cool them off, you go elsewhere on the map for a few rounds, and you can come back to it a little bit later. Seeing as how that's been their most effective tactic, it's what's got them their 2 rounds on the board. I think there's going to be at least 1 or 2 more times in this half that they test it.
That one stings, right? That's just an individual peek from Destiny. He's got the 1 gun. It can be retrieved, but you'd like to see him maybe working with the pack, maybe set up. I know they're limited on the utility, but what's the point of having it if you're not going to try and set up that initial fight? But he was just looking for information on Phelps. Now there's 3 players here in defensive A. They've done little to pressure them. They don't have much that they can push them off with, and the counter util is going to start to sail through. So this should be a very comfortable hold for Fluxo. We're down to 30 seconds again, so the hit is going to have to happen, and they've got a single flashbang, I think, to get out. In the smoke is Phelps making the cheeky play. He's gone through. Perfect on the timing, but a 1-for-1. Not exactly ideal. Still time is what they're looking for. They run down the up. Uh-oh. We've got a round on our hands, folks. Time enough to plant. This time the clock's not an issue. Guns are picked up, and into the post plant we go with a whole lot more to play with for Fluxo, or for Paquetá, rather. And Fluxo, they're canceling. They're bailing out. They don't have the money to survive this.
It's unreal.
Yikes. It's all off Phelps. I'm looking at Phelps' position, and he's playing that close corner. He's really the one that has to stop the push because you've got the AWP backing him up. If he misses a few of those shots, that AWP is suddenly getting rushed by Tech9s. It's a dangerous situation to find themselves in. They try to take a gamble. They flash through the smoke, and he pushes, but the timing. You have Paquetá coming through the smoke at the same time, so he only gets 1, sprayed down through the smoke, and then that situation with the AWPer on site, he's alone. And it's just the worst place to be in when there's that many bodies coming towards you, all with Tech9s and maybe an AK or 2.
I feel like every time we say Paquetá, we're putting a slightly different emphasis on it.
I'm gonna keep adding the
we've
A.
been chastised.
By the end of the game, it's gonna be Paquetá.
We've been chastised. We were getting that one wrong a little bit in this RMR. So
blame Zeus. He's the one that told me in the hotel lobby we were saying it wrong.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I blame Zeus for most of my problems. Second time out for Fluxo as they talk things over. Yeah, I think VSM must have caught that flash real hard. He's playing at the dice boxes as well.
Yeah.
He must have just eaten it.
That's rough.
I didn't see if it was him or history with the AWP throwing the flashbang to activate Phelps through the smoke from the defensive side. If it was VSM, he might have just caught it trying to set up Phelps, which is just unfortunate timing. 5-round lead. That one really stings. That's a really painful round to give up if you're Fluxo, because now all of a sudden you're at this reset point, and if Paquetá can actually complete this, they're right back into this game. This turns into an interesting half because Fluxo's likely going to have to, I would imagine, a save in a half buy at some point.
That's potentially what's on deck, but it's all about this round. Here's the half buy. You got a CZ out for history.
No, this is a full buy. They just don't have anything. They just didn't have any money.
And they've given up all control towards A, right? So they're going to opt to go for this connector play. They're going for a little bit of a gamble here, trying to catch maybe 1 player in, get an upgrade in the rifle, catch 1 off, give yourself the advantage. And what it means is that Yell is rocking right up to the site, and he is seeing absolutely no resistance. And as he rounds the corner towards long, he might find the timing for Phelps to be able to defend this, but Venom Zero, you cannot get caught with the bomb here. You cannot get caught with the bomb here. He's found the first. That coaxes them back down the ladder, but he's got to be very cautious because he's got the C4. Yell's found Phelps. That means they have full control of the A site, and they just need to make sure that bomb doesn't get clipped en route to planting.
Yeah, this is really good to see, too, because this is a round you actually get to see Paquetá actually flex. They know they have advantage of weaponry. They know it's they've really started to bust and grind down this economy. So you're seeing those more individual plays that lurk out towards long, take a challenge, take a risk into the A bomb site, and it's opened everything up. So 8-4, and Fluxo's in trouble.
A lot of it. With the 2 M4s making their way through, the MP9 as well. I mean, I think it's 1900 loss bonus coming in. You could just take the ego here and then deal with the next, but that if the 3 guns survive, I think the temptation's going to be there. Maybe give this another roll of the dice.
It is allowing Paquetá, though, to come in with much more money. They come in off the back of that pistol armor success. They walk away with quite a few guns after the win. And now they survive with all 5. You're starting to see the problems that they were struggling with in the early portion of this first half being rectified. And that was just smart play. They know that Fluxo's on really weak economy. They're likely to be putting pressure in water and connector, taking those close quarters engagements with pistol armor play, so they avoid it altogether and they just play preventatively. Keep them from pushing through ladder, play up towards long, take the long-range engagements with the rifles. It's smart and it's careful. You like to see it, with the exception of Venom being the one that's holding the ladder flank, given that he does have the bomb.
It's all good. He gets one kill, he
It's
gets
not
out of there.
about him holding it. Him holding it is fine. Just like maybe having the bomb in that position could be a little sketchy. It's easy to recover, I will say that.
It made me nervous, but he was good for it. He was good for it. And it's interesting to see as well for a young player. I mean, we saw him with some aggression in a lot of rounds that he likes to do it a little bit, but he's not foolhardy necessarily. A little bit of spam damage there, a little bit of a tickle onto the man we're talking about, but only a tickle. Just a little hint of a wisp. Not much here in defensive A. History's got a USP. And they're going to start to rotate some players up to potentially support. The question becomes, if you lose these initial defenders, how much do you want to throw after this? And that's the first body to drop. So all this forward positioning is gone. They're going to send Woody with the rifle.
Yeah, but he second guesses that. Almost got caught out in the open because Destiny was continuing to move forward.
A little awkward there.
At least both rifles are here. Both M4s, Lucalzi and Woody, both at the A bomb site, both positioned at long right now, but actually both seemingly like really confused about what setup they actually want to have. And now Woody knows.
Is he making some footsteps in this as well?
He
Good
did.
catch players with utility. This is awkward. The flashbang to peek it. It's getting very weird here, but the bodies are dropping. And Woody, he's got to find something, anything. One, probably not enough. Phelps thinking about trying to get out of this, but again, an exchange there is going to be A-okay for Paquetá. We got VSM coming up on the flank, but he's going to get caught. Nothing to do. Little bit of a belabored spray, but it will be plenty good to take them through to 5.
I like the initial play by Woody. Getting up close, he makes a little bit of noise, but it's in the middle of their execute, so they're probably not paying as much attention to the fact that he's gotten into that position. The problem is when he goes for the clear off the flash, both players tuck into bathroom and his whole spot is just completely blown up.
It was just weird watching them like shift between like the long setup. I actually think the long setup might have worked out better. Or the bathroom setup might have been fine if they had committed to it initially when they first kind of took a step forward. So, I mean, they just shuffled between two different ideas. And
indecisiveness.
Yeah, a little odd. I mean, Woody almost had the timing, right? Like, he caught the player throwing utility. It was just like he needed to peak like a half second earlier. So just very, very close to being effective. 3-round lead. It's dwindled. And Fluxo's in some trouble. We're going to get a little bit of a tech pause as they work through an issue with one of the PCs.
And the concern here as well is, based on the way that we've seen them want to play, they want to leave History with the op towards A, give him a ton of responsibility, play 3 in towards B early, and maybe shift Phelps around and towards Con, slide him in here and there, see where he can work. Well, no op here, so you can't do that. Utility's not going to be perfect. They'll probably have at least one kit, but this isn't going to be optimal.
It's just funny seeing like Paquetá go from like that fast-paced openings towards the B bombs. They had like 4 B rushes like 3 or 4 times in a row. And then now they've moved into this slower style. And again, we haven't seen that aggression from Fluxo towards the A-bomb side either. Their entire idea of doing that for the first 3 or 4 rounds, they haven't gone back to it at all.
It does feel like the way Paquetá work on their T sides, and in particular on this map right now, it's like, find an idea, it works, keep abusing it until they get turned around, and then move on to the next idea. It's like a checklist. Can you stop this? No? Okay, 3 rounds? Oh, you figured it out. On to the next. Looks like we're going back to the fast B play. Everybody's here early on. They're just going to rip right through and see what they can find. In towards construction this time, so it's a little bit of a different routing. But the utility already on, you can tell the pressure's starting to be felt. There are 3 players here in defense. And History's even thinking about maybe dunking down, but for the moment, he'll be stuck up. They put Nithon on the angle. They want to see if that op can find anything. And a boost up here could be interesting. It's being watched for. There's the punish. Caught mid-air. Ali's got it.
What is the jump? One of those hops and the reverse boost on top. Oh my lord. Fluxo is just getting worked in these past few rounds. Likely to be a 4th in the row for Paquetá. I am saying it differently every single time. History's holding it off angle. But look at this flank from Yell.
Oh, it's going to be the finisher. It's going to be the finisher. It's just this one man. History. I'm surprised he's fighting forward, but he probably knows he can't feel comfortable about the flank, so he's going to try and make a hero play here. He will find the first, but look at the health. 12 HP. Bomb's not planted, and Yell will finish things off. That was a critical round coming through. We can hear the noise flowing from that Paquetá side. They're getting very energetic into this one, and it's a terrible situation for Fluxo. This half has gone out of control.
It really feels like this T side just completely taking over, and they're in the heads right now of Fluxo. They can't figure out what's going to be coming their way. that round actually looked like a promising start. They throw the util down, the fast play that seemed to be coming in from Paquetá on their T side ends up stalling out in water, but then they go for the questionable boost. Sure, the questionable boost. It's not the boost so much, it's the jump off.
Yeah.
That was like, okay, what is going on here? And then everything falls apart. Counter boost comes through, the toxic player dies to the op, everything just falls apart on the B site.
They needed some information, right?
Of course.
Because they'd seen that early look and then nothing for it, so they're trying to figure out if it was a fake. You can't blame them for trying to get that initial spot, but it's punished.
It felt so late, like they were waiting too long. You could see them even scrambling who's going to be the bottom of the totem pole.
Pressure's onto history here. There's an exchange going on in towards comp, but that's going to keep Phelps locked in towards this lower spot. It means that history has a lot of responsibility, and he's just got to FAMAS to do it. Not even utility to bail out if he gets caught. And there's the catch. There, he's gone. The red carpet is rolled out. The path towards A is free and clear, and now all that matters is if Fluxo can somehow stop the bomb.
And he knows it. Like, he ran the whole way with the Molotov out, just clearing this bomb site entirely. Phelps is going to get pulled in now. That's interesting. Yelp's not even considering, or Yell not even considering another idea.
But the catch one rotating. They were holding on to the con presence. The bomb hasn't moved through. Now they know they potentially have the pinch on Phelps, and it is very limited to SMG's trying to regain. They haven't seen the bomb yet, so Lukowski can't rotate up. He's a little bit nervous that it's going to come his way.
I think Woody's going to save this.
We might. It's all about timing here. Up the bank he goes. He hasn't been checked. He hasn't been spotted. Oh, he's got the kill. No, Woody!
Oh, no.
Had the right idea, had the blindsided player, but couldn't finish.
Phelps
It's
is
all
dead
in
from
Phelps.
behind.
Deleted, erased, and the chance of the round goes with him.
Jesus, there was some weird timings in there. That round could have gone completely different.
Could have been so many ways. But what we're going to have is a phenomenal T-side half for Paquetá.
Yes.
We have a crazy Lukowski play.
What a great recovery.
This is, what, 5 in a row to wrap the half?
Yes.
From 2 to 8 to 7 to 8.
Whew. That's going to be frustrating for Fluxo.
Nice, too, on their map pick. I mean, now you can start to see some of the reasons why they've picked this map, and obviously it's going to feel really good being able to have this kind of a performance and this kind of a turnaround on your own map pick. So that's got to be full confidence. 5 straight to end the half. Fluxo started good, but it's as close as it can be, and we're headed off to a break. We'll be right back with the second half.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to Challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to Challengers and 1 team advancing to Legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to Challengers and 4 teams advance to Legends. From B, 5 teams advance to Challengers and 3 teams advance to Legends. 1 further team advances to the Challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
A tight contest here as we come out of the half, and that was quite the recovery from Paquetá. We were feeling like it early on that there would just needed to be 1 breakthrough round, and it turns out that's all they needed.
It's all they needed. I can't believe how quickly they got back into things. I thought Fluxo would have a little bit more resistance to it when that switch up happened. Now they're in danger. Now this is a problem. This is really going to be a tough half for them. Especially from what we saw yesterday on the T side, not impressive. Again, it felt like Phelps was the main man doing anything for this roster, so there better be a step up today.
And I know you like some dualies.
I do like dualies.
You're going to get 2 sets with this connected play.
Dual
this is
dualies.
another read. Ooh. All right, only 1 kill out of them. Venom's there getting a little bit more, and he gets the player up top. It was actually Yo coming in to support his teammate, so advantage for the moment, Paquetá, but the bomb at least can be retrieved. The play out, though, Nithon can't catch the kill, and now he's caught. Trying to rearrange.
They need to attack him. They need to take him down. Okay, they're just going to smoke and get the bomb planted, so they don't want to chase after him. They don't want to expose themselves to the over-rotate. This is going to make the post plan a little bit harder. Nithon keeping them pinned down inside the bomb site.
They do have 2 flashes, though. They had a chance. It looked like they were going to go for a pop from behind that position. Not sure why they didn't.
Oh, the nice position for Woody, but he gets caught before he can slip away. They know where VSM is. Now it's just a 1-on-2 fight. VSM, show us a little more magic. He's not got it this time. The retake is quick. The noise is out there. Excitement building for Paquetá because now they've tied up this scoreline and everything is working in their favor.
2 flashes and a smoke in that. But because of the fact that it's just so close quarters, everyone's already there. It's so dangerous to go for the pull of the utility, so it ends up getting wasted. It seemed like for a second they were just going to try and throw a flash from the default position just to get better spacing, anything, literally get someone across short. Doesn't end up coming to fruition. And the pain continues here for Fluxo, who's watched the last 6 rounds go the other direction.
That game's later.
Yeah, I know. That game was actually technically last night, Pain Fluxo.
Oh.
All tied up at 8.
What do you have for us, Fluxo? We haven't seen, like, we've seen very reactive CS for Fluxo, where they've been trying to fill the holes, right? It's like the fingers into the dike of, okay, well, they're attacking this, let's try and emphasize something. But in the second half, it's all about them. They're going to have to show us the answers. They're going to show us that they have this step ahead. And for now, Paquetá are holding so far back that they do want to let Fluxo just develop whatever they're going to do and then deal with it.
That was actually the closest round that Fluxo's had as well. If you've watched the way this game has turned, Paquetá has been winning with 3 up almost every single time. It's been pretty incredible to see how it's turned.
And a pissed around always a little spicy.
Sure, of course, but just an illustration of how bad it's turned for them.
Here we go. Utility's a little limited on the defense. Here comes the exec. It's all about this long play. What do we got? Player out on the side. They stall out. Oh no, they're stacked up on each other and bunched up. They will fall together, clinging to each other for a little bit of comfort in a cold sea. Yell taking 2, might just finish this off. The flank is there, and Woody, he cannot stay afloat. Down he goes to the depths, and with that, maybe Fluxo's chances, because no bomb plant here means Paquetá have a chance to build in early.
That's a really nice defense. Perfect timing on that smoke. I don't know why Fluxo tried to rush it though. Like right at the end, that first AK, like the entry player, like really ran up to the end of long and gave away the timing of everything. That ruined that whole hit. And what scares me now moving forward is this universe where, I mean, Woody's dropped an AK-47 over. He's dropped all the way down, giving that over to Phelps. Oof. But what we saw yesterday and from Fluxo is they got into that weird thing against Pain where like they were constantly investing a lot in like round after round, so they never really got themselves a full buys during certain stretches of their T sides. And if they go down that rabbit hole again here today, they're going to have issues. Phelps is already down to 50 HP to utility, and he's got the rifle.
Oh, he's going to get the opening kill, though. So important. They were looking for a little bit more of an aggressive posture here, and this leaves Ali in a pressure situation. But as you painted it in the pregame, this is kind of where he thrives.
Yeah, but look at the response from the defense as well. They're pushing the B bomb site. They're just passing sandbags right now. They're clearing out short water. Ooh, Ali, this is a big risk chasing this down. This is a huge risk. VSM, distance. Good shot with the deagle. Important shot with the deagle. Still a chance to recover, though, depending on how far these two players shift, because they've gone away from the B bomb site, and it might be time. They think it's going to be A.
Well, with 2 rifles down in bathrooms, you have to assume the T side's going to try and grab that AK, grab that M4, but instead, they're okay letting that one slip away a little bit.
They just shifted gears entirely. They're going to find a vacant site as a result, so a little bit of a risk, but certainly a lot of a reward. And with Fluxo getting this site, planting the bomb, you then have to ask the question, yes, we said there was a chance for the bank to build up, but it hasn't yet. These 3 players, there's a lot worth bringing into the next round, but it's going to get a look, at least from Venonzera. He's up on towards construction. Destiny joining him as well. But Lukowski with the deep position. This isn't going to be red. This isn't going to be predicted. And late in, he could be so very good. Yell gets the first, but no, Lukowski goes down. Destiny clears it. Presence of mind for that. Now these players don't have armor. They just got pistols. This is chaotic. Time is an issue, but there are kits available for Paquetá, so it's not as much of a concern to clear out onto history, and that's a recovery and a half, a 3-on-4. Yes, the players didn't have the weaponry from Fluxo, but positioning alone you'd think would bring them a casualty or 2.
They just got the exact kills they needed at the exact right time. That reaction from Yell to find the one Glock just taking dinks to his head, that's a huge kill to get. A flashbang as well to help activate his teammates. Really nice retake.
The guns are going to come out, though. Reminder, that was the lesser buy for Fluxo, so now they get the investment in. They got the bomb plant there. That gives them something at least to build in, but we kind of need to see it here. We need to see something to make us really start to believe, because yes, this is Paquetá's map pick. Yes, this is a map they've shown a lot on so far, but still got Mirage in that, Vito. They still got the possibility of Nuke as well. If you're Fluxo, you really don't want to get locked out of this first map so quickly.
That hero buy almost works out, but now it's the op battle. Got mid bathrooms control pretty early on here, and Phelps obviously being the first one in. It's really not all that surprising. We talked about it coming into this match. This is where he's thrived. But the setup right now, you've got 2 players long, and you've still got 1 on the A site. Looks like he's jiggling from dumpster. Yeah, he is. So he'll be able to spot them out, and that'll make a really interesting exchange here if they do decide to commit to this A site.
Yell's been having a heater, it feels like.
Yeah, he's had some really impactful rounds.
He just had a great event in general.
14 kills.
Been stepping up in a big way. Started it slow, you know, taking a backseat to his young fraggers, but I think, you know, sometimes you need that experience to kind of light the way.
Fluxo's grouped up again, which means one more time Paquetá is able to get information over towards sandbags. It's going to be a relatively fast flank off angle for Ala. That's a nice flashbang. Woody's able to get past and clear out truck, but they still don't know he's here. Oh, VSM so lucky. Lukowski, that's a nice step up. Ooh. And now Nython, it's time to back away. It's time to back away swiftly because this retake is impossible.
That missed shot, too, making it even harder, but it still would have been a save. I mean, this is just brutal. They lose that player long. I thought for sure Ali was going to get at least 1. The position was so good.
It was a strong position. He'd been overlooked. The chance was there, but sometimes you just got to execute. As it is, this means we're going to get a game, right? It was starting to feel like momentum was very much out of whack. Paquetá winning the last 8 rounds in a row until this moment. Finally, a rallying cry for Fluxo. And that kill from Venonzera, all right, that's just a little stinger. $600 extra made. He was never going to be able to contest the round, but...
Yeah, but, I mean, shout out to Woody for going back and checking that, because Venom was coming in for the Ninja. He was coming in to try and stick that defuse right at the end of the day, and he's like, you know what, I'll be more than willing to risk this SMG. I've got a kit. Let's see if they've gotten too far away. Let's see if they've forgotten about this little detail. So nice check at the end of the day for Woody.
Bai is going to be able to come out here. He did save the op, the most important of the guns. But we haven't really seen the impact for the big green yet. Nython has not been the guy lighting up the scoreboard, and they'd like to change that, I assume. And he's going to get aggressive off of it. He's got the spawn for it, so it's a quick move with the AWP. Does he take the fountain shot? Well, looks like maybe. Ooh, stops for some utility, so it's actually not going to be. He'll back away. And they'll set up Destiny instead to take the deep angle. Phelps might not expect this. It's a bit of a different look. If Destiny can get this kill on Phelps, now you have a lot of information for Paquetá, and they're going to play the redown towards B. As a result, that's just a spam kill. All right, Ali, find Woody through the wood. Why not?
Definitely going to make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Fluxo. They're still heavily leaning towards B. Obviously, no reason why they need to stick in that direction. There is no connector control currently from Paquetá, so that gives them a little bit of capability to rotate, but you do have a long player pushed all the way up, as I believe that's Destiny, who has made his way all the way to the end of long, and he's just locking down Fountain. But it's going to be a play, very likely leaning towards this B site still, as you haven't even seen any movement. There is no mid-round adjustment coming in from Fluxo.
What kind of utility do they have to stall it out? No mollies. That's not ideal. It's going to be about the guns more than anything for Paquetá. Now they've spotted, back around the pillar. Ali takes the first, but he's one and done. Still, they need to get this bomb planted. That's the tough angle. Out the smoke. Venom Zera very much able to punch the walk. The walk on the smoke, and it works for Phelps. How on earth does he get away with that still? He's wounded. He's low. The bomb needs to cross, and it's now just that bomb. History, the plants, but that's all he can get. Paquetá right back in the driving seat.
That got scary.
Yeah, it did get a little bit sketchy. That double kill from Phelps was everything, but I mean, the round was firmly in Paquetá's control until that happened, right? Like there was no stress. So, I mean, they're handling things pretty well outside of that slight hiccup, and I mean, a great recovery. You got to give a shout out to Ale holding that angle. And still, I mean, Fluxo can't find anything consistent. A little bit of frustration, I think, coming out now.
Paquetá almost gave them that with that little drop flash play. The MP9 was in great spot. Obviously, we know what they don't. We can see players through smokes. We have the X-ray.
I do enjoy my omniscience. It's so easy to call the right play when you can see where everybody is.
Exactly. But he goes for it, didn't work out, and Phelps punished. This round is of the utmost importance. Losing this puts Paquetá on 12. The money would be pretty good for them as well. Whereas on the opposite side, they'd be broke. This is a swing round. Both teams really buying down to almost nothing. So it could be, this is either a spreading lead or tie point.
I want to see the op for Nithon. I know he can do it. I know he's capable of it. We've seen it before, but it feels like his impact has been very limited. But fortunately for Paquetá, they haven't really needed it necessarily.
Utility's gotten so good on this map, it can sometimes be hard for Oppers, especially Oppers that are playing kind of like Nithon is in this game, where he's not really taking a whole lot of risks. He's not really going for any fights. He's just holding angles, and you're going to get flashed off. You're going to get smoked out. You're going to get Molotov'd away from angles. Ooh, that's a sketchy smoke. Yeah, Venom Zera gets baited into that peak. He thought the smoke was going to cover everything, so miscue from the defense.
This is something we have seen. Little errors in utility, but it's going to be about Destiny. The slow walk in, that sets him up, but only for one. The double swing, Woody's able to capitalize. Now pressure onto Yell. He's been good. Need greatness here. Smoke actually gives him a little bit of room to maneuver, but his teammate is lost, and it's all on Yell, and they know he's here. First one found. VSM swinging, but he didn't wait for the op to get on the angle, so Yell down, and everybody swept away.
And that's the money. That's the money, as Bach highlighted at the start of the round. There's nothing left in the tank for Paquetá.
And the op impact we wanted to see from Nithon, he misses that first shot and lets them out across. So you end up in this situation where, again, you're questioning what's going on with Nithon. He had that one really impactful round on the T side where they were going for a BXX with numbers down. He hits the shot on the player Toxic Barrels, and the round sort of fell apart for Fluxo. But here he had a great opportunity to kind of slow down the push, give Yell more time to work with, and the first shot's just off the mark, and as a result, he's got multiple players running around on plywood ready to take him out of the equation.
Looks like we're getting some early play in towards B. VSM wants to see if he's got something. VSM wants to see if he's got something. What he's got is a deep bullet on the chin. Ooh, sit down, VSM. That's a gun that's, well, not retrievable yet, but this is not the way you want to start your anti-eco.
Night-night.
They're sticking around, though. Minute 15. They're going to kind of hit the freeze button. Let the initial utility wear off, see if there's still something here for him, but a re-smoke on means, oh, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. So when does Fluxo get nervous about the flanks, about the potential connector control, right? Because they have no idea what's happening up top. For all they know, Paquetá is in their spawn. Fortunately, for them, that's not the case.
Oh, nice little AK pickup. Oh, now they know Out Monster is one. This could actually be dangerous. Flashbang. Flash doesn't catch him. Venom Zera, one more. Be careful. He goes for another. He had to do something desperate with the one rifle. But
boost
got
up.
pulled into it. A nice peek. Yeah, here's this over the top. Destiny's got another through the smoke. Now Woody has to cross. Lukowski as well. That's a nice smoke to be able to get into the bomb site for free. And Paqueta's going to start walking up.
They gain the space. They gain the ground. Ollie over top. He's
No
got
way.
one. The alley-oop. And now just one more needed to bring through the drop down into water, but the position is known. And now it's all for Destiny.
It can't be real.
It absolutely is.
What a stop.
How does the P250 get that kill jumping up? I would have sworn that would have been an easy fight. You would have seen him hop it up. That's crazy.
Starts with the Deagle. The P250 with the impact as well. Venom Zera scoops up the AK. He has to take an aggressive fight towards Monster because if he doesn't, he's getting pushed from Catwalk. That's a big round for Paquetá. Fluxo now in the same position they were in previous times. Money's like right on the edge, and I feel like they're just going to go for the buy because you know what this team does.
I think you can justify it because the money's still brittle enough, right? Only one player able to bring a rifle through from the last round. You know that CT economy's not built up. This is another one of those big swing rounds, but it's definitely one where you recognize the opportunity afforded to you for Fluxo. We've got a lot of noise coming through from Zeus in the coaching slot. He gets his timeout. He gets his chance to be loud, to be emotive. And now, let's see if they take his words to heart.
I mean, even the damage dealt to Lukowski with the P250 alone, making it a softer target. The round is live, and the buy does come in. We'll see some Galils purchased for the T side of Fluxo. Quite a few, actually. Just the one AK in the hands of Lukowski. They do got a bit of utility, and oh my goodness.
That's an F1 race car peak. Right up the con they go. Well, it drilled right into Ali's head. So the hero of last round with that P250 play, he's got to take a backseat for this one, and they need a recovery. And Venom Zera's playing very aggressive for being the sole B player. He needs to take a little bit of a backseat here if they're going to leave him alone. And for the moment, he's under major threat. Yell seems like he wants to shift to adjust to help his teammate out. But Venom Zera has his hands full, and he's got nothing for it. This needs to be a ripcord pull. The money is not there, and Paquetá are already out of there.
The smoke came in just a second too late, and as he started to shift towards Monster to play off that, the peek came in from Catwalk. He gets tagged once, slowed down enough that he can't even really take a good peek towards the players coming out of Monster. Even if he hadn't got tagged, likely to die after maybe a 1 or maybe 2 potentially.
If I'm Paquetá, I start playing a little bit more aggressive on the A side of the map because you can see Fluxo playing extremely grouped up at the moment. They're not really spreading. They're not really like taking map control anywhere else. They're just kind of remaining in a pack mentality until either walking into a contact or some kind of a set piece. So I'm spreading out. I'm getting aggressive so that if they're not coming to the A bomb site, I kind of have an idea of what's happening, right? Like you can get that early spot and back away. You don't have to play to get kills early on. You can play to just get the information and relay that over to your teammates and either back off or flank when the hit comes in. You can play it and improvise it from there. But I think there's kind of a way for Paquetá to get some decent reads on what's happening on this map if they have the boldness for it.
They have had some aggression like towards long, but it's usually like a walk push. It's not anything crazy. Last round, Ollie's pushed up towards Picnic, but he's solo. There's no flash to lead him in. He just gets taken down from Connector because that's another area of the map that does feel largely ignored currently, even from both sides. It's one of the few times we've seen someone from Fluxo really make their way up Connector. It's why I probably caught him off guard because no one's really been playing there after the first couple of rounds. But I agree, if you're going to play aggressive, really play aggressive. Don't just send one player out on their own. Set somebody up for an early peak somewhere.
Put 2 players in bathrooms and just kind of have them hold on to the position. I mean, you can have a push out towards long as well. You can go for some kind of a timing peak and wrap around towards the long rock to get into Fountain and Playground. You can do a number of different things, but it's a good part of the map to at least have information and have a feel for where Fluxo is heading.
Well, the bank's going to be drained into this one. The bank is going to be fully emphasized. We've only got a 5-7 out for Ollie, so impact potentially limited, though the pistols haven't slowed him down much so far. And now, we seem like we're getting an early play out towards the fountain. Space can be taken, Playground is theirs, Connector as well, they're challenging. And with Ollie, the only player on this side of the map with just a 5-7. This is an interesting room for Paquetá. They're expecting the fast B play, and they are actually correct. That presence shown, they're calling this bluff. They've got everybody here for the defense, but the con spam, does that tip Fluxo off? Will they move? For now, they're not going to do it. They're still just sitting outside a monster, and this could be very interesting if Paquetá hold their nerve.
No, he clears it. Wasn't sure if he was going to give it a soft or a hard clear. Lukowski will take down Ollie. That means the Connector plays. neutralized and will not actually result in any damage.
At least you can be confident that they're coming B.
Yeah, this is true.
Oh, good flashbang, good double kill from Phelps. Opens things up. Not the utility to keep that hit at bay. And Fluxo, once again, going to tie things up. They're going to take the money away from Paquetá, and just at the end, running out of steam on this defense.
That one stings. That one stings so very much. You had the right read, you had the right positioning, you have the contain, you even get the one kill to reinforce your confidence, and now the question becomes, what do you do for Paquetá? Not going to be able to invest much of anything into this next round. You'll just have the one gun for Nython. So, Fluxo back in the lead. Despite the fact they've looked to be a little out of control at times here, they may have just found the resolve in the right moment.
What's unfortunate for Paquetá is that early on, it was their util damage that was actually really strong. They were starting off rounds with like a great nade or molly that would take 2 players down to, you know, below 70 or even 60 HP. But we've seen that stall out because their money has been so rough. They haven't really been able to afford the util they need to kind of stop the pushes or at least halt them for a moment.
This has been back and forth for the last 6 rounds. That's finally 2 in a row for Fluxo for them to grab control of this game right down the stretch, which is wonderful because that control was ripped away from them, you know, earlier in the first half. It's taken a while for them to regain it. It's
the first time since round 10 they've been able to win 2 rounds in a row.
One thing as well that we need to keep in mind here, whatever happens in the next round, there will still be limitations. Not purchasable. Nobody can even afford it if they wanted to go glass cannon, so not an availability. Utility, again, going to be a bit of a concern. Paquetá have gotten themselves into a really tough spot, and they kind of need a bit of a jumpstart play here. This round, not likely to serve it. They're headed towards just the one pistol. But let's see if Destiny's got a little bit of spice, a little bit of flair. They could go past him. Surely someone checks this. Yes, they will indeed. Okay.
Oh, no,
good. Utility out. All good. Oh, fine. That was not a problem at all. Peeking with the nade out. All good. Recovered. Sight there's nothing that really Paquetá can do about this. They'll try and save the A1S into the next round. The bomb will go down, and maybe it's time to play for exits on these pistols.
I would expect to hear some noise from Fluxo after this one as well. To claw back this lead after a really impressive start and then watching that lead slip away. Paquetá is getting frustrated. Money is definitely hard for them.
Nython is fighting a lot with this rifle. One kill, not going to be worth it. Now he's super committed into the angle. He's down. That rifle's not taken through. And to what? To gain what here?
Yeah, not much. Not a whole lot at all. Yell and Ale still working on some things. Phelps is now all on his own. Yeah, they're just hunting frags at this point, and that's going to be painful. They've got some money to kind of handle this, but yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's why. You don't need to be doing this. Taking away these guns doesn't really matter. They did find this single M4 that was saved, and that's about it, but some of those kills down the stretch, a little bit rough. Still a lead for Fluxo, 13-12.
Fluxo would be happy to set up every one of their guns ablaze if it means making sure Paquetá doesn't get to save anything through. At this point in time, there's just not that many rounds left to play. Your T side is built up. You're really not going to have gun issues unless, I guess, if Paquetá win 3 in a row, maybe they're struggling. But at that point, you got a loss bonus. So a bit of a questionable decision. Maybe the nerves settling in here as well as Paquetá now get one real good chance. And the quad boost doesn't quite catch, but it's getting a little heated here. Peering over the fountain, looking for something. They're not finding it just yet. Paquetá, again, back into fairly passive hold. They've got a player in con, but otherwise, it's the sight play.
It would have been a great way to start the round, as the ops for both teams have been pretty much the least impactful players. They haven't really been able to put their ops into motion when they've had them. If they've even been able to be near a play, they might be running away to save it at times. You can see Nython and History, both bottom performers, they just really haven't been able to make that gun work based on the way their opponents are playing the map. And Jason, you kind of hit on it. The utility that's been thrown out makes it incredibly difficult to flex the might of the op.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a little bit daring if you're going to have impact as an opera, and neither of them are really flexing that muscle whatsoever. So, I mean, this is, again, very grouped up for Fluxo outside of Phelps, who's all on his own, and this timing, it might catch the defense, although Ollie's falling back. Destiny huddled down low. Ollie has to make sure he's not exposed. Phelps could get caught here.
Phelps overlooking it, jumping down. No, he's aware. He's going to check it, and nobody's looking the other way. A peek from construction would have been an aid, but it's not there. Now the peek out, now the fight. Ollie gets one, sets up Venomzera. They're going to try and get back into position. Venomzera doing so much damage here from on high. The bomb's not yet planted. History has to commit to that, and as he tries to peek around to get away, he's at major risk. Woody just tucked in. These are the 2 players Under fire here. Now in the post plant, what do they got for us? Everybody coming from the graffiti side. Woody taking first contact. Yell out. And Woody taking command at just the right moment. He holds strong. A chance still to clutch. Nython, you got to show it for us. And he's jumping through the smoke. History on top. We'll get that every day of the week.
Nice job from Woody, though. I mean, that's just holding good position, being patient. You know you have a very, very strong position. A teammate who's dinked up an opponent. That's nice in the post plant, even in a deficient situation. Fourth timeout taken from Paquetá. And once again, struggling for cash. I don't even think they can buy. They might have to actually concede this and let Fluxo get to 15 and play for overtime. This is going to be some kind of a half buy. They have a max losing bonus. They can descend a few players down to Deagle and Armor, but it's not a lot to play with. So right at the end of this game, Fluxo's just, I mean, look, both teams actually kind of struggled in the first stages of their T side, and they figured it out. And it's the defense that's really struggled to adapt.
Bit more than perhaps you'd expect. Yell actually buying down to 1,000. They're going to commit a bit into this in terms of a nade stack, you'd imagine. Maybe that's going to look out towards Monster or Fountain. But for now,
yeah,
so much rides on this round, and they'll trust the 5-7s to try and somehow bring it through, but not feeling great about it. Nades are already out. They have gotten nothing. So that was your one big play. Now we're going to get a peek out long. This could get spicy. It's not being held. Two players are moving in late, so they are actually going to check it. Never mind. Now they're posted up. Now they'll be A-okay if these two pistols want to come around the corner, but they're set up for contact.
I like this. You've got the peekaboo. He's hiding behind the rock right now, so the people coming from alley, they're never going to expect the second player to be here.
There's no flash. There's no flash for this. Just a swing. Just a oh dear. Oh no. Not like this. Alt pass back. VSM has to get aggressive. The bomb is there. He's got one. Oh, gets the bomb and slips away.
He couldn't find the AK. He was looking for the AK, and he jumps out instead with the pistol, just trying to hunt it down.
That might be the best shot we've seen from an op this whole game.
Well, it might be a catastrophe as well. It might be catastrophic. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Struggling with that one more than we'd struggle with Paquetá.
I'm still struggling with it. I'm still struggling.
VSM's not.
Yeah, sprayed on one. Lukowski's got the second. That is a nice way to shut down some mid-round aggression. Paquetá just wanted information. They wanted to know what was happening on the map, and all of a sudden those advantages are given away, but Nython at least has the op.
There's at least still a risk. And Venom's Era, is he playing just the Tizian swing? Yep, head down.
I think if you're Fluxo in your head, you're like, okay, they did recover the op over at long. He's likely going to be parked today. We're going to take this risk and walk into the B bomb site. However, the op is rotating over.
Clear?
Woody hasn't cleared everything just yet. Oh, he gets dinked, but he does find it. And now Nython has hit a banger. Misses the first one. And it might be time to back off and save the op, but he goes for it. He goes for the hero play. And Fluxo's got 3 chances to close out Overpass.
Zeus is fired up right now. His team was looking great in the first half, up 8-2, and then they watched that lead just sort of dwindle and became an 8-7 half. Paquetá takes over in the second half, and now Fluxo is alive.
So he's just came off a heart attack a little bit ago, man. He's got to calm it down. He's patting his chest.
He was saying the other day when we were asking him, like, you guys like to have these close games. He's like, I got to put the new heart through its paces.
Yeah.
He's trying to work, like, break it in.
Sure.
VSM, I want to give some credit to him. I mean, in that round, he starts to bail them out. He gets 2 huge kills to avoid it getting out of whack. He had a big 4K in the first half as well. That really started things off for Fluxo. So he's had some really big moments. He's risen to the occasion when his number is called upon. And I think he's been the key piece here in sort of the swing round. Still, a chance with the buy. Oh my goodness, that's awkward. Ali caught out. The flashbang is so good, and that punish is going to be brutal to recover from. They've relied on Ali to be the pillar of this A defense, and as it is now, it's pressure onto the op, and so far, Nython has not shown us that he can withstand.
And if Phelps somehow finds another seam to kind of like slip into and slip by the defense and start getting up to the A bomb site, he can grab so much information, because we know he likes to get those aggressive lurks underway with relative frequency. But Nython's going to step up to plate. Phelps, there it is. That one's nice and easy.
Why not? Bring the numbers back. Now they know the op is here, but Nython's going to be able to freely back away towards site. And so there will be no opportunity to catch early. Bomb hasn't made up its mind. History shifting it towards the A side of the map, but 40 seconds to go. At some point, Fluxo's going to need to make their decision. Now, right now, they're not finding the way in towards B. Woody looking for it.
It's this player, though. This is the player, Lukowski.
Down he goes.
Well, we wanted to see something from Uppers. We wanted to see something from Nython, and he's delivered in this round. Double kill. Set his team up nicely to stay alive into this game. Damage can still be an issue. There goes Destiny. Oh, that turn from VSM would have been everything, but history falls next. And it's 15-13. However, money's not a problem for Fluxo. They have no money issues for the rest of this game. Which is 2 rounds, so not really as profound as it comes off, but...
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
It's still nice to know that you're not going to have to think about the economy, that you can fight every possible situation without worrying too much about it. Certainly a bit of comfort here. But what it does mean is that Paquetá get a chance to show it on the CT side, right? And most importantly as well, we talked in a lot of their previous gun rounds, there were limitations. Sometimes there wasn't the op, sometimes there wasn't the utility, sometimes there wasn't the kit. Not an issue anymore. You got everything, pretty much.
This might be one of the first games that we've covered where both teams use all 4 timeouts. You have this final one being called by Fluxo as they know they're right on the precipice of victory here on map number 1. It's not their pick either. They'll be moving over to Nuke next, which is their selection. It's a map that Paquetá here on Overpass has a pretty decent win rate. Yell said in the interview he feels like this is their best map. The only reason they picked Mirage in their series against EG is because they knew that EG would be comfortable playing Overpass, so they had no desire to put it in through as their pick. They were more comfortable taking Mirage, a map they knew they were weak on. So to start off with the victory on what is potentially one of their strongest maps would be a huge way to kick off the series for Fluxo.
Certainly would. And it would be a game of survival as well, right? That's the thing. They've withstood a lot of what Paquetá has thrown at them. Now they just need the kicker to put it over the line. If this gets to OT, I think things get very dangerous. So for Fluxo, you want to just get the body blow right here, knock the wind out of them, and avoid any sort of happy, warm, fuzzy feelings for Paquetá as we head further into the series. Run boost out long. This is always fun. No one's going to get to see it. Oh, no witness for the art.
That is a horrible run boost.
That was the slowest run
Maybe
boost
it's good
I've
that
ever
no one
seen.
saw it. Hide your shame. We saw it, though.
Okay.
World saw it.
So, I mean, look, they're bypassing this entire defense at the moment. Nython, you're hoping he's going to get a spot. It's only Ali in bathrooms and jumping over. Nython hasn't seen anything just yet, but they equally have not made their move.
Can't keep jumping if he goes back for this. They're posted now, and he's going to go look into the fight. Ooh. That's a tag, not a frag. I think he's fortunate to get away with his life. A bit of a blessing, but certainly not exactly a gift. Ali's now going to try and get activated. Try and find something, and he will on the timing. Kill's going to be there, so the flank's secured, but Nython is lost, and now Ali needs to accelerate to keep them in this round, and he can do no such thing. Still, it's a 3-on-3. Oh, Yell, take it down. That was their foothold on the site. Destiny flying right into the same fray. All onto Venom's era now, the youngest gun. He needs to do it all, and he will not even get started. VSM, again, taking control in the critical rounds, and he delivers victory for Fluxo.
Yeah, that's nicely done. Nicely handled from Fluxo. I mean, that was actually a pretty sketchy game, all things considered. Remember, they started 8-2 up. That got very, very close. And again, the T-sides were great for both teams. The T-sides found all the adaptations, everything necessary to get over the hump of the defense that was staunch in the beginning stages of each half. But, man, the CT sides really struggled to find an answer when those adaptations came in.
And the op waking up right towards the tail end there for both teams as we saw a couple of big rounds from both oppers. But that last one just proved to be a little bit too much. And you can see the reaction from Phelps, a slamming of the headphones. I mean, they're excited.
VSM had some good rounds of the AK-47. Yeah. That last one especially saved the day. He heard like the comms coming in of the flanker at top of stairs. So VSM ends with 24, Phelps 23, Lukowski 22. Good games from those guys. And for Paquetá, obviously, that's going to hurt. Their map pick, they seemed to grab control of the match at a certain point and just could not hang on to it. Money issues down the stretch as well. That one just fell flat.
Now, the interesting thing as well for Paquetá is they've been a team that before, this is where I'll try and paint the silver lining for them, they've been a team that's gutted out in the long game, and in both of their prior series, it was the first map where they struggled, and then they seemed to warm up as time went on. That's a lot more difficult when your map pick is the first one and you don't quite manage to close. But there's a world, maybe, where backs against the wall, we'll see a little bit of a fiercer Paquetá, and where the Nuke might be able to bring some fury through. But I think Fluxo has to be so happy about making it through despite having some of those stumpers, despite that, being able to regain and get over the line. I mean, they're used to the tight games, right? It's been this whole tournament for them.
Yeah, however, I would say this is one thing I didn't even kind of catch in this matchup. Fluxo's beat Paquetá 9 out of the last 10 maps that they've played.
Yeah.
Like, they've played some games. I mean, that's going back to 2022, going back to September, but Fluxo definitely has the advantage here, so they're got to be feeling super confident regardless of what the map is, whatever the situation is.
But you know, they say you learn more from a loss than a win, and when you have 9 out of the last 10 as losses, that's a lot of of learning here, Jason.
I didn't look at it that way. You are right. When you lose 9 times to one team, you've got a lot to go off of.
Getting educated.
Yeah.
Clearly getting educated.
For sure.
The biggest problem for them is that Nuke is such a good map for Fluxo, an 87% win rate out of the last 15 maps, where it's just 50% for Paquetá. And one of the things we talked about, you know, some of the missteps we saw from them on Inferno, which is another map that's weaker in their pool. Just utility's not really where it needs to be. And that's going to be incredibly important on a map like Nuke. They cannot afford some of those miss throws, especially when you're looking at outside control. I have a feeling we might see a few smokes land just a little bit off the mark, open up gaps that could allow some easier plays potentially for the players from Fluxo. And we've seen Fluxo on Nuke. They didn't look terrible in their other series. They actually seem to be pretty formidable. It's just maybe a little bit of mistakes here and there, a little over-aggressive at times.
Well, we are going to take just a quick little break here, folks. We've got at least one more map to play, so you're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you back in a flash.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never. Ever in my life.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Kerrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
Up a map, Fluxo survive everything. Paquetá throw at them on Overpass, and now it's into the comfort choice of Nuke.
Yeah, comfort choice. I mean, that's the important thing is they just kind of barely survived Overpass Paquetá's pick, and now they put themselves in the driver's seat to be able to handle business and close this one out. And remember, make it to Paris as well. Team that wins this headed to the major. And we're gonna get a quick drop onto the mini roof. Quick attention outside. They're gonna wrap all the way around. A couple going to secret while challenging towards lockers. And oh, this is a lot of pressure over on Yell. And he's got a bunch of angles to worry about because he knows one has come through the window. Well managed. Lukowski needs to find this kill, and he will.
Snatches it up indeed. Lukowski looking for more. Knife out. Oh my goodness, history! Slits the blade in and deflates their chance at this pistol. Bullets raining down from on high. He's everywhere, Lukowski. He's taking everything. History had the knife, but Fluxo have the round.
Yeah, they caused so much chaos, Fluxo, with that jump around to push towards lockers with a couple of players challenging secret as well. And I mean, Paquetá, you could see just they did not know how to handle the rotations and where to look. They didn't know where the hit was going to come from.
How do you not get tilted if that's how you die in the pistol round?
That's how you open up a potential elimination map? Yeah. That's a rough one.
I want to see that. Can we? I wish we could just watch that knife in slow motion. He leaps around the corner and quickly takes care of
Somewhere
Destiny.
out there, someone just hit an HLTV booster, and they're pretty happy about it.
Pretty happy about it.
Back into the moment here. A chance to regain. These force buys have been good for Paquetá. Had the opportunity and a boost up here in the ramp room. A little bit of a cheeky spot. Always do love to see that come through. But this looks like it's eventually leaning in towards an upper hit. Utilities being set up on the roof. They've got no control of vision outside. They haven't pressured ramp at all. So this might just be a little bit more of a straightforward play. Might be. Maybe.
Maybe. It's
Perhaps.
a big maybe.
It's looking like it. And I mean, it makes a little bit more sense on a map like Nuke than it did on Overpass when they were playing extremely grouped up here. I mean, here with all 5 players in lobby, essentially, I think 1 or 2 outside to throw utility. Smoke is going to go down at the door. That'll call off the hit for a little while. 1 minute left in the round.
Good patience coming in from Fluxo right now. Not willing to wander into anything. We know how strong these pistol and armor purchases can be, especially for these teams. Both Fluxo and Paquetá have shown
they're not going
some
behind
serious
this.
prowess on it.
Now this is getting interesting. They're not going behind this. Now they're not going to have that salvo of utility. Phelps on the smoke fade is going to make a cheeky play, and he's out, but 35 seconds. This is getting very nerve-wracking now. This is getting very sketchy. Flashbang to set this up. They're going to go for the vent drop late. That's punishing. And, well, okay, now the kills start to come in. They got the 2 players lower. No one's able to address. Finally, something found, but it would have to be Yell to seal the deal on this round, and he can't deny the bomb plant, and with him going, so may go the opportunity. Never mind. We're back on. We're back on. A chance here. A tap on. If there were a kit, this would be so very scary, but VSM, he's not going to flinch just yet. He'll try and wait. Call the bluff for Lukowski to get in position so they can play together, and there it is. Nighthon never expected Lukowski to take the long rotate. Fluxo survive.
Yeah, but that's still deflating if you're Fluxo. The fact that you lose all that right at the end in a 1v4, 3 kills. And if he gets around that silo, puts a lot of pressure on that final player. So that got very, very sketchy for Fluxo. 2-0, however, in MAC-10s, they can start trying to make some bonus money to recover some of the lost cash flow.
A Zeus. We got a Zeus out for Ali. So we've had a knife. We could get a Zeus.
We've already seen a Zeus kill in this event on this map.
Oh, yeah, that Zeus entry last night was filthy.
From Nekis.
Always not quite witnessed that. I'm sad now. I didn't see it.
He was in HUT, and he just he came out looking straight up and just Zeus the guy on top of HUT. It was amazing.
Love that.
You brought up the kick in the dick earlier in the day. I felt like that was the ultimate.
I've doubled up on that. I usually give it 1 per event, but it deserved it. It deserved its own moment.
Well, I mean, the Zeus might be their most potent gun on this site. Whoa, not quite close enough to connect. Trigger did get pulled, but the prongs don't land. And he'll be swept off. You know, I haven't. I've electrocuted myself, but I've never been tased.
Okay.
I actually wanted to do that as part of the Mustache Masters fundraisers.
You did, and I said I'm pretty sure that's against terms of service.
I was like, all right, if we get like, $25,000, $30,000, everyone gets pepper sprayed or tased, and no one wanted to go for it.
Shockingly.
I don't know why.
Have you?
I have been tased.
How'd you enjoy it?
It's not the most fun in the world, but I mean, Is it okay time?
I would love to hear the backstory. I feel like it's not broadcast
It's not
appropriate.
no. It's nothing. It wasn't like due to any kind of.
Oh, I didn't think it was that. I just figured the storyline has some really interesting history.
Yeah.
Here we go. Destiny trying to hold him at bay. This faster play towards A. Venom on top. It's Yell from the hut to get one, but the kills have not stacked up in their favor and swept away from the defense. It'll just have to be the save. So Paquetá starting off very much on the wrong foot, and the chances to regain may be few and far between, as it seems like Fluxo are ready for the quick 1-2 punches in these rounds.
Yeah, they've showed a little variety already in this game as well, with the pistol round going outside and kind of swarming yard. Then they had that upper bust with the drop down a previous round. A bunch of players in door to cut off rotations. Now they have this uppercut towards the upper bomb site, also helped out by the fact that you had a couple MAC-10s brought into the round. So yeah, showing a few different looks at this defense, and that one certainly catches Paquetá off guard.
I can't say I've been tased, but I did at one point have a bit of a faulty charger where I didn't quite realize, I guess, something had been frayed in such a way. And so when I plugged it in, I got a nice little jolt. I knocked on my tuchus a little bit.
Electricity creeps me out a little bit.
I had a fun one where I had a window behind my bed, and it rained, and I left the window open, and I was dreaming that I got struck by lightning because I actually touched the outlet behind my bed while it was wet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So I woke up.
With a little tingle.
With a little tingle, yeah. It was like, oh, I didn't remember
Does
eating.
your beard stand on that if you get
This was
electrocuted?
many years ago. But it did
Pre-beard.
felt like I ate like nickels for dinner. There's a lot of metal in my mouth.
This
It's like
explains
I
a lot.
swallowed a pair of braces.
Yeah, I think it might have affected you long term. Here comes the utility. Outside control coming in for Fluxo, and they're not hesitating. They're going fast. A little bit of Molotov damage, it seems, on a couple of players, but they've crossed over to Secret, and they're making no secret about it. Phelps is here so quickly. Nobody has shifted downstairs yet, despite the fact that he's run all the way to control doors, and that timing is really going to mess with Ali. He still doesn't realize it. Once right beneath, I'm confused.
That's, here's where we have to start talking about Paquetá's nuke, perhaps, because that's kind of one of those innate timings you just have to know on this map. That's a kill that catches
You
and
don't even
keeps
have
us
to know it. You just have to hear the footsteps. He ran the whole way.
He did. He did full sprint. That's a catch. Now an advantage found. Bomb ticking away. Time's going to be a big issue here. There is a kit for Venom's Era. And Destiny has just opened this right back up. VSM's not in position to deny the defuse. He'll have to shift around. And if they just rock through this, this is still winnable.
I don't know how this is even winnable. I don't know how. I'm not sure why Fluxo's challenging all the way in ramp room when you have this bomb down and you can set up in the lower bomb site. Plenty of time for it. That's a big kill.
That was the kit.
Yep, that was the kit. That was a kill, and now it's just Destiny trying to stick inside the smoke. Ooh, and he's not going to be able to win. A nice kill at the end of the day, but Fluxo's got 5.
That's one of those presence of mind moments where if you swap Destiny and Venom Zera's positions there, it's still a winnable round, but because the kit goes down on the face of double doors, it's over. That stings. But you're right. Fluxo never should have let them back into that round.
Yeah, I'm very. That round might have just gotten ahead of them, where they just were so dominant and downstairs so quickly and so confident in their position that they almost gave it right back up. 5-0.
First time out taken for Paquetá. There's no coach behind them, so this is about Yell getting his voice heard, making sure they're adjusting, trying to fix whatever's happening here. Paper over the deficiencies early because it has not been an auspicious start. Ali as well, yet to crack onto the board, and he's been so important for them, especially on their CT sides in every one of their previous engagements.
And here's the thing, too. We've seen both these teams play this map, this event so far, and what we saw from Paquetá, their T side, it didn't really look all that great. Now, to be fair, difference of opponent. They played against Pain.
Yeah, neither of these teams look great against Pain.
They both played against Pain. The one difference was Fluxo got the start on the CT side, so they got a little bit of a leg up there in that, but even still, it's a map that both teams play a lot. We've got 15 maps on record this year for Fluxo, 10 for Paquetá, so it's not like they don't play this map, but Fluxo just looks really competent, especially on the T side, and you're seeing why, although as I say that, an opener there, dropping Phelps outside, which is sort of his territory. We saw that in the match last night as well.
Yeah, but that's a huge play for Paquetá to set up that flash plot, because, I mean, they need to stop Yell from being able to get any kind of control he wants. Nice alt peek as well. Nighton slides into the angle. That's bombed down. It's going to be smoked off, but not yet recovered. At this point, Fluxo doesn't even care about the bomb because they're so far away from even having to think about it as a win condition. They need a couple of kills to soften things up. And Woody, creeping through the smoke, looking in the wrong direction. This is a strong round for Paquetá off shutting down Yard quick.
Just what the doctor ordered. Just what the doctor ordered. A clean round. Let's see if history can alter the medical record here and make it a little bit more punishing. Economic damage would be huge here. And he will have nothing of the sort. Just an AK given over, massive upgrades available in terms of getting those one-shot headshots out. And Paquetá, that is going to make you feel a whole lot better. Talk about a timely timeout.
Yeah, you needed it. You needed a little bit of life early to make sure this didn't spiral out of control. You still have, I would say, this buy and probably a half buy, maybe even another buy, depending on how this round plays out for Fluxo. So you got 2 rounds more before you can get any kind of a reprieve against low economy. And for Fluxo, that represents 2 chances to make sure that Paquetá can't get any momentum going on the defensive side. Good opening kill provided through smoke. That smoke wall is nowhere close to being completed.
Bit of a blunder there. Bit of an issue. A little bit hairy and scary. And I mean, the utility's gone as well. There are no more smokes, so it's not like they can close the gap. Never mind, VSM has one. He was just in lobby.
Yeah, you just can't deploy it in time for it to actually do anything for Phelps. So, I mean, let's see what Fluxo can improvise in the mid-round to make up for this, because they obviously would have loved and wanted to have him down in secret.
Player stuck here outside as well. Phelps.
Yeah, he's pinned down by the op. He doesn't even know he's pinned down. He just knows that there's a chance there's someone here positioned. So he's in a spot where he can either hold and try and come in with a late play. But it seems like they're going to try and bring the rest of the team towards him a little bit.
Yeah, they want to fight outside despite not having the cover.
There's no way he hits this shot.
Unless.
Oh.
He repositioned. He didn't even see them. He didn't see them. He didn't see them. Oh, the old uncrouch, recrouch doesn't get the information alone. The pixel not spotted. And again, we have the issue where no one's reacting towards this lower take. Ali's going to be completely out of position. They just rocked in towards the lower site. Now, what do you have for us, Ali? The smoke. He slipped into the rat hole at least. Got a bit of a cheeky spot, but they're looking for this fight. Yell finds contact. That means they're not going to check Ali, and we've still got a round on our hands. This hasn't fallen apart just yet. And history down and into the dirt. No presence even available for Woody to do anything about this.
I can't believe, it's so funny that he just jiggled once and missed all the information. That's so funny to me.
Counter-Strike is a game of inches and seconds.
Again, the fact that like Fluxo just like turns that corner and is immediately sprinting the whole way, like they could have walked a little bit further and maybe had a better chance of, like, it's not just like encountering the rotation itself, but the fact that there were so many numbers there. You had 1 player able to rotate in dark. You had like 2 more players up in the U-Haul as well. Like maybe if you're walking, yeah, maybe they send 1 player down, but they're not going to be calling out 3 players running secret and then having mass bodies there. So very, very curious about that from Fluxo's side of things.
With the saved rifle, the buy will come right back through, but limited. Very limited.
That missed timing, very reminiscent of the ZQK stuff we saw on Nuke earlier in the event, where he would change position at the worst possible time. He would just miss the spot of the players crossing. It's just like unfortunate how it went down.
He's out, so we can let him rest. We can let him rest.
I'm not giving him a hard time. It just is reminiscent with these players who are just shifting positions at the worst possible time. It just is unfortunate. And even there, it was like the subtlest of jiggles. It really wasn't much. It was just enough.
Ooh, a late buy-in in this timeout, in this freeze time. Fluxo's going to go for it. They're going to pull the trigger. Now, you want to talk about running out of utility in the previous round for that smoke wall. They have almost nothing. This almost has to be an upper hit. And I think they're just going to look for a timing, wait for these Molotovs to fade, and then deploy the utility.
Oh, talk about timing. I mean, I don't even know if y'all saw him, but it's just the spam off the flashbang, catches a headshot. Now Venom Zero with another, and it's looking disastrous already. They know the player's on top of HUD, but what are you going to do about it? Your utility limited. Your body's gone. Phelps traded 1 for 1, and this is a disaster, unmitigated. They're trying to back away, go back in towards ramp, but Ali's never had to move. There's been nothing to inspire him off this spot, so they're going to have a fight, and he's even getting reinforcements. The op posted. 9th on here, Ali to support. This is a very strong hold. And the flashbang will not catch. First kill down. Second should be soon to follow. Something? No, nothing for Lukowski.
Paquetá's doing a great job in these last 2 rounds of finding the opening kill. I mean, remember previously it was the pop flash outside that allowed Yell to activate at mini to find 2 kills over at Red Box and found Phelps along the wall. Next round at Destiny got a spam through a smoke. This one again, Yell just gets a 1-tap just as the smoke is pluming in Squeak Door. They're really thinning out the attack from Fluxo before it can even begin, and that's helping them out massively. And now it's forced Fluxo back down to pistols.
These rounds, though, have been deadly in the past, and
all right.
Nice nade stack.
Always danger here. Love when a nade stack works.
Yeah, good call as well. You guys are going to challenge door like this a couple rounds? We're going to come right back at you. Now smoke wall outside.
Hopefully the whole wall this time.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if a few blocks don't get left out.
I think they just like an open floor plan, you know? A little bit more of a,
it's very
feng shui flow. There's a big old gap in it because they only had 2 smokes. And
no, they had another.
Oh, there it is. Late.
Yeah.
Y'all just want a little peeky poo before it. Okay, some teams will run that so they can get a little bit of that first contact in towards garage. There's the smoke out. It definitely didn't work in their favor this time around. But let's see what we got on defense. Ali, 1-2, why not? Spray down the third, not gonna have it. He does indeed. All onto Woody, and Woody is completely disjointed from his team. We've seen this a couple times, and it will net 1 kill, but it's not really gonna help him win this round.
The Fluxo just really have no chill when they're going down lower. Like, they didn't even consider the fact that the rotation already could have come in. It's not like they masked the fact that they went secret, but just having no caution when you open those doors. You have no chance for a trade on the first player. It's a relatively easy triple kill for Ali.
And now, I mean, look at this. The cash that's built up, winning 4 rounds back to back.
To back to back?
To back to back. A little bit of cash money.
Yeah.
Money in the bank.
Well, at least for Fluxo as well, there's going to be another buy as the losing bonus has built up.
I'm finding it interesting that they're leaving Woody as a lurk so often, right up top, especially on these rounds where there's a limited buy. Is he really going to get much out of the lurk with pistols?
It feels like it's because, like, Phelps is the outside player on this map on the T side, right? And he likes to be aggressive with it. You kind of got to push him forward. So we saw him kind of more in a lurk position away from the pack on Overpass here. His kind of lurk is forced to be aggressive just by the nature of the position outside.
Was Woody also the last person to throw the smoke? Because remember that one smoke came in late, so it's very possible he was just behind the play by nature of the execute.
I think he was
possible as well.
Not sure. Not sure, actually. A little bit of lobby control. Phelps, as you said, trying to get aggressive outside. Flashbangs to set him up for a little looky-loo, but not going to find anything on that. Instead, the aggression comes from the other side. Comes from Ali, giving a little bit of look and ramp, rebuffing, tiny bit of damage, but it's mostly about the position until Venom Zera finds Woody. So your lurker's now gone. As that were, the captain of the squad, he's got to puppeteer his troops from the sidelines. And it's a very nice start for Paquetá again, and it looks like we're going to get some smokes outside.
It seems like this is just the de facto play coming in from Fluxo. We've seen this a lot. Maybe a little bit of an early presence towards lobby, and then they just default to going outside with smoke wall. And it hasn't really worked well for them. This round, they'll have a full buy, whereas we've seen it previously with pistols. Now they get all 3 smokes at the same time. Here's a pop flash coming in from Yell. He springs through, and that's a great way to start it off. He'll die in the end, but he does take down Phelps with him.
Yeah, very important trade for Lucalzi, though. Last 3 players creeping along this smoke wall. No one dropping downstairs just yet. No noise being made downstairs just yet. This round is playing out a little bit differently. Fluxo's being a little bit more cautious, a little bit more slow-paced about it.
As a result, we haven't seen Ali shift in.
Which is funny because the time is going to start being a problem as well.
For once, maybe they need to let go of the shift keys.
Yeah, well, I mean, for once it makes sense to start running at some point. 20 seconds now left on the clock, and that's when they turn the corner and pick up the pace. Molotov to slow down any rotation in vents. Ali has not dropped yet. He's just dropping now.
But they anticipate him here, and that's why they hesitate just a bit. Destiny now into the angle. Lucalzi out of play. Destiny wants to shut it down. He can't do it. And they're a little bit over-eager in the retake. But, oh my goodness, History. That might have been the kill. Oh, through the box! Door blown off. And History with the reposition here. Nightdawn not reading it yet. But as he gets no peek, does he anticipate this in time? No, not at all! History with the whooparoo. Swings all the way around, and he'll secure a round.
That's not bad at all. That's a nice little clutch for History. And that, I mean, that's a great cover from VSM to even put him in a chance to win that clutch, covering him for the plant from Decon. Really nicely done. 6-4, Fluxo back on the board.
It was both those kills from Decon. First holding on the plant and then aggressing and taking down another while he ends up dying. Like you lose the player on site. It's just the way that all plays out with the plays towards Decon. It's huge.
And that's a 4-on-5 conversion as well, so that's super nice. Phelps once again. Oh, the jump over, missed opportunity. He had the exact fight he wanted, but Yell handles business.
Big kill to find early. Woody trying to just make a play between the smokes, and now outside they're losing the fight again, so just bodies thrown to the wolves. Aggression coming in one after another, and Destiny wanted to see if he could get away with some of his own. That may be a bit much. In a 5-on-2, it's just not necessary. And an opportunity given over, but an opportunity that history will see if he can maximize. He was great in the last one. He gets another chance to make something magic happen. This time it would require the ace, though. As he ventures forward, he's going to close the angle onto Nithon, condense this. This could be tough for the Opera to hit. He's got to be good. He's got to be perfect, and he will be exactly that.
Exactly that. Tough situation for history to be in the 1v3. Last round winning the 1v1. But right back on the board, and that round was was ugly from Fluxo. That, I mean, like Yell, Phelps, I don't mind that play outside. That's kind of the fight he was looking for, and he knows Yell's been challenging quite a bit. Obviously goes the wrong direction, but after that, there didn't seem to be any kind of a plan off of that. Everyone made like kind of a walk through smoke and squeak doors, not a high percentage play whatsoever. Just a little bit weird and scrappy, and got out of control of Fluxo. So second timeout used, they're up by 1, still in control of this T side, still putting rounds on the board, but back to a weird money situation.
It's not surprising to see Phelps do that either. We kind of saw that in the previous Nuke matches where he really likes playing fast outside.
And he was doing
sort of his thing.
He was doing some things like that last night against Pain. And that was like maybe the one bright spot of Fluxo's T side is when he's able to find that opening kill and apply pressure out towards Heaven, out towards windows, out towards lockers. Just this round obviously doesn't go in his favor. 5-1 run for Paquetá.
But for Fluxo, already with a bevy of rounds, the question becomes, can they find anything more? Heavy smokes outside, lots of utility here, and multiple players moving in aggressively instead of just the one. So Nithon has shifted the op over here. They brought the big green. That's the response. 2 players are in the shadow of the Schmallow. They're going to try and multi-swing this. Oh, this is going to be interesting. They wait for the smokes to fade, and now they want to make their move. This could be a shooting gallery for Nithon as soon as he realizes there's players here. But no one's giving him an inch just yet. Are they hoping for some aggression back the other way? They're looking for something, and they're not going to find it just yet. But likewise, Paquetá calling this clear. Nithon's backing away.
This probably starts to feel like it's going to be a timing on an upper bust at a certain point if you're Paquetá. I can't do it. I really can't do it. I keep trying.
It's like you know the manual breathing memes where as soon as you're thinking about it, it's
we used to do this game on casting where you would pick a call out before the map and you would have to find a different way to say it every time. That's always a fun one, too.
Well, we don't have to pick anything. We got a team name to work with.
That's where we're at.
Flashbangs over to take the Opera off the angle. Oh, my lord. Missed shot. It barely even blinded him. It barely took him away from the angle, but it doesn't matter. Upper defense holds strong. Only one coming in through HUD. He's already down. Ollie's already got control of lobby, and this goes nowhere. Absolutely nowhere for Fluxo.
Well, talk about a way to make up for a mistake. Missed shot happens, and it gets them nothing. No opportunity. It was all about that play, and, well, the hold is strong. The hold is good, and history is going to try and slink away and save. Tail between his legs.
Thank God Fluxo won the pistol round so they could rattle off 5 straight while they had control and advantage of the economy, because now that the guns have come out, this T side looks flat.
It's very reminiscent of Overpass in some ways as well, where we had this early burst for Fluxo. They come out the gate strong, and then Paquetá, once they start to put the pieces together, feel like they're the more disciplined, in-control team.
This is something, though, that we saw when they played against Pain, and we had just assumed at the time that it was because they were playing against Pain, but Fluxo's T-side just didn't really feel like it had everything it needed.
Yeah.
Again, like you had mentioned, kind of just leaning on Phelps a lot with that outer play, and it was like utility-less takes, just really going for dry fights outside, catching people off guard with potentially a quicker timing. So I think Fluxo's got a lot to talk about to figure out how they're going to make these last 3 rounds work for them.
This is an aggressive posture for Ali. He doesn't realize history's out, but oh, he's not caught. He just slips away. Molotov goes down as well to provide him a little bit of cover. Utility chasing. They've gained ramp room, though. This is something they haven't necessarily had yet. This game is slow, early control of ramp.
This is the most amount of map control they've actually had in a while. What they do with it is obviously questionable, but they've struggled to even get, they've struggled for outside control. They've struggled even with their own lobby control at times. So the fact that they can get something out of this is great, but they don't really have much to work with.
Ali needs some help. He's got a teammate behind him in the halls, but he needs help from this. It's just the vent hold for the moment, but Destiny likely needs to get activated. Otherwise, I mean, this AUG, it can do a lot of damage, but the fire rate is going to be an issue if it's all 5. In they go. Here's the move, a little bit of utility to try and provide some space. Not going to be it, and let's see what the AUG's got. 1. That's
making
it for
the
now.
call, too, that he got one down ramp, so he's got to be watching himself as he's got one rounding. Yeah, there you go. It doesn't matter how many bullets he tried to fire. In the end, it's the one from the Deagle that matters the most as they find themselves in a 2-on-3. Great damage being dealt to Woody, but at least they'll get the plan out of this.
Yeah, that's actually a great plan to have, and even maybe more kills on the card, but nice shot from Nithon holding him pinned down. 6-7, Paquetá take the lead.
One of the more promising rounds coming out from them, too, from Fluxo in the last string of rounds that we've seen Paquetá put on the board. We haven't really seen Fluxo get much map control. It's kind of like what we've been talking about there, ramp room working out nicely for them. They just catch them on an unfortunate AUG buy, like the timing of that AUG purchase. You mentioned the slow fire rate. He realizes he has to dive down as they're going for a fast play, and he can't afford to take that fight. Not successful, but there are successes in the round. Getting a couple of kills and getting the bomb planted is huge.
Spam through Yell. Really sticking up close in this, and he's going to go for the vent drop. So a little bit of a reposition here, something we haven't necessarily seen much. Player down vent, anticipating that they might dive into his position, but for now, Fluxo are going to be backed away. Looks like they might want to tango with Nithon outside again. And, well, we're going to get the wall of smoke, so Nithon potentially going to have another opportunity. It's been weird. It's been so variable behind these smokes for Fluxo, right, that you can't necessarily anticipate their pace. Here comes one, here comes two. And a third, why not?
Yeah, what are they going to do with it? This has been shut down round after round throughout this, so at least this time it looks like they're just going to allow it to be a fake. Let them feel like it's going to be a play towards Secret. They're even pinching towards ramp room. Ollie out in the open. Flashbangs don't catch him. Can only get the one. And now they can actually back off. And oh no, oh, missed shot. This is dangerous for Nithon's got to dodge their flashbangs as well. Second one catches him. And Phelps has a kill in Big Garage. And Fluxo have cracked in. They slowed things down and made it awkward.
They got all the space. History's going to get in towards heaven. These A-site players are under so much threat. They're anticipating it, but Destiny still needs to be good. And with his position, there's so much control, but there's only 25 seconds. This bomb needs to get towards the plant, and they are going to pick A. With everybody here, this is the bomb up top. Uh-oh, this could be bad. BSM drops it, and the second goes down, so now they can readjust in towards mini. And 15 seconds, there's just no time to play this patiently, to play this slow. First kill off, but the Hut player is going to get everything, and now Lucazi just doesn't have the clock. It's a disaster for Fluxo. They had all the control, but they picked the wrong site.
The mistake there was that they had those two players outside mini, and I feel like they just didn't move quick enough. They didn't give room for the players coming in from heaven to actually do anything. Both players on the A site were walking up. They even had one coming up on the underside of ladder. It felt like it put a lot of pressure on the two coming in from heaven.
Yeah, there was no like real pressure from mini, as you mentioned, to make that defender feel really nervous. And that, you never made him make the decision of which side he was going to watch, right? He was always just trained over towards heaven. And look, maybe he would have been comfortable regardless with Venom, Zera, and Hut, but man, Fluxo did a great job up until that moment of attack on the upper bomb site, and this has slipped away from them. 8 of 9 going towards Paquetá.
I guess the saving grace at this point, T-side Nuke, 6 rounds, not the worst thing in the world, but it's with what you had. Yeah. You would have expected so much more.
It's the nature of it, too, where it feels like Paquetá have been holding all the answers for the majority of this half. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, the half might switch, and Fluxo might look like the best CT side team in the world, and it might just be all over. We saw issues for Paquetá's attacking half as well before. So this is, I mean, they've done enough, but it's just very disappointing it couldn't be more.
Flip side of that coin, against Fluxo struggled on the CT side. So I don't know, like they came into this event with a pretty strong CT side, but it's been shaky given the opponents they've faced. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, they struggled against Pain, who hasn't, but a struggling match against was definitely a little bit more surprising.
Look at Ollie's down lower right off the rip. Do they anticipate that there might have been a vent drop? Whatever it is, Nithon's Johnny on the spot for the first shot, and he's going to have another attempt as well. Player up on top of the Hut. Phelps is a little bit of position, and on this crack, he's going to be able to find the kill, and that drags Venom Zera away as well. Now pressure applied, and they'll withdraw. Now they're in towards ramp.
Oh, no.
And this is going to be interesting. What do they want to do? The heaven ramp seems to be the first idea. They'll clear out hell. They could have this vision, and Venom Zera's not watching for it yet. They haven't figured out that this could be it on the timing. At some point, someone's got to snap around, but his head is down. He's a dead man.
This is so weird that they didn't even consider the possibility. They were really aware of it in the previous round, but this time, good shot from Nithon pushing into Squeaky. They're going to push out and take care of business. Nithon looking up. History peeks from below. 2-on-2 situation. Ollie's burned down to 26, and that's a big-time kill. Important kill. But Ollie's got an awkward timing. They haven't yet realized it. VSM's going to be behind the box, and Ollie might think he slipped away in towards Hut. 1-on-2. Lukowski. Oh, that was the opportunity. That was the one chance. And Fluxo grabbed one right at the end to break the momentum. They go into the half, 1 round back. And we'll be right back to see who's going to move on, or if Fluxo's going to move on to Paris.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
A 1-round lead for Paquetá. It was a late start, but a strong one once they got going on their CT side. But now they don't have much to fall back on unless they can get going early on the attack in half.
Pistol round definitely of the utmost importance for Fluxo if they want to try to close out this series and preventing it from going to map number 3. You've got the dually purchase from Woody, who's making his way towards the top side of Hut, but right now it does look like they're going to be moving over towards ramp, which means it's up to VSM to try to stop this one. He'll spot them on the initial push, and he's going to fall back down into the lower site.
So control the ramp, conceded early, but no bodies lost just yet. Destiny up the ladder. History's got 3. Can't capitalize just yet. Now they need this kill, but History's going to harass, and he slows down this take. Allows his teammates to set up a defense, and Woody and Phelps will take full advantage. So now they've rebuffed the assault. That's a nice shot from Yell, but only one before he's answered upon. They funnel on lower. A chance at a plant without a contest here. As meanwhile, Fluxo is trying to rally into the defense. Uh-oh, maybe don't want to open that door. Close it right back down, trying to set up this peek, and they've got it! The swing in, it's all on the Woody. But he's got 2 pistols, and he's got 2 targets to find. 1 for each of them. And he's going to go for the wraparound. Time enough for Paquetá. They can slow things down. They're waiting for this exact play. They're looking for it, but that won't prepare them to get shot straight in the face. And the bomb's now being committed. Ali will have this at least. Bomb money gained. But the round, that is very much in doubt. And Woody will seal the deal for Fluxo. The pop-off is there. Excitement building as they are just a few rounds away from a spot in the last ever CSGO major.
Yeah, that's not a bad. I mean, that got a little bit scrappy. History missed an opportunity coming up heaven, but that got scrappy. Good on him to go 1 for 1. It's the dualies that really saved the day. First inside the bomb site, and then obviously towards the end, a nice little clutch.
That high five almost breaking his hands, too. History came in with a furious slap. And you can see why, like, you had mentioned it.
Something about Oppers.
Heaven play, he was set up, but it was just so awkward. They head stack accidentally on the peak, too. So he's like, oh, my God, there's 3 people coming towards me.
It's also like deja vu, what we had just said previously about Fluxo, when they tried to execute that Heaven play, is like there was 4 players coming up Heaven. Like, there's no one else applying any kind of pressure. There's no one pinching that bomb site, so all attention really is focused on Heaven. A lurk came late at door, but it didn't do enough to take the pressure away, and it was a little bit late. M4 at range, that's going to be, oh, I was going to say a fun fight, but that didn't look like it was fun at all.
No, labored at best, but still a 1 for 1 at least sets up the advantage to maintain for Fluxo. Still, they get up a lot of ground. All this outside space, a little bit of a switcheroo, and the double play up secret. This could be cheeky, this could be everything, but Nithon's holding for it with the dig. Does he expect the second player? No, and he wants the gun, so this could be bad, but okay, never mind. Nithon is up to the test again and again. He rises with the deagle, and this round has been flipped on its head from a 4-on-3 to just Lukowski remaining. Around the corner he goes. And, well, he will cut the head off the snake that is Nithon, but that might be the only damage he can find. He's in the right spot. He's come back up. They're headed in towards Heaven. Do they know he's already here? That's the big question. He'll have the chance to close the gap, to close the distance, and around the corner he goes. 1 shot at this, but they're stacked up. He dodges the flashbang, and he's just given them the slip as well. Ring around the rosy. Stack them up. No way. Down.
No way. I mean, he times that climb up the vent so well. Unbelievable.
That round is so ridiculous for so many reasons.
Well, might not be traditional.
Yeah.
But it is going to be the win for Fluxo.
Yeah, it really just, I mean, these shots are insane. But, I mean, this is part of the ridiculous nature of it. And then after that, the timings in this 1v2, or 1v3, I should say. This is the first kill of it. But from here, it's just mental. Like, he finds every good timing to push forward. He gets up vent and hides behind HUD while they drop into bomb site. I'm not sure why both players dropped into the bomb site. Like, you could have easily kept one up in Heaven just to watch for any kind of a push, would have grabbed that information. The fact that both drop in, they can't grab the intel when they're both parked behind silo. It's like that could have all been prevented.
Duel outside, held at the edge of the smokes. Yell is going to be down secret. Yell is going to be down secret if he wants to, and he does not. They'll go the other way instead. Phelps 1 for 1, and Woody gone as well, but there's the stack up. There's the lineup, and it's history to take 3, and he might have entered his team's chance into history as he's improving their odds of making it to that last ever major.
He's getting shushed.
We need to. I think
shushed.
Devil Walk was asking if anyone had any advice on gags he could potentially wear to avoid it. I think we might need one for Zeus.
A muzzle. Dangerous question for the internet.
It's a very Devil Walk question.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You can understand the excitement too, because that was another 4 spy coming in from Paquetá.
I actually feel for him a little bit, because they lost the opening in Maine, but they got all the trades they wanted. One coming out Sweet Door and a good entrance coming out HUT, and like they had a good round previously. This is just like they're actually winning the game to a certain extent, like tactically with the plays they're making and in terms of their teamwork, but then you're getting these incredible individual efforts from Fluxo. First a 1v3 clutch, now history with the FAMAS coming out, grabbing 2 in HUD and grabbing a triple kill at the end of the day. Like, if it's not for these Herculean individual triple kills that we've had in these last 2 rounds, Paquetá's starting to run away with his half.
And hear the noise right now coming from the other stream as well, as things are really heating up between Complexity and MIBR, also on Nuke, currently over on the main stream.
Headed towards the close. Phelps Gonna try and close things down here outside. Nothing doing for Yell. Very limited buy into this one, but there is a rifle, so there's danger for sure. But nothing's showing just yet. They're moving in mass. This is just one amoeba looking to find some sort of a gap to slip through in towards the site. And when the smoke fades, it's a pretty good setup for Fluxo here, and they won't even wait. They won't even wait. Why not? Phelps finds Destiny. It's looking a little dire here for Paquetá. Python, next contact. All right, pistol tag. Something, at least, but they just lack the firepower to necessarily push this back, and Fluxo are happy to give them ground with a 5-on-3 advantage.
Ooh, that's a wide swing, though. Again, the opening's going in the favor of Paquetá. Oh, Fluxo's got to be careful. AK outside, ooh. Nice from VSM, stepping in with a quick tap. Another one on top of it. And 3-round lead now for Fluxo, and finally they survive with number of bodies. And it should be, well, I was going to say a reprieve, but it's not. Paquetá's going to buy up into this one. AK-47's coming on board.
The early round action is definitely looking good for Paquetá. They just can't seem to do anything past that. So they might get an opening kill or two, and then it sort of flattens out a little bit there. It's VSM who stomps them out. It was history in the past. You had that ridiculous 1v3 clutch as well. This is seeming to be a problem for them. They just cannot deal with the late round play.
With the late round play. 3-round lead for Fluxo.
And I mean, the timeout's burning here early.
Yeah, third timeout as well.
We've seen it a few times for this Paquetá team. Again, because they don't have a coach, it's not necessarily as important to hang on to them. They're just going to, you know, keep investing through here and trying to make sure that they're all on the same page, headed into what they view, and correctly, as a very critical swing. Yeah, buying some time for a conversation. I think that conversation has got to be like, the things we're doing is working. We're getting a little bit like lost after the fact. We're getting a little bit like lost in like trying to move forward and trying to press the advantage a little bit too hard. So let's keep things calm. After we get these openings that we're having success with, let's chill for a little bit perhaps. That's what I'm saying.
They have the op this time around too. It'll be in the hands of history. AKs across the board for Paquetá. Nython just sliding around on the marshmallow currently, looking for an opening outside. But Paquetá is a little bit slower than we've seen played previously in the last couple of rounds. Much more methodical style of play on the T side.
Smokes outside. On they move. It's a little bit of a deeper wall as well, so this opens up some possibilities. Things you could do. Could go for the burst in towards many. Definitely something that will need to be considered. Phelps is looking for the gap in the edge of it. There's none available. So instead, he'll hold for that mini play. And it does seem like that wants to be pressed. Is there a flashbang for this? No, not for Phelps, so he lines them up. And shish kebabs too, and that's the third kill stacked on. This is all falling apart through the smoke. Desperation here, and just one Nython remaining. And he's not going to be able to constrict anything out of this. One more kill, but that's all said and done. Fluxo, they're looking like they're in full control here in the second half. Yeah, and I mean, it was a grind to get this kind of control, right? Like, it was really, really tough and dangerous, like, early on. But, I mean, finally, that's the thing. If your Paquetá is like, his entries are great, the opening of your rounds are great, but that's only going to last so long. Eventually, Fluxo is going to have a good round and just completely put a stop to it, as they did here. So you had to take advantage of it while they had it.
Paquetá take their fourth timeout to talk things over. They understand just how closely this game is to slipping completely away from them, as Fluxo is at a very critical point on their CT side. And we've talked about the money right now. It's been kind of interesting. We really haven't seen really a full save. We've always seen at least one gun brought into play from Paquetá, and we'll see that again as they come in with the Tech 9s and armor, but no AK this time around. We've seen a hero AK once or twice surrounded by pistols, but we've seen them really leveraging off the back of a strong performance, maybe 3 kills in a round or even a plant, but it's been a while since we've seen that. A little bit of a faster play, perhaps. Utility in towards A early on, but they're not quite positioned to just sledgehammer into the site just yet. So they take a tick. There is a second salvo to toss. They wanted to try and bait out the CT utility. Not much of a flinch from Fluxo just yet. They kind of anticipated this. Now the hit's going to come through, and VSM has never flinched. He's never wavered. Full confidence here. One player's down vent, but that's already answered upon. The bomb is dropped, and this, well, it's a non-starter for Paquetá. They've got nothing to work with in this round. Just a couple cheeky pistols to try and somehow scrape out a kill, find some sort of damage, but damage is just no longer the object. You need to be winning rounds.
Python finds one. That's a start and a quick response.
This is the problem with such a close half in that first half. Paquetá gave themselves no pad when they switched over to the T side. A much harder map to play from on the T side. So as a result, Fluxo can really start to get things going, and then they feel the pressure. They felt the need to consistently force the issue. We have to force by here because we can't give them too much. We can't let them get this score too far away from us. And when they're struggling in these rounds where they even spend money and they just get nothing done, it kind of illustrates just how poorly things are going for them on their T side. It's not over yet, but it certainly feels like we're not far away from a finish here for Fluxo.
It's not over in terms of the scoreline, but now it just feels like Fluxo's like finally like kind of switched on and like plant their feet. You know, like now it's going to be hard to kind of move them out of this because the defense is starting to gain a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger. You're starting to see Fluxo be way more assertive in their fight selections. This time, instead of turning in towards mini, they're going to use the smoke wall to get over towards secret, but a slew of Molotovs to slow them down. And I think Phelps might have been able to spot that, but maybe just missed it. Certainly heard that tick of the Molotov.
Information given over. He's going to activate on the edge of it. They're ready. No, utility was out. That's a blunder for Destiny. Had no idea a player was that close. Ali's going to be able to answer it, but it's still so much information given over. And look at the player's position to respond to this lower hit. They need to go back up top. Otherwise, this could spell disaster. Paquetá are headed right into the trap, right into the lion's maw. But this lion might be getting to snappy a little bit early. Lukowski gets the info, he's got the kills, and there's Woody activated as well. It was always going to be theirs. This round, there's nothing doing for Ali. Completely disjointed from the push, 45 seconds to try and make something happen in a 1v3.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. This is his only play. Down vents, Woody's got it covered. And taking him down. Fluxo themselves 2 rounds away from Paris. Wilton just holding it in.
If you heard the noise as well in the background, that was the sound of Complexity securing their trip. After an impressive victory, they finally closed things out in their series against MIBR, 16-12. Lots of hype over there, and it feels like we're going to hear similarly loud things here from Fluxo in a minute, as they are so close to ending this series against Paquetá after an unimpressive and very frustrating series yesterday against Pain.
Well,
Fluxo is right there.
Right on the precipice. Are running out of sets of tickets to issues, so this is a precious commodity. Nice nade in early. Utility damage is punishing it. Look at this. These players are just being peppered up without a chance to shoot back. Still, Lukowski's under siege. He's under threat, and Venom's arrow will lay him low. On the edge of the smoke, a cheeky angle for Phelps, trying to work just the pixel gap, but he can't deny the bomb. He has to slow down, and they lose the lobby presence as well. So this could be Fluxo finally coming up against resistance here. Phelps won't be able to clear out Nightdawn. He's down into the dirt in history. They've got a ton of money built up, but he's still going to try and back away. In a 1v4 with the AWP, not fancying his chances.
Felt like Phelps had a bunch of opportunities to like make a play, and he never pulled the trigger. He's just like sat in that ratty little corner around the edge of the smoke and never actually did anything to impact that round or stop any of the kind of hit. But once again, Paquetá having all the entries, having the success on that hit towards the upper bomb site, that's well done. And this time at least they get to close out the round, but it's not enough to be confident that this is going to come back. This is their first round in the second half.
Just to give some context here for history, because we do have, well, for everyone available for this Fluxo side, since we might have a moment to breathe. I believe Phelps, the only member of the team who's been to a major before. Of course, for VSM, he's not had the opportunity up until last year when he finally received forgiveness. And for the rest, Woody might have.
I was going to say, Woody's the only other one I can think of. I'm going to check on it really quick.
The rest are young enough that I don't think they've had the opportunity, and I'm not sure Woody's ever been able to do so before. But so for these players, in addition to being part of the last major, it's their first time to ever write their names permanently into the history of this game.
Yeah, Woody not at all.
So
everyone, I mean, it's Zeus and it's Phelps.
They're on the precipice of the promised land, but they've stumbled just a little bit at the finish line.
Well, that last round, it was really, they threw down the mollies and Hut. You saw a smoke cancel come in, and I think they just kind of lost sight of the fact that that molly got smoked out. So they run through, and you've got that player back sight who's really trying to focus on both sides of the silos and sort of just ends up in an awkward position. really far away, can't find much cover, can't win the duel either. It was great openers, which is what we've seen from Paquetá, and here they go. Fast outside is going to be the name of the game. Will they take significant damage from the spam coming through? No, they do not.
History's down low, though.
Straight down.
History's ready to meet them with this AWP. He's got a chance. He's got the first shot hit. Now a teammate to support as well. Lukowski's here just in the nick of time, and that is a shutdown round. Map point, all but guaranteed. Series point to boot. Fluxo are 1 round away. Not quite yet. Almost 1 round away from Paris. Ali will have a chance to change this, but no, he's already been spotted. A shot missed. Uh-oh. Here's where things start to come off the rails. You're giving him a chance. You don't want to allow even the possibility. Gun, get it out. What is happening here? Phelps will set up Woody, and order will be restored. Nerves may be setting in, the moment may be getting to them, but not enough to cause a panic yet. Fluxo, they've got 6 chances at this.
6 chances, and they shouldn't even need all 6. Shouldn't even need anywhere close to it. This has been a great CT side, and now we can start to see why Fluxo picked Nuke. I mean, good on them. The first half, they kind of scraped together a couple rounds at the end, but it was that start that got them the buffer they needed. Second half has been all them. Their defense has been so strong, and Paquetá doesn't have enough answers to break through it. History, aggressive with the off. Doesn't like the door being blown open, but he'll take the advantage. He'll take the moment to peek in. He saw that jump. He wanted a little bit more. Flashbang doesn't bother him. Wanted a chance. Oh, he's sticking around. I can't believe it. He stepped forward. He's got a teammate with him as well. Good trade from Lukowski. Lobby control for Fluxo, and now they can back away.
And a little bit of time gets put into this. Paquetá staring down the prospect of elimination. They faced this possibility on the first day of competition after losing their opening match, but since then they've battled back and they've taken it so far through so many difficult games. But for them, this road may be ending. Down a player, backs against the wall, just a minute to try and solve this puzzle. And on the other side, relentless. Here holding ramp, VSM. Anywhere they turn, a potential multi-frag to shut this all down. They'll try and take some outside control, but it is slow, it is tentative, and the options are limited because there are no more smokes. So they'll attempt this, but it's risky. It leaves them very exposed. So many opportunities. They know at least the op's not in play, and that gives them some courage. A pinch in towards A. This will be 9th on spotted. Yell, drop, and this could be all over. A pinch onto Phelps, but that stalls out time for his teammates to get into the angle. Woody's ready to close. The captain may do it all himself. He's dropped down. But now it falls to VSM. The prodigy who was banned can realize the promise, and it's Lukowski to put them over the line. Fluxo are going to the final major, the Blast TV Paris major, to close out CSGO.
Yeah, and hugs all around. Zeus can finally cheer. Everyone's happy. A hard-fought first map, and tears starting to come out as well. You can understand why. Yeah, a chance to go to Paris.
I mean, for these players, a chance to be part of this game they love. For VSM, a possibility he couldn't even dare to dream until he was finally receiving that part. And now we get to see what Brazil's been talking about for so long, what every team at this tournament told us about Fluxo, that they were the one to be feared out of the domestic region.
Look, it's still not convincing, right? Like, I don't think, like, let's be real about this for a moment. It's great that they've made it, and it's going to be a first major for a lot of these guys, and obviously Zeus and Phelps returning with plenty of majors under their belt, championships under Zeus's belt, but this was not a convincing performance. This is not a performance at the RMR that's going to have anyone in Paris afraid of playing up against Fluxo. So they got some work to do before then and now, but for now at least, it is about celebrating. It is about just enjoying the moment and being proud of yourselves that you've made it to Paris. But once tomorrow comes, it's back to work.
Yeah, you got time to at least try to rectify some of the problems we saw, but the fact that they were able to punch their tickets gives them that hope for the future, and you can see it just what it means to these players and how that could potentially impact the way they prepare for Paris, as they know this is such an incredible opportunity for all of them.
Yeah, he's ready to rip his headphones off the whole time. This is the reaction, the winning moment. Yeah, it just collapsing into emotion.
Setting in.
Really want to see VSM.
And I mean, you gotta say, first time major for a lot of these players. Phelps coming back, obviously, kind of someone who was lost in the shovel of the higher echelons of Brazilian Counter-Strike. For Zeus as well, some time away from coaching, switched into streaming, into content creation, decided to come back into coaching. Got to be an emotional victory for him as well. There's a lot of reasons that these guys can be happy about what they've done here this week.
It's something they've achieved. It's something that put them over the line. And Lucauzi as well. Lucauzi in history, right? The newer additions into this roster, Phelps, Woody, VSN, they've been playing as a core for a little bit, but it's the newer additions who put them over the line in this map, in this match as well. History stepping up with that AWP massively in the last few rounds, and Lucauzi as well, constantly on the spot for these multi-kills.
And it is a disappointing end for Paquetá after a pretty impressive run at times. We saw them kind of a little bit bumpy, but they still managed to get to this point, and there was a chance for them to make it to a major. There was a chance for restoration of some of these players who have had opportunities at a high end, but we've seen them sort of fade into that Brazilian region and be forgotten about. So it is heartbreaking for them.
I think there's a lot of growth that they can take from this, perhaps into the future, right? Obviously, it's going to sting to have been so close, but they were not really tapped as a favorite heading into this at any point. Not. So it was definitely a growth point. It was definitely a period where they've shown a lot over the course of this tournament. They've shown us a whole lot about this, and
we're all giving up headsets over here. We just want to talk to Wilton. Congratulations, brother. A big victory for you guys. That's amazing.
How are you, brother?
My man, good to see you.
I'm back.
You're back, baby.
I'm back.
Back for many reasons.
Never left. Oh my God. What a life.
Same emotions as it was before?
A little bit more. When I had my little stint with Oplano, like I was just helping some guys out, no expectations. I was really retired, and it really killed me that I was the only guy that didn't make that major, and I'm the only one here now, so fuck that noise.
We're going to Paris, baby.
We're going to Paris.
Yeah, congratulations. That was a tougher match than I expected it to be for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be tough when it's a Brazilian rivalry. Paquetá was playing out of their minds through their tournaments for the level that we're playing at. We know where we are, but it's never going to be easy because it's chaotic, right? So we take leads, and then when it starts getting a little chaotic, we start losing ourselves. Even though we understand what's going on, the reactions aren't quite there yet for us, but we're getting there. We only had a 14-day boot camp in Europe, which sounds like a little bit, but when we've been practicing as much as we have in Brazil, you can update yourself quite a bit. We needed to get back to the Brazilian rhythm, as crazy as it sounds.
Yeah, you almost have to like learn how to descend down into the insanity.
Yeah, we're playing heroic phase too. Everything's going well, and then all of a sudden the chaos is back. But we're able to pull through.
One other guy who probably has an emotional qualification here would be VSM. I mean, we heard Gary kind of talk about how hard it was for him to miss majors while he was wrongfully banned, and VSM obviously banned as well for some majors. So, I mean, as you mentioned, you're with him in boot camps, with him in practice. Can you tell us anything about what this is like for him?
Hey, I mean, if they caught the images, he was crying balls out right now. It means the world to him. It's his first major. He's always dreamed of having his sticker on his golden AK because that's his boy. That's how he does things. But it's him, history. These guys, it means the world to them. Not only is it life-changing, like you're going to eternalize yourself inside the game, the last CSGO major, and you finally made it in. You're going to have a piece of history there, but also money for the families. It changes everything. It's another level, and I really miss this grassroots. So I'm super happy for these guys. I'm very emotional to be back here with them, but it's really crazy and just really cool, and so proud of them.
How hard was it to stay quiet there towards the end? Because we saw you get shushed by the admins at one point.
So crazy point, because like we see people somewhere, but apparently I was way too loud, so I can't control myself.
They even brought in reinforcements. They brought in another guy to be like, yo, bro.
Yeah, it's like, yo. I'm like, oh, they told me that I was being too loud. Not that I couldn't do it. Sorry, bro. It's like, let's go. We got it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I mean, congratulations. What's the schedule like leading into the major for you guys? You just mentioned you were in Europe for a 14-day boot camp. You got another one planned. Is that a possibility in the future?
I actually have to check and redo things because I didn't want to plan ahead for this. I know we have a tournament back in Brazil trying to qualify for Dallas, the closed qualifier.
Cool.
So we have that finishing up, and after that, probably, hell yeah, go back to Germany and boot camp another at least 13 days, something like that. We'll get really well prepared for this major. Last one, might as well make it a banger.
Cool. Well, go enjoy and celebrate with your boys.
Thank you.
We're going to get out of here, send this to a break, and I'll hit you up with a message tonight. We'll have some celebrations.
All right, let's do it.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Good seeing you guys. Glad to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. We'll see you guys again soon.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, Acor, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monesi, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had the one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosid.
I'll go for a young player again. Let's go for... I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldzera. No, it cannot be Coldzera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldzera was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Welcome back, gamers. It's the Americas, Americas RMR here in Monterrey, Mexico. We've got one more best of 3 on here on the B stream, one more best of 3 over on the A stream. It's Scrawny, it's Mousy. Launders will join us shortly.
Lousy.
And this is it, man. This is where it ends. Not only for us, as the event has now come to its conclusion, the 4th day is about to be finished. We're all going to go home. We've had a good time here in Monterrey, but there's still games to be played, and it's a very serious game, because I remember yesterday when we were watching Liquid collapse versus FURIA.
Oh, yeah.
You did kind of bring up a very sobering statement. You said, by the way, guys, there's no guarantee that Liquid actually still qualify. Now, we didn't know the draws of the teams at that moment, right? We knew still that Complexity were playing, that Fluxo were playing, that MIBR were going to have to try to duke it out today. But once the draws occurred and we saw Nouns versus Liquid, I'm sure for Liquid's sake and a lot of their fans, there was a sigh of relief.
There was a huge one, in fact. I mean, this is probably the matchup that, in some ways, Liquid feel the most confident in. It's a game that should serve them rather well, both in terms of just experience, but also I think in terms of map pool, there's kind of a lot of ways where this is just very bad for Nouns, actually. And the thing is that for Liquid, yeah, they've already missed out on the opportunity to make it to the Legend stage, but they should still continue to assert dominance in CSGO while they can. Because Nouns is a team that really are just tiers beneath them. Like, no shot, no chance should Nouns be winning this one. But it's kind of about just confidence in this for Liquid. It's about making sure that there's no question marks left at the end of this game, because through and through, comprehensively, they should be taking Nouns out. And it's, I don't know, at this point, I mean, I really just think that there's no one player that I would even say for Liquid should do the best.
No, it's just
I think they all could do. I think they all could.
They could all do it.
Somebody like Nitro pop off, very possible here.
I'm ready for it. I think that even just on an individual level, dude, El Diablo del Monterrey, that is Yakinder. He who has been smoking everybody so far at the RMR. You know, European talent brought over to Americas, basically playing Counter-Strike on easy mode as far as all the Euro nerds are concerned, and he put up the numbers that justify that statement, right? He kind of dominated. I had my questions just because we have seen some lesser performing moments from him in 2023, but damn, man, he turned it around. With the gap that exists between them and Nouns, it very well could be the Yakinder show again. As much as you are right in saying anybody from Liquid could be the hard carry today. On the other end of the server, we have Nouns. We have Cynic, who is the op, of course, and not the highest rated player. No, it's the Mexico local in Marky, who has been able to put up consistent output for this roster. Is there any way that Cynic can out-op OC? Is there any way that Marky can out-rifle the Liquid core? Is there any way Nouns can make this upset happen?
I think this is going to be more a showcase of what some of these players are capable of doing in, say, mid-round situations, see what their decision-making is in a late round, because through and through, Liquid should be covering Nouns in terms of early round options. And that's kind of where that the difference in this game is just simply going to be made. Elige, Yakindar, they're going to be running at him. They're going to take him out. But, let's just say but, there's a chance that Nouns, say, kill Yakindar. They kill Elige. And then we have to actually play out a little bit of a back and forth, see who's going to come up big for Nouns. And do I actually think that they should be winning more of those situations? No. But is it a great chance for people like B-Wills, Cynic, and Marky to show what they're made of, to show that they do have skills that actually should give them a chance to punch back? Yeah. I mean, I kind of just want to see that happen. I want to see what's cooking over there in Tier 2 North America. We covered Nouns before. They dealt with Europe pretty handily. They've also dealt with some of the Brazilian teams that were here, and I just want to see, is that deserved? Is there anything in their game plan that holds up when they face off against one of the premier teams in the world?
Yeah, definitely the premier team of the region. I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie, Maui. I think that when we saw Nouns versus Ure on Mirage, they had a huge lead at the start of that game, and it felt like they just kind of played with their lead to the point that the game collapsed around them. If they do anything like that versus Liquid, you just know that Liquid are somebody who, even more so than you are going to pounce on any mistakes, any shortcomings, any lack of confidence. Any little bit of room that Nouns offer to Liquid will be grabbed. And I'm talking both hands. I'm talking Yakinder at the front with the Liege right behind him, OC throwing flashes with the op up above. It's going to be tough, okay? This is a tough fight. but it's an NA on NA battle that we want to hype up. We see the map picks come through. Nouns on Inferno. Liquid go with Ancient. So finally, they don't go for that Nuke decision that we have seen them kind of implementing in the last few series, but we do still get it within the series if, and only if, Nouns can pick up one of the first 2 maps. This one goes to Nuke.
Yeah, so what we liked about Nouns on Inferno is their CT side is actually quite good, I think that with the pick of Ancient, that's just pure punish from Liquid. Liquid aren't really a team that play Ancient necessarily to the highest level in Tier 1 opposition, against Tier 1 opposition, but they are pretty good at it. Like, they're solid at that level. And the thing is, Nouns is quite bad even at the Tier 2 level on Ancient.
Okay.
They really don't actually know what's going on necessarily in mid-rounds, how they should be rotating, all their options. And so Liquid should just piece them apart on that. For Nouns to give us any reason to believe that they can really just do damage, it just has to be on Inferno. Because I'm going to be real, Ancient's going to be a slaughter.
A slaughter.
I would be surprised if Nouns get more than 6 rounds on that map.
Damn.
And but Inferno, I think that could be a slightly closer affair. I would give Nouns, say, 9 rounds.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do a little fly through the map. We'll get ready as this one is about to begin. It is Nouns and Liquid with 1 spot between the 2 teams for a place at the Blast Paris Major. To think that Liquid wouldn't be there seems impossible. And yet it's the NA RMR, where anything is indeed possible. Liquid ready to dispatch of their NA counterparts in Nouns. I think that yesterday when the draws were done, all of a sudden Team Liquid could just kind of sigh a slight bit of relief because Nouns, in comparison to, say, MIBR or Complexity or Fluxo, probably don't scare Liquid nearly as much, but sometimes it's when you write people off too soon that you do get caught off guard. I'm not saying this one's going to be easy for Nouns, but I'm just saying they've got nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. It's full steam ahead for the Nouns on the CT side, as Liquid have to prove their mettle on Inferno.
And we saw Liquid fall apart yesterday, right? So that is
Collapse.
relevant. Like they did fall apart yesterday versus FURIA. They definitely got tilted visibly a couple of times. So we're gonna see if Nouns can tilt them. That's step number 1.
Who do you think would tilt?
Who do you think would tilt? Probably a Liege.
Okay.
It's most known for tilting.
Well,
He
it can't be
got
tilted
pretty
if all
angry
goes well.
yesterday.
Nitro with the jumping headshot. Ooh!
You think they're gonna tilt?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so.
What would you put the percentage chance of Liquid tilting?
30.
Ooh, that high?
It's yeah.
Oh no.
The thing is, I think they tilted a lot during
Even in
most of
wins?
their games. Yeah. I don't think that's unrealistic personally. Seen a lot of tilt over the years.
I'd give it 8% for Liquid in this one. Less than 1 in 10 times are they tilting in this matchup. Because I don't think Nouns will give them any reason to tilt.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, Maui.
I never took away his opinion.
I think Marky's going to tilt them.
I think Marky's the one guy that could.
You guys don't? Yeah. I was going to say, Marky's rifling or Cynic's opping. I don't know. Cynic kind of blew me away round to round.
This would be a nice test for Cynic.
Both of them.
Yeah. No, like, so Marky, like, at least it's like Cynic sort of like emergent, but Marky, I know he believes in himself, and even in games like this. But I think Cynic has shown some really good maps, and this would be the toughest opponent to have good maps against. So I think that's where it would be cool to watch him, because we saw him on Inferno have some great rounds.
Yeah. I mean, we also have to remember that Liquid versus Nouns happened at the Showdown, like less than 2 weeks ago, right?
And how did that go?
Well, Liquid did defeat Nouns pretty convincingly, but I would say that Cynic also showcased that his op did stop Liquid a couple of rounds within that mix. So
he got a lot of kills.
You've got game tape. You got time to improve. We always say that the loser benefits most in the rematch, right?
That's true. Yeah, that is definitely true. I actually wholly subscribe to that idea. And because I think this round is more or less covered, let's unpack that. I think the one interesting thing left in this round is do Nouns even find a kill? But yeah, when you're the loser in a rematch the first time, you obviously are going to be coming back into it with the mentality of, I made these mistakes, I had these little errors, and so I'm going to play better the next time I'm faced with these sort of circumstances. And so,
oh my God.
Yeah, they barely took any damage once again. But if you're the winners, you're going to let your guard up a little bit. You're going to let your guard down, that is. You're going to actually probably relax. You think that whatever you did last time is fine. And so for Nouns, yeah, they actually are going to look back at that game, look back at the demo, say, these are all these errors I made. They're magnified because I lost. And if you won, you may have made errors, but because you won, it's a lot easier to shrug those off at the end of the day.
That's a very sensible way to look at things. And it passes the vibe check for sure. Yukinder, oh, he's very close to this. Oy, oy, oy. They were actually readying a flash. It ends up working a little bit too well. Blinds 2 people, one of them included. And now CJ is the sole member of Nouns on the A site. He's got a USP. And Liquid are hungry for these ecos, especially Yukinder.
Yeah, Yukinder thrives on these ones. It's his soul food. But Nitro's going to take it away through the smoke. And just B-Wills and Carson left over, both emerging from smoke grenades on this side of Arch. Will Yukinder die? Yes. Yes, he will. Will OC? No. No, he won't. Holds off with the Galil, keeps 4 up here for Liquid. Clean, convincing, easy 3-0 start.
I think the real question for me in this game is how many kills does Yukinder get? I'm going to say 24.
Okay, I'm going to go 25.
And I will choose 23.
I'll actually. Jeez, why surround me?
Why are you surprised that this has been happening for 4 days?
But have you ever even won with this strategy?
Well, he did on the nuke round.
That one nuke round where he said two.
The way he says it doesn't mean that it's not right. It was in bad faith.
Guns up, baby. Let's see it, Carson. One of the guys who falls under the magnifying glass of scrutiny when it comes to Nouns. He puts a Molotov ahead of the smoke thrown out by B-Wills. So a little util here to try and keep Liquid off of the banana play, but Yakinder's not afraid of you. I think that's going to be the reality that Nouns will feel every round of this series. Yakinder fears no man from NA. Flashes up into the bracket. We've got Marky and we've got Cynic. These are the two hard hitters of Nouns, ready for an A hit. OC waits with bomb top mid, and a re-aggression towards Banana elicits another piece of utility out of Nouns. A smoke to hold them off at 50 seconds, but everybody's coming.
Carson actually has one more smoke in the site. That might be the difference maker here, and maybe Nouns can construct a hold with it.
We'll see. I'm feeling a little bit of Mouse versus FaZe energy in this moment where they're going to come through this smoke, and it is going to be a pure 2v5 right here. But they're also not going to be watching their smoke. Carson's going to be using this to, you know, bridge this between him and Emo Pillar. And we'll see about the attack. Flash goes up. Carson, I think he kind of eats it.
Yeah, uses his smoke in front of him as opposed to stopping the hit. 8 seconds though. Ooh, the pressure's on. The bomb's
they
dropped.
gotta pick it up.
They don't get it. They didn't get it.
Oh,
they missed it.
It up.
CJ to King.
Wow.
Through the CT smoke. Nouns keep 4 alive by just denying plant.
All the way away.
Likelihood to tilt, 12%.
12%. It's slightly more now.
That's going to be one of those rounds for Liquid where they know they did just about everything right, but just a little bit slow. Just that's the only thing. They had all the map control that they should have wanted. And for Nouns, though, they're going to actually kick things off with a victory on their first gun round.
This is why it could be tilting, because they still have expectations for how they want to win this game, right? 16-14 isn't good enough. 16-10 isn't good enough. Losing by time is not good enough. You know,
okay, Blade.
They're thinking about the major ahead. They can't be making these mistakes.
That's true. That is true.
Complexity weren't making those mistakes.
Complexity weren't making those mistakes at all, Maui.
Complexity are arguably the best NA team because they're the only one to qualify for the major.
As of right now, that is a fact.
I'm all about recency bias. I'm all about not waiting for all the votes to come in. Stop the count.
Memory short, money long.
Smoke towards arch side. Naf sizing up Boiler. CJ playing counter flash. Ooh, B-Wills. Damn, yeah,
he just clipped him.
Yeah, he tries to step out into the bomb site and catches Yakinder from the corner. Yakinder's not afraid to just take that peek, wait for you to try to make something happen. Carson up on top of Oranges. Clean frag versus Elige. We've got to give him that one. Poor guy has no support, though. So as Naf and OC combine for kills on both sides of the map, that is Naf with 2 frags dying out to CJ. He who stopped the bomb last round is not there at the B site to do it twice.
Okay. Who do you think is the angriest?
On what team?
Like, not tilted, though, but like angry in a way that they're like, they're going to come for this the hardest.
Yakinder.
On Liquid.
Yakinder.
Yakinder, okay.
Yakinder is the angriest. Yakinder is mad that he's even here right now. I think Yakinder thought he should be playing for the Legends match right now, as did probably most people on Liquid, but some of them are just so okay with being like, you know what, that's okay, we'll get him next time, or type of deal.
Who do you think's the most numb?
The most numb?
Mm-hmm.
Besides Nafly?
Yeah.
I think it is Naf.
Then it's, besides Nafly, it's OC.
I was going to say Nitro.
Oh, Nitro, actually.
Nitro
that's a good
It's
answer.
kind of numb,
Nitro
huh?
for sure.
Kind of a scary how there's 3.
I think it could be Daps, actually.
Damn. 4 out of 7. Wait, 4 out of, yeah. Okay, that is...
There's only 6.
All right.
Hey, Joka Steve counts.
Hey, there's about to be 2, so get out of here. See, I think that Liquid are actually the team that would suffer the most from getting directly to the Legend stage. That's not cope, hear me out. I think that they really would benefit in terms of having a deeper run to go through the challengers first. And I think if they're, let's say they're bound for playoffs, I think they have a higher likelihood of getting to playoffs starting in challengers.
Yeah, I think
but the problem is, of course, is the stacked challenger problem right now.
Yeah, I think we do need to talk to the audience a little bit about what that even means, because it does seem counterintuitive to say starting with a chance to lose earlier in a tournament actually helps you, which like usually if you just start deeper in a tournament, you should go deeper in the tournament, but it's actually not necessarily as obvious as that. Like,
yeah, because some teams have rust to shake off of. Some teams suffer terminally from slow starts, and you see teams that powered up all the way through challengers, for example, at Rio, like Mouse, like Cloud9,
like Outsiders.
Like Outsiders, and they really benefited from playing all of those games. And you look at their performance and think, if they started in Legends and had any of that rough around the edges gameplay, they would have just got knocked out within a few rounds. So
I think Outsiders is the best example, because ever since that event where they had literally weeks of gameplay to gear up for a finals, we've seen them just falter and falter. And James in a most recent interview even said, when we show up to events, something's not clicking. We don't know what it is. We can't identify it. They fall out of, playoffs for Pro League after taking a little break between their groups and returning to action. They're gone at the RMR.
You can just say Chiron. It's fine. Like, it's fine. The org said it already, so we can just say that. Chiron was obviously a hindrance to the team chemistry. Marky, though, okay, we want to see him come alive, and the spray is good enough to take down Nafly. Okay, 2-man advantage for Nouns. This is the best position we've seen them in for some time, and it actually gets better. 4v2 now, 4v1, as Yukinder is a lone player left, and he is not able to connect. The single kill for him, and Nouns actually fending off the A hit from Liquid.
Yeah, that's Marky up in apps.
Yeah, the spray didn't look good at first, but Marky is very good with his mechanics. And I mean, coming out with that spray, he didn't make that look panicked at all. I think he just actually handled it by the end of it, and he absolutely needed to get the kill in halls. It's so often these days that the A-side hit is accompanied by one person in halls delaying their lurkout. And if they die in that spot, well, it's similar like having your Palace pusher, having a Palace push come out on Mirage at the same time as an A hit, and how weak the attack becomes if you lose that spot. So imperative he gets his frag. Certainly has a hand in the outcome of the rounds, but the money is still good here for Liquid.
Going to smoke that CT cross and just look for another clean entry. Yukinder's gotten it before. He'll gun for it again.
And Yukinder's actually probably pretty mad from the showdown, because even though they won, he wasn't having like an outstanding performance last time, but now he's on 0 ping.
Burned out though. B-Will's looking for the next fight, trying to retreat back through smoke, gets away with it. He'll fire some shots off. Cynic and B-Wills through smoke on both sides of the bomb site. From a 4v4 to a 4v2, lining up shots, knocking down Liquid, and trying to put up a CT round here. We've got Naf giving cover to Osi as bomb is indeed planted. More than one body, though, coming through construction, and Osi takes a point-blank angle to try and hold them both off. B-Wills and Cynic ready for the fight. Osi sees the shadow, wins no duel, and now Naf is in a tough spot, caught with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and giving Nouns back-to-back CT round wins with a comfortable amount of players alive. This CT side is starting.
It is starting. I can't believe how many kills they're getting through the CT smoke on these site hits, but they are doing a good job of identifying exactly where the pathing's going. Of course, there's going to be some luck involved with whether or not you get damage off or a kill, but 2 frags, I believe, through the smoke and CT spawn.
Okay, we're actually going to see Liquid just go for the half buy here, and Nouns can build something off of this for sure. Not even that much utility for Liquid. And yeah, I wasn't gonna say that Inferno was gonna be a blowout or anything. I mean, I technically pinned it at 16-9, and it's kind of been off the back of some decent CT sides that I've really been liking Nouns' Inferno. I think we've seen just kind of a variety of plays from them, willingness to play on the site, off the site, and just that sort of diversity keeps Liquid guessing. If it were a steady diet, you know that Liquid would just find the appropriate response to focus their attack on, but because Nouns seem actually quite flexible on this map. It's actually going to be a little bit tougher for Liquid.
Pulling off some crazy stunts here when it matters the most. Cynic about to lay down a defensive smoke when the pop comes out.
Guns back up and ready. Nitro does get one, but we've got a couple bodies down here in the pit with the bomb on the ground.
Yeah, they're so well fortified.
Far too tough to unroot this one. CJ with 2 more frags, and Yakinder can take that AK into the next round if he just concedes this one. Give it up, my friend. It's over. Nouns tie this game. 4 rounds each.
Yeah, very solid. And I mean, you know, there are situations where Nouns aren't playing double pit like this to start things off, and that's where the Halls Pops can really punish them at the showdown. That was something that did happen. So right here, it's a gamble call for Liquid to try it in this situation, and it doesn't pay off. Doesn't mean it was the wrong idea. They also didn't have that much to work with, but a really good sign for Nouns. I mean, imagine the energy if Nouns win a map in this series, you know, regardless of if they even win the series or something crazy like that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they win a map in this series, then we're just going to regret not sending more America's teams to the Legends spots at Rio. That seems to be the biggest takeaway for me, because it feels like if there were one more spot, then it would be Nouns, MIBR fighting for that. Like, we're really hurting.
He means if we still had our 6th major spot.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah. If we had 6 major spots still in the Americas regions, think of who could have actually slotted in there and had their dreams come true. And I think that, to me, those teams are definitely just Nouns and MIBR and Imperial. Like, those were, I mean, just basically based off of this hypothetical that Nouns can take a map off Liquid, though.
A lot could come of it. But I think then it would be fair to say, though, at least they would be tilted for sure, right? If they lost one map even.
That's true. The tilt would be there for sure.
They would be there, yeah. You can activate that bonus for Nouns if they can pull it off. Cynic. He's got his eyes peeled here with the op. See if they jump across. Yeah. Oh, shot goes between them.
Met by smoke,
wow,
dude.
I mean, they actually did run into a 3-player stack, though, full on with Cynic's rotation in the right place, right time. They'll turn away. It's still early in the rounds, and they actually have retained 3 smokes, so that was nothing of a full exec.
CJ has no utility to hold off the brackets hit. He has been good for multi-kills with the guns, but here comes the pressure. He's just going to keep it tucked. Oh, good coverage from Nitro. Almost caught him, cost him Yakinder. Cynic won't see anything. And so all of a sudden, Marky has a world of pressure on his shoulders, gets the first versus Nitro, then exposed to 3 Ts though. Liquid playing tethered very nicely, trade efficiently into the bomb site, get themselves a comfortable plant, and all of a sudden Nouns faced with a save. So good job at maybe cooling off the initial banana hit, but maybe they used too many nades on that side of the map so that there weren't any on A. Maybe that preoccupied too many players and Liquid sensed the opening. All in all, Liquid cleared out those corners on the A site, only losing 1.
See, it looked like a big dump of utility from Nouns there when Liquid were facing them off at that mouth of the site. But think of the competition that Nouns is usually facing off against. They're not really going for those kinds of pump fakes. And so it makes sense that Nouns are just going so deep and so heavy on that hold. Like, they think that that is the real deal. But Liquid are a team that can actually pump the brakes. They can say, all right, cancel, and then they just fall back. Shows just the difference in kind of the competition here.
Yeah, and you could tell the exec was coming because they full committed the swing across banana, and then I think, you know, hearing the op, they're like, okay, let's see if we can punish Cynic here. If he's going to read that we stick around, and that wasn't the case. Liquid had so much left over. Now it's probably read that they used a little bit more utility than they did, but they were fully comfortable to go back to A with enough time to spare and put all that pressure down on Marky and CJ, I believe, who was there. Playing underneath the porch by himself. Got a snail crawl here to top car. Cynic, like Deja Vu, is sitting on this exact same angle, and it looks like they're about to dry run the strat one more time.
On scopes though, flash back, they pounce very quickly, swiftly. Cynic has no angle, no vision, And we've seen multiple hits here on the B site end up getting punished by smoke spam, but there's no rifles here to really do that. Yakinder decides he wants a fight on the other side of that smoke.
The fact that he even stayed after that shot.
I know.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Keeps this one alive for a little longer. CTs have a chance at the retake if they want to run it.
They got a lot of utility.
Yeah, but they're also met by a molly on the cross.
And that's a horrible smoke. That might bait him into thinking that they've covered that angle. If they run on forward, this is just going to be free pickings for NAF.
And more smokes come down as the CTs do start to invest the util for the retake. Marky catching Nitro on the backside. Good flash, but OC regains vision, and he's got NAF for the assistance. Elige with the double kill ends it then and there. 6 to Team Liquid with 2 alive. Just a smooth execution into the B site. Cynic, unfortunately, Op doesn't get anything done, and the riflers aren't there to spam, which was the saving grace for Nouns in previous rounds.
They did just go forward with the exact same play. I think once again, they were just like, all right, let's just make the execution a little cleaner. And they had Carson blind as a bat there on oranges for that entirety, for the entirety of that exec. He couldn't even tuck, had no idea where he was, couldn't tell up from down. So first time out here will be called for Nouns. And it's a round that they're calling a timeout on where they can certainly buy. It's, you know, CJ and Cynic don't have enough money to put together a rifle for themselves, but there could actually be an op dropped along with 2 MP9s and 2 rifles if they'd like to all get utility in this position. And it seems like we've got a similar buy coming out as imagined. No op though, so go forward with 3 rifles.
Pretty crazy for Yakinder to fly through smoke like that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to ego them for sometimes. I think he...
That's fair.
I mean, to be fair to him, it's like...
Why not?
He would do it versus anybody he thinks he's better than, or you know, whatever it is. So it's not like it's personal, but I think it's pretty important for Yakinder's play style that he's able to feel confident doing that basically all the time.
Well, if there's anywhere he should be confident, you feel like it is the Americas RMR.
No offense.
None taken.
Really standard setup for Nouns in this one. They've got B wheels on Carson this time at B. Cynic just playing to lock down the speedway. And I like that Liquid's approach has been really lurk light. Like they're pretty much 5-manning everywhere because they know if they just gather and hit, like why would they not win? So trying to reduce variance in kind of these mid-round default situations. And once again, it seems like Liquid, they've faced off against some utility that they don't really like the look of, but Elige still is able to find a kill from Cynic, who just seemed to be pushing through that smoke there.
He flashed it. He tried to flash himself out.
Yeah.
But Elige had full vision, and Marky's not going to stuff NAF in the apartments like the last time the A-site defense held. CJ with an MP9, too many bodies to shoot back, unfortunately for him, so it is another Liquid carving through the A-site, slicing it like turkey.
Yeah, that was a little scrimmy from Cynic. I feel like he right-clicked his own flash inside of Library, which would have been heard if they were walking along Library. Also was hoping that they're doing the R-trap incorrectly in the sense that like they're not holding back for someone to push through CT or Library. But he did sense the danger in, you know, his two teammates alone on the A site getting blocked off. That's obviously not the adjustment you would normally see, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And Liquid, they throw the R-trap smokes just to get the attention of the CTs to look in that direction, but they actually go back to lane and put pressure on there from lane and halls.
They try to take the guns away at the very end, but B-Wills does a good job at preserving what he's got into the next round. As for the rest of Nouns, it's an okay buy. That's how I'm going to grade it. And yeah, when Liquid are able to just pump the brakes on the initial counter utility from Nouns, then they're able to just piece them apart. And you can definitely see the difference there in experience and also just protocols. Another pause, we're seeing Corey getting involved on the microphone.
You were having breakfast, or at least a coffee, with Semphis this morning, Maui Snake. Any tidbits of information that he was sharing, or anything you want to...
Just talking about food the whole time?
Any insight?
Macros?
Yeah, a bit of that, actually. But no, mostly, actually, I mean, we talked a lot about this tournament, just how it looks from the outside, and, like, really just how it feels to be playing in it and everything. I think really what Semphis was great at really relaying to me is that in these kind of moments, you know, we saw some pauses from Nouns before, and he's not talking, and sometimes he is, and like his contributions to this team are sometimes just kind of recognizing that here's a suggestion for you guys, and you know, sometimes they go for it and sometimes they don't. Like the way that he's controlling this team as a coach is not like with an iron fist. That's how I'm gonna put it. Like he's not Blade.
He's not a czar.
No, he's definitely not. He's not some kind of authoritative figure. He's just kind of nudging them into a lot of general directions. He does help them a lot with prep, with maps and everything like that, figuring out what they need to work on. It comes a lot kind of outside the server.
Right.
And it's not always the mid-game adjustments that he's really feeling like he's finding the most impact. Just making sure they stay on track when they're prepping for everything. But
attack will pendulum around back from B towards the A site. Now they still are inside of bracket right now. CJ, he's very alone at the moment. So the flash comes through and he'll source a kill. That's not too bad.
Smoke on the site makes things a little bit weird for the short wrap. Marky's 5-7, hoping for a victim. M4 behind him. Ooh, clean from Marky. Nice 5-7 headshot, still Cynic unrevealed. Naf toying with the exit. But they're waiting here, and they do still have a few extra seconds to play off. As Carson starts to regain vision on mid, here comes OC clearing Cynic out of the site. Bomb dropped, A4 firing, and B-Wills has vision of the bomb. There we go.
Yes, go get it.
Keeps him off it. Naf is gonna go ahead and recover it. B-Wills can't spam through to find him. Just a couple seconds here for Naf to plant. It's a 1v1 where B-Wills has no vision and therefore loses track of Naf. But the health advantage, guys, that should be enough, right?
Yeah, the thing is that maybe B-Wills didn't run that because he doesn't know that Naf only has 5 HP. And now he's given Naf time to wrap all the way around through halls, and so Naf might take speed here and have some aggressive angle, of course. He's going for one of the most natural positions that you're going to start clearing lane from on the opposite side of default, and B-Wills has to figure this out, but he's so convinced that Naf is in the site. Tap comes down.
Ready for the short peek, but
he
Naf's,
can take a peek at the
reposition.
bomb.
That's it.
Oh,
the reposition kills him. B-Wills haunted by the idea of Nafly being in one of those corners. The smoke gives Naf the shroud he needs to disappear in that clutch.
That was a spot where actually, you know, if B-Wills spams where the bomb was, that round is over, right?
Yeah.
From Arch, but I don't know if he got any information on HP right there.
Yeah, really tough for B-Wills there. I have to assume he didn't, because I think he would have played that a lot differently.
I would have come flying through that smoke, man.
If I knew what we knew, I would have just shot him through the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously he didn't.
I would have been running, shooting, and screaming all at the same time.
Okay. Yakindar running and shooting right now. He doesn't even fire a bullet actually just yet, but
he's running all right.
He's already got a lot of space, and you know he just wants every fight.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna get one. Carson's pistol finds its home. Elige nearly traded back by B-Wills, who has a smoke to slow it off.
This is nice, actually.
Yeah.
But, he's gonna get spotted. Wow, OC, leave it to him to be careful.
He could barely see that.
Yeah, seriously.
Do you guys like the little bit of, you know, the cautionary style that OC brings to the Liquid?
I think he's a smart player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With OC in this matchup, he's just faced players like this more recently. So he actually knows that everything can happen, and
OC is a face-it demon.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's competed against these guys pretty much like 3 years ago. I mean, not that long. Cynic, a nice shot onto OC, but that's probably going to be the last frag for Nouns in this one. As Marky's just kind of hanging out in the apps, and Liquid will put themselves on a 9th. It's getting pretty convincing.
Convincing indeed, but at the same time, it's not like we're getting some crazy, massive Yakinder, you know, bomb. We're not getting Elige with 20 kills in this half. It's just all of the Liquid guys getting their kills. Everybody's pretty clean, between 7 and 9 frags for all 5 members.
I think that Nouns are really respectable in their arena, and that arena is sort of a semi-passive setups on A site and B site on this map. And I think that's they show, you know, good prowess individually in a few different spots, but ultimately there's not much. They're not that dynamic. There's not that much aggression. That there's not that many tempo switches, and I think that's the thing that Liquid are most scared of, is that they mess up one of their site execs, and Nouns have a strong crossfire with a couple of good aimers, but I don't think they feel like a scary team to play against right now.
No, and it's also, I mean, I think that one thing that is nice for Nouns in this, that you pointed out, Scrawny, just the way that it's kind of been a team effort in terms of kill distribution for Liquid. And that is actually a testament to how Nouns, I mean, they're holding their own. They're not letting Liquid players just multi-frag them out of a round. It's been these nice conversions onto bomb site, the crunch onto A. It's always been people trading off of each other because nobody from Liquid can actually just manhandle them. The skill disparity between Nouns and Liquid is a lot closer than people may think.
Nitro's gonna offset the crosshair, so Marky's only getting one here. Naf, pushes CJ back. B-Wheels catches OC on mid-bracket. We got man advantage for Nouns at least. Shooting for a 5th on the CT side, but bomb will go down, which means retake needed. Now, there's a ton of utility for this.
Oh, yeah. The extra smoke is really nice on Moto, but there's 3 Molotovs here for Nouns to try to take over the site, but they've got to organize around lane. And that's going to push them out of actually a couple of mollies they can use. So I think they're going to do big pit, then they're going to try to start moving up. I'm not sure they'll get them all out.
Tease throw out all the nades they have left. Delige pelted by the util damage. Suddenly, Yakinder's left on an aisle, trying to hold off on Moto. Naf eats the flash. Yakinder's position known. The spray is good for 2. And Nouns jump on bomb with enough time to walk away with a 5th round win.
Man, I love that. Actually, the communication right there was double up the incendiaries inside a big pit with an HE, so that even if someone tries to run, there's a chance they just simply die from all the impact at once. So not just to use that molly as a zoning molly. And it was a good way to make use of what I felt like was an extra molly from that position. If they wanted the other ones to line up from Arch, that made more sense. But with the extra Moto smoke coming in, they had to make up something new. So a really solid retake.
Gotta give Nouns just credit for that one. Yeah, it was a really great team effort. Just well constructed. Utility towards Banana early, but yeah, like you've been saying, Launders, I mean, Nouns, they really are they're so willing to just fall back into these pretty passive setups. It's why they were actually able to beat Ur so handily, because Ur had so much difficulty execing, but in Liquid exec, it is hard to hold your ground. Wow, discipline from Yukindar. Definitely could have beat that smoke.
Yeah, that one definitely went deep. Doesn't come out in front of it.
Oh, and they're just gonna do the nade shuffle for Carson. This is actually a really cool read from Nouns.
Good call. Leave the nades to deal with the banana presence. Put Cynic on his A4 into the A site.
Okay.
But there's still time to rock it back again.
Yeah, I was thinking this banana control was just too free. I mean, there's not even retake grenades on top banana. So late mollies actually could be nice to try to get a tag off on it, but it's free-handed. Yakinder can stand here at car. They don't even have to smoke it out. And I think at this point, Nouns are just feeling pretty good that it's going to be the A site.
When in reality, here it comes. Carson, good flash, but Elige not blinded by it. Stuns the other Liquid players. Just unfortunate that Nouns for a portion of that round did have the read, moved it correctly, but then just kind of stagnated as Liquid kept it a bit more dynamic. Carson didn't drop the Molotov when he saw the exec. He throws it preemptively, so then they just get through smooth. It's a 4-man retake in the final round of Nouns CT half. Nap just gonna keep it behind the car. Mo's down 2, and Elige at bat next. Cynic knows this is a tough one. Picks up a smoke at least off the dead body, so he's gonna try to keep the hopes alive. That smoke on CT cross perhaps, or maybe they save it for bomb.
Oh, the boost.
Yeah, that's just gonna end this, no doubt. OC from down beneath means Yakinder not even needed. Nitro's gonna be the guy to seal the deal. It's double digits to the T side for Liquid as they dispatch of Nouns on Inferno quite swiftly.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Nouns trying to flaunt a little promise, but at the end of the day, it's all of Liquid's players who have shown up as they will fight for their spot in Paris, and a fight that right now is pretty lopsided. 10 rounds on the T side of Inferno, map choice of Nouns, and we can see by the Unicorn odds 12-1 that everybody's confident Liquid closed this. We're still waiting for like a star-studded performance out of somebody on Nouns to maybe upend our expectations, but it's not coming from Cynic's Op, it's not coming from Marky's Rifle. In fact, both of them are being outperformed by CJ and B-Wills, and those are guys we didn't even really talk about in the pre-show.
Yeah, not quite, yeah, right. Okay, and you can Derek Gush through the steps. Through the steps, into the head of Marky, donked. Least fun way to start a pistol round right there.
I think it's worth noting that Liquid in that first half did pick T-side, and this is probably a position for Nouns where they had more of a game plan for T. They probably thought they were going to have to play all 15 here, and so I'm not actually going to rule out a mini comeback here, a cosmetic comeback, and again, just kind of sticking with where
cosmetic the same way saying fake.
Just on the scoreboard it is, but it's not a true comeback in that it truly materialized.
It's surface level.
Gotcha.
Gotcha games.
All right, let's take a look. A pistol would help.
Damn right it would.
A pistol would help, so.
But that third CT moves
but let's
over.
check out those dualies from Nitro, huh?
He's ready, he's waiting. They're all right above him. Ooh, OC. Takes out the smoke.
Oh,
Elige and Yakinder kill a piece. Ooh, Nitro doesn't get spotted. Far too easy there. They tried to press through, and at the same time that Yakinder dropped the bomb in the back, so even if anything did go swimmingly on the front end of the hit, it was the back end that had already sunk the ship.
Yeah, you really pressured Efren to change the camera there.
Yeah, don't pressure Efren
I
like
just
that.
meant like mentally.
Efren,
No,
you do
I wasn't
you.
even I wasn't even beckoning on the on Efren to make the change. I'm sorry.
Shouts out Efren, observing this one.
Yeah.
Efren low-key CSGO observer goat, dude.
I mean, let's figuratively check out Nitro at the dualies. That's what I meant.
Low-key go, yeah. He's got the Antwerp Major underneath his belt. You know, I think you don't hear Efren's name too often, but he's actually spectated. He's observed a lot of big CSGO events.
I think Efren's great, but low-key GOAT is just a weird way to describe anything.
Well, don't worry about it.
Okay, Yakindar. Low-key entry GOAT. See how that sounds? What's a low-key GOAT? Oh, flash forward. Gonna not actually blind Nitro in the back. He's too quick with it. He's the low-key GOAT.
I think, okay, dude. Low-key GOAT because Efren has no ego. He has no ego.
You could say he's a humble king.
All right, there. That's a better usage. You're right, Maui Snake. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
Well, it feels that way.
Oh, he's a bully.
I'm just saying.
That's why you're the low-key GOAT, Connor.
Thanks, man.
Elige might be the high-key NA GOAT. Or is it Twist? Who's the low-key NA GOAT?
Man, they're not giving him anything to shoot at. Marquis, CJ, they just wanna, but they can't. And now as he walks away, Elige is gonna start wrapping down Banana. That's what CJ was waiting for. How long did CJ wait for something to happen on Banana, only to finally start to move bomb at A, and that's when Elige is like...
Many moons. Yeah, as if he was just sitting at logs the whole time or
I
something.
feel bad for CJ.
That's so low-key annoying.
Oh, okay, we need to stop now.
High-key? Oh, I love this play from Yakindar, though. Like, I mean, T side, you know, they know you're coming, but when you're on CT pushing like that, it's just annoying. It is just frustrating to be in the server against.
Yeah, there are levels. Okay, let's see if Liquid can just fully shrink the map now.
Smother him.
Nouns know what it is when you have the pistols on T side. You got to respectfully work back map control. Cynic with the best gun here on the round for Nouns, but it is just a Galil. OC goes underneath his crosshairs.
OC was just wide swung there.
Yeah.
He's just in the open.
He's ready for that mentally, even if he wasn't looking in the right direction.
You can see the comfort and the confidence boiling over from Liquid. Not afraid of anything.
Obviously a win condition there for Nouns is just to be the very minimum one bulleting people.
Not a lot to ask.
Yeah.
MP9 in the corner. Gonna make a little bit more money? No.
Wow, one
There's
bulleted.
the Deagle. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But Marquis into the MP9 just gets chopped down by Nitro. 14-9.
Oh.
Carson will catch Yakinder trying to pressure mid because Yakinder just wants to go. But he has to watch from the sidelines as the last kill trickles through.
Brum, brum, brum.
Not bad. You got a turbo on that baddie?
I don't know how that sounds, because I don't... How about next time you see Yakinder running forward, you just do that?
That would be pretty good.
Yeah, it would be actually pretty fun. Oh, he's actually gonna...
I thought Monster Truck sounded more gnarly than that, though.
Yeah. Smoke at the front of Banana. They're still held off. Not fighting too hard for it. And immediately pulling back here now. So they're going to go hit that A site, huh? Right out the gate. Feign a little Banana presence. Just group up, clump up, hit it as a
we
pack.
should look at OC here.
Efren knows.
Falls off the bars.
Oh, I thought he was going to stay up there, you know, wanting to eat.
Thought so too, but
oh,
what's that?
Oh, that's a friendly dink.
Yikes.
Which is an oxymoron, because they're never friendly.
Naf slides away from his position as well. So not only does OC fall back, then Naf,
Oh,
the AUG. Not quite his ally. CJ double headshot. Here we go.
They're saving.
They're trying their damnedest to get in. They will find it. So just a squeeze slowly into A. They gave the fights to Liquid, but Liquid dropped the ball.
Is that a real peak?
I think, wait, which
What
one?
Naf
You mean like the
did?
crouch walk,
The
AUG
crouch
scope?
walk, AUG scope? Is that a real peak?
No, because that brick was in the way.
I don't
that
think
one
that's a real
lonely
peak.
brick really blocked his line of vision.
I don't really see that very often, if ever, for probably that reason.
I think OC should have stayed in the treehouse.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see him on the monkey bars. Say, king of the castle, king of the castle.
You'll never catch me.
My wife.
My wife. Major spot on the line.
Nouns with 6. Cool to see CJ having a good little showing, you know?
Yeah.
It's been around a long time. We talk about Marky kind of being the guy who stuck around, but I feel like CJ was just not as good.
He wasn't.
And so people don't talk about him as much.
That's fair to say.
He's trying, dude. It's his last chance for CSGO majors.
I think when you look at the players, though, on Nouns, you do see a lot of guys with untapped potential, and it's more or less because they just never really found a home on those higher-level teams to gain that experience and wealth of knowledge that was passed down through a pretty thin lineage. There weren't many people that were willing to give that away.
Most players, I just want to piggyback off that, most players need a good team to look good. And that doesn't mean that they're being carried. It's just that, you know, if most players aren't going to be star offers, it doesn't mean that they can't be incredibly valuable in their roles. Like, I mean, take Shush, for example. Would we talk about him if he wasn't on Heroic, right? He needs people like Stowen and Cadian to carry in a lot of these games, or Jabby or whoever it is. But, you know, we could talk about him as like the best anchor in the world. In his roles, even though...
Same with Perfecto. I mean, you could say either one of them, yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, you
Good
know,
points.
It's a blessing to have a very good team that's dedicated, that's willing to show up for practice every day, grind through the losses, and improve. And from there, you can really see a lot of players blossom, even if that doesn't mean necessarily it's just pure output, like 25 kills a game or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's really hard to just set yourself apart if your team is not finding wins, really.
Yeah.
It's very, like, you're just going to be labeled as too selfish, probably. See if Marky's able to do something on his own here, but that's just a great smoke timing from OC. And Nouns, yeah, they've focused their attack towards B, but there are 3 Liquid players here, although Yakindar, he's kind of between 2 angles.
I guess they left this arch timing open for so long that he's a little bit concerned about it, but at 15 seconds, I mean, it's got to be B.
Nitro falls back.
Well, they're actually not fighting this on the way in.
Leash is still backside. Molly lands on him a little bit
Where's
late.
the bomb?
Oh, B-Will's, he's got to get it in right now. If they can stop that, it's over, and they do. The time. Oh, the time betrays them. Liquid comfortable with the fact that Elige is new box, no Molly on his feet, 7 seconds, and a smoke to play around.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew it was done right there.
It was, yeah. They took too long to they just took too long on their own terms to do that. They had the space.
Damn, that's
you know,
a
they really wanted
gut-wrenching
to
one.
make sure they didn't run through a smoke, I suppose, if there was one up right there, but it obviously gets real messy. And like Liquid have every right to push through the CT smoke when you know you have to plant the bomb in order to literally stay alive long enough to go for the post plant. So that just put way too much pressure on Nouns. And with 3 players from Liquid there, that was the round winning play.
Yeah, faster play now from Nouns. And Yakindar going back to his old bag of tricks. This time around, though, CJ's ready for the fight. Juggles lit out, makes that uncomfortable for Yakindar, and plays that position well. Okay. Well, this could shape up better for Nouns. Marky is right here, and Nap, oh, he's got to collect the multi-frag, but just the one means this is all on OC.
He's holding for his peak. Smoke down first. Ooh, B-Wills almost gives him a glimpse to shoot at. And now, of course, bomb plant. So retake needed here for Liquid, but they decide to not even try.
Yeah, well, yeah, Yakinder goes forward with the push into alt.
Lane.
Loses the spray battle inside of alt, and Nafla only gets a single player on the A side, and it's, you know, an attack with heavy halls presence, heavy lane presence here for Nouns. So they very much earned the right to have Liquid save.
Kind of a low fragging game for a lot of the Liquid guys, despite the fact that they're so far up. And just kind of interesting to see that as it feels like OC's been a pretty solid piece, but 13 deaths, a little high, I guess. I mean, it's not terrible or anything, but would have been nice in this game for OC to really distinguish himself from the likes of these North American players.
Yeah, I think this would be the kind of game that if it was like FURIA and that was safe, that he would just be farming, knowing these guys, you know, having the freshest memory of being in the position of the players of Nouns, and then sort of really wanted to show how much progress that he's made. You could sort of feel that energy coming. But that's true. There's relatively tight score lines and nothing ultra impressive here jumping off the page from Liquid, besides the score at the top, which everybody knows is the most important anyways. Isn't that right, Connor?
Yes, it is. Once you get to 16, you win, unless it's in overtime.
Yeah, thanks for the qualifying fact. It is true. You can hit 16.
Just got to always beat him down, don't you, Maui?
Really, right?
No, I was being genuine. What? I was going to continue to qualify the statement.
Don't worry about it.
Well, Liquid looking to qualify to the major. It's the only qualification that truly matters here.
Not as legends, though. That's what they wanted yesterday. And they lost that chance to FURIA, who are now losing that chance to Pain. Cynic on the front end of the hit with a pistol. He's entering with a pistol. What the hell?
It's like the Zywoo, but you put the gun away.
Zywoo with a handicap. He's just going in for hard mode.
And if they think they can dive this site, we've got 4 members from Liquid here out of the gate. Oh, this could be a real bust for Nouns if they just go all in, and you can see B-Will's getting ever closer, so it's going to be a 5-man hit into the B site for a chance to keep Liquid off 15. Needs to be clean.
What?
And CJ delivers the double. Now, if they suddenly think that there's less here than there really is, that could get problematic. A Coffin's player and the one on Orange. Nitro, it's just the double kill. Yakinder's right here, though. And B-Will's hands busy. Peek from Yakinder. Problem is very much real, but at least he takes the op tag. Dink goes against the second.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Double!
Oh!
Oh, just off the second.
And now
he's got another one.
No, he's got another one. He's got another one.
No way. It's a flash.
No, he saw
he has another nade, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now the plant's gone down. Cynic on half health, sitting back closer towards Banana. Smoke may land behind him. He's holding the angle.
Oh my god.
kills him. Now the nade's out, and B-Wills is deep in construction.
He has a molly here, and
Naf's back's exposed.
Oh my god, he thought about it.
B-Wills with the gun out, closes his clutch. Didn't lose it this time. It's 1-1 in the 1v1s between Naf and B-Wills.
Props to B-Wills for being proactive in that situation. Didn't just freeze on the bomb site, made sure that he was going to play a position that Naf would have surely overlooked given that kill onto Cynic. And overall, this was a surprising result for Nouns to run into a 4-man stack from Liquid.
Alicia seems so like confused about the pace at which the exec was coming, and they sort of like let in with 2 players while some nades were still coming out, so could have very easily just, I mean, they did a great job of catching the Liquid players off guard on the site, even though they were definitely overstaffed. OC was so low back on Emo. He had 1 HP.
I think he just got instantly tapped, too.
Right.
I think Carson just nailed him.
Bonk.
Nozarak.
Sounds like an evil villain, dude.
It does. It actually sounds more evil.
Yeah,
I wish he really kind of went
because
by
it sounds like
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Yeah, it'd be like
Nosferatu.
Nosrak. Orc Slayer.
Yeah, it sounds like something from
good,
Lord of the Rings. Oh.
He saw it, right? He saw it.
It's USP, though, so nobody can get their hopes up for the Liquid hold.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Made you look.
So goofy. Oh, look at what that
sent them all the way back to A, imagine.
Look at what that does. Yeah, this boost is just so in vogue right now.
That lamp's not in the way?
Yeah, no, it's not. You gotta love it.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's like... Okay, well, yeah. Well, we'll see what this 3-man stack does, actually.
Yeah, without the M4 here, you'd think little. But OC, Deagle in the back sight. The gun's empty, and he can't reach the AK. Oh, you know he wanted it.
He was trying to hit that shot to the back of the head, but you know what? There's a rifle rotating in.
It's still winnable.
They used 2 smokes to hit the site. They're down to this molly for Marky.
Leash has armor. They don't have a kit.
It looks like Marky's not going to be able to throw this molly because he doesn't want to reveal himself in this spot. You know
Kinder's going to set it up. Does he see that?
I think he sees
it's
the cap.
right there. It's right there. He can see it. I can see it.
Depends on the res.
He can see it.
Yeah, he's moving too, so.
Oh, but Marky turned around, so I think his head just tucked back down. Yeah, then the pop comes up with the shots. Looks like Liege is going for exits. Try to rack up the costs here, and that will definitely be the case. Yakinder baits him in. That's so nasty, dude. That's so gross.
What a bait. Oh my God.
What is that?
So they rack up the costs versus Nouns. There's their 9th, though, Maui.
Yeah, I mean, I did call that it was going to be 16-9. Let's see if that actually is the case. I mean, Liquid have a great buy for themselves here. The money from Nouns, still effectively a full gun round, but if they do lose this, it's going to be chump change. It's going to be dire straits. It's going to be tough out here on these streets.
It's going to be Value Village, bargain basics.
It's going to be like the crypto crash, as I know so many crypto fans are probably watching this game. Red candles all over. Don't try to catch him.
Oh no, Cynic.
The Bears are winning.
What? No. Cynic burns in the bottom of banana. Certainly not ideal. Carson on the forefront. CJ, B-Wills both right behind him.
Trying to see if there is going to be a commitment here, and it certainly feels like it. Just when is the question. Smoke comes out here, a counter smoke, and they haven't actually made it through just yet, but they are going to start running.
Oh, he's just spamming, not even boosted.
Yeah, just finds the line. What goes around comes around.
They go for the interim boost, and Yukinder gets another kill, and they can molly the default plant. Awkward. Got to dip back to the site, or back to Emo for a second.
B-Will's burned down by half as well. Smoke fades. Now, vision regained and aggression applied. Carson nearly lines up a double, but it is in fact Nitro, who yet again is finding impact. The last 2 series have been pretty solid for Nitro. 3 kills here on this round, keeping himself at the top of the pack.
Absolutely, and he was also great. He was also great at the showdown. Nitro's definitely had an uptick in form in ultra recent memory, so that's solid. I mean, it is something that can win and lose Liquid games. They are still relying a lot on individuals, I think, and aren't really separating themselves so much as a team, so much because of their opper. It's really been like a lot of their wins come because of extremely strong rifle performances. So his individual play is relevant for sure. And talking about relevant, Elite has been on a heater.
Got a little bow getting tied on top because CJ trying to bring it back with the mid-aggression. Carson does get out from Boiler. Yeah, maybe a little too trigger happy with the push.
Jeez.
It's the fact they got the bomb down.
Oh my goodness.
Carson finds a Liege with the smoke spam. I mean, this could have definitely been the 16th. Can still be.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What?
All these kills through smoke with Tech 9s. It's just Nitro left over. He hears B-Wills running.
Okay, they didn't get the bomb.
No, they didn't grab it yet. The USP's firing through. Dude, this round's so weird. This should have been the 16-9. This could have been the end. Maui, you would have called it to perfection. Not that that really matters much, but it
feels good.
It emphasizes the Liquid. They run down middle. They get their 2 opening kills, but then everybody goes running down middle.
Yeah. I mean, this just felt like, I mean, there was a plan here from Liquid in what they wanted to achieve, but in some ways, you can actually just blame the lack of shots being hit. If I'm being completely honest, like OC had a chance to hit a couple different people in this round and missed.
And Yukinder didn't play that ultra safely in front of the smoke, just like dropping it while he was fully exposed, just felt like.
Yeah, it's almost like he didn't think that
you could get.
You could shoot through that.
Yeah,
which is crazy because that's probably one of the only ways Nouns was going to get in this game is weird stuff around smokes. Like if I were Daps in this pregame, I would have said, guys, just. Smokes are not walls.
Yeah.
That's basically the #1 headline for the game plan here against Nouns. Smokes are not walls. Have your gun out. Weird stuff will happen. You got to be ready for it. And if you get punished around it, that's your fault.
Guys, I didn't do any analysis for the 3rd map. Don't make this difficult for me.
I'm going to say something.
Okay.
I think Complexity are more impressive right now and are the better team when it comes to them versus Liquid.
No.
I mean, that's...
They're not better. They're not better for sure, but they're more...
From what you saw today, aren't you more inspired by Complexity?
Dude, they beat MIBR. Like, we're going to talk about the
but
world
Liquid
stage.
are 5 rounds ahead of Nouns.
Yeah, but we're just only comparing what they would do versus top teams, right?
Liquid beat FaZe at Katowice.
Okay. I just mean today. Right now.
That's kind of how you made your Grim prediction, right?
Yeah.
I love recency bias.
It's tough. Like, obviously, we love Complexity, and they've been doing great, and they even have some very solid wins, but, like, we can't like,
let's just make this
underrate
interesting.
Liquid to the point that they're not the best.
Let's make this interesting. If Liquid qualify, assuming they beat Nouns, who do you think is going to do better in the Challenger stage?
I would say Liquid.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's...
But if they played against each other today, I think Complexity have a good shot.
Okay, well...
Unless they just close it with one gun. If that's the case, then forget I said anything here in round 26. And unfortunately for Nouns, despite that bit of a throw from Liquid in the last one, it just extends the gameplay by 1 round. Yakinder gets cleared out. Cynic, chance to shine. It's a 3v5 recovery. But that player back sight, dude, with the pistol. Oh, he's still here. Elige firing at the bomb carrier, doesn't get anything, and so all is recovered here by Nouns.
You're right, man. Complexity are better.
Just some mechanical failures from Liquid in this one. I mean, Yakinder turning away when the smoke is fading, not knowing the timing of it. Elige obviously under-delivering with that emo position. It's a tough shot, but like, this is Elige we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, he should be nailing that guy.
I wasn't trying to say that Complexity are the better team. I think I'm just more inspired by Complexity in this one day.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, but you didn't say that. That's the only problem, because we can agree with that.
Let me try to rephrase that.
Yeah.
Coming into the last match of the Americas RMR, I'm impressed by Complexity. I'm still waiting for Liquid to show me why they're supposed to be the region's #1.
I guess you did make that interesting because you use a really subjective term to start the whole discussion. You said the more impressive team. Because I guess, you know, I think we actually maybe jumped on you a little bit quickly because impressive is like it's just completely subjective. It's just, and I guess, how are you impressed more by?
I was wowed by Complexity.
Yeah.
I don't feel that here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I already will say that Liquid are under-delivering here because I gave a round total that I expected for them to win on, and they didn't achieve it. So for Liquid, this is actually proving to be a more difficult task than many would have imagined. I bet you the Unicorn bookmaker for total odds already, like anyone that had the over, is probably celebrating by now.
Yeah. But yeah, there is the, like, if you were a Liquid right now, what percentage chance do you think you're going to lose even this map?
2%.
Yeah, like I don't think they're
still
scared even at even a little bit, which is the only problem. But
and a problem that could come to a conclusion very quickly. One more round.
It feels like the comms from Liquid are just like a little slower today, if I'm being real. I feel like they're just kind of not fired up in some of these moments. Like Nouns actually look more inspired in the way that they've been carrying out some of these retakes and these hits. It's been just Liquid kind of slow to the trigger. They kind of probably wonder after big scuffles, why aren't there more frags on the board? So let's see if they find them here.
Right now, Yakinder could shut it all down, but doesn't finish off Carson, who now has cover of the tall box. We've got a lot of CTs in position, and we've got Naf with his impact. That's better, boys. A solid hold inside the A site. Where are the frags, they asked, and they all pop up real quick when that A commit comes through. So I do like what you prefaced that second half with, Maui. Of course, Liquid decided to start this on the T side. Maybe Nouns were more prepped for their offense, and I think we got that. That's why this game got extended. That's why this one got a little too close for Liquid's comfort. But at the end, it's just about the win, and 16 secured here by Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's not going to feel like amazing for Liquid to not simply 16-2 every team here and then, you know, get through and set themselves up to be in a nice mental mind space coming into the major. But obviously, the problem with any RMR, or like especially non-European RMRs, is putting teams up against teams they either play a lot against or teams they have no way of prepping very well for, and then looking at those results and then thinking that has something to do with how well, let's say, the actual major will go. And we do this you know, depending on which RMRs we do it every single time coming into the event. Like, I mean, it's, you know, we see levels all the time. Like we saw like MIBR, for example, when they played against BESTIA on Inferno, they made it themselves look like the best T-entry team possible, and there was almost no holes whatsoever. And then they play versus Complexity, and they look like, you know, they look like they have their tail between their legs the entire time, and they can't one bullet every single time. And so, anyway, all that's to say is that for Liquid, unless they actually lost the map, if this went to OT, you know, I would start having the conversation. If the second map is as close as this one, then it's probably a little sketchy. For the time being, it's kind of, it's good enough. They're definitely not in form right now, but it's good enough that what they're, obviously their goal is to qualify, and then I don't really think they think about this matchup.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of teams here, they're just trying so hard to qualify. They think this is their big break. For Liquid, they're almost displaying, they're putting on display in the middle of the showroom floor, their floor. They're putting a floor on the floor and saying, this is our worst Counter-Strike we can play, and look at how it's still center stage for everybody that's in this exhibition hall. And so I think that more or less, this is unfortunate for us as a viewing experience, but like it's like fine. Like they're gonna get it done.
Sure.
They still have that prime real estate. Everybody knows that they're the top dog here in a lot of ways.
The end goal is just those tickets to Paris, and now they are indeed only one map away from exactly that, and they have Ancient in store for us next. The second map of this series just around the corner, and one that we expect, of course, Nouns to get highly punished on. You spoke about that in the pre-show, Maui, that this is a punish pick, not necessarily the best from Liquid, but certainly one of the worst for Nouns to try to deal with. So we'll see what improvements they can offer us, whether the individuals can match up, or whether Nitro's gonna have to give another top frag performance to close out the series versus Nouns.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Surtuan.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Royal Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh, no! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back, Liquid Stands. I know y'all are watching because you want to see the #1 team in North America qualify for the Paris Major. They cannot do it as legends, but they can certainly do it as challengers. They've got 2 maps ahead of them to close out this series, and honestly, here on Ancient, it should be a breeze. Maybe Inferno got a little too close for some's liking, but this one, it's meant to go down smooth. We get the mid-push, punished by Cynic. Elige, however, his counterpart, cancels it out with 2 kills. A gush down towards ramp from CJ that B-Wills finishes off, and Elige is looking to do everything here on his own. A donut fallback from the A site out of Marky. That's going to be the end of Elige for sure, or it's a little wonky. A back turned makes it awkward. CJ's looking for the gunfight. Bomb pushes up to the B site, and down goes Elige. The only player in this pistol for Liquid to pick up any kills. Nouns take a T-side round win. Gotta love that.
Yeah, really nicely done from CJ to close it out and for Nouns to pick up a round. I guess just to establish on this map, for me, the map is all about Yakinder and all about Elige. And since Yakinder has come onto this team, they've definitely improved their Ancients, I think, in a lot of positive ways. And when it comes to beat control on both sides and Elige working on elbow and mid, I think that's where Liquid shine the most. So those are the 2 I'm going to be watching for.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Nouns have to do a lot better than they have to make this competitive on Ancient. I mean, this was a punish pick coming out from Liquid. I think they're trying to actually establish a deeper map pool for the upcoming events, including the Major, of course. And a little bit of an exchange here, multiple sides of the map simultaneously. And it's a 4-on-4 now, but Yakinder still has this cave spot, and I think this is going to be something that Nouns really have to deal with if they actually do want to approach B. But yeah, yesterday against Flamengo, Nouns just got absolutely bodied on this map. 16-5. Nouns were only able to get 1 round on T side, and only 4 on the CT side. And, oh, Nitro, great timing on that peak. Now things are getting really shaky for Nouns.
Get in and out.
Love that, dude. Pop, pop, pop. He's gone. Back through A main, he'll flee. Marky gets away with his life by 2 points of health.
He did so much damage, though, that it actually, makes such a massive difference as they start to come back towards, like, even just as 5-7 feels stronger. And there's going to be a late smoke for Nitro as well. Of course, he could bungle this if he doesn't get rid of it soon enough. The rotation support is not here quickly, and the walkout's coming. So Nitro, they're not going to make much noise, it looks like. And I think,
didn't see it.
Nope.
He didn't see it.
Did they
see
hear?
him,
They
though?
heard him, I think.
Yeah, they definitely know about him.
Oh my God, he ducks his head down. 5-7 back out, dies
wow.
empty-handed.
That's just messy.
Yakinder also gets finished off. Not the first time in the last 48 hours that we've criticized him for not throwing smokes.
That is true. He went to like,
That's actually 100% true. Yeah, okay.
That's not something I noticed about him until I think that...
Until yesterday?
Yeah, until yesterday.
Could just be something in the air here in Monterrey.
The thing with holding smokes as a CT is that it indicates that you believe in your own abilities to frag so that you can contest that space and don't need to block off a sightline to bolster your defense. Like, if you're someone like...
Like as in holding a smoke in your hand?
No, not holding it in your hand,
Okay.
like just not using it.
Right.
You know, like it basically saying, I'm going to be just fine on my hold in a 50-50 fight at the position that I choose because I just trust my skill, I trust the spot that I'm in. And for Nitro, like, unfortunately, he's kind of the last guy you'd really say for Liquid should have that sort of confidence. Like,
well, the awkward part here is he literally does have a smoke in his hand.
Yeah, I know. This becomes unforgivable.
He's just not spotting properly.
Yeah, that's really the big issue there. Yakinder going to be playing right here by the pot. Good ding from him. Okay, that's a bomb.
Okay, Marky's here.
Okay.
For a second, I thought that bomb was on its own. I was like, oh no. Smoke goes down towards the CT, scrambling in their spawn. It does belong to them, but it will be taken away. Cynic takes a quick glance through the flames. Marky almost burned to a crisp. Little tag here on Carson. All is going to be good, though. Now it's a 3-0 T-side start on Ancient. Solid. But they're not going to get away with that pistol. Sorry, OC. Sorry, Nafly. Both go down for the 3-0 start.
this is exactly what you need from Nouns to just build a little bit of confidence. Didn't want to say it in the last map, but when I did talk to Semphis, he did say that this was going to be very tough, nearly impossible. Dare I say, he thought it was almost an automatic loss for Nouns.
Wow.
So he just was being realistic.
Well, what does he know?
Right, right.
Because look at this.
What am I looking at?
0 rounds for Liquid is what you're looking at.
Yeah, that is true.
And an open A site here for Nouns.
Yeah, 4-0. Bomb plant's free.
Don't think this is against the Liquid game plan. I've actually talked to Daps about this exact specific situation too. All I do is talk to North American coaches.
Yeah.
And
You're such
Dap
a
says,
social butterfly.
Dap said the retake on A in a 5v5, pretty much 50-50.
I agree. I mean, but you have to take over temple control, and then you get started. So we'll see what Nouns do. But they know. Look, they know this. They're actually pressing for space out towards mid. Flanking with 2 is huge.
Dude, Nouns are looking sharp. They're playing proactive.
Oh, but they're not going to be ready for a double push, right? Alicia's watching it, but
I think they're just out of there.
Oh,
though.
they're just leaving now.
That's
so that was nice. Okay, so it's like kind of like Cash. Right? Remember Cash? So Cash on A site, it's like you get the bomb down, that's fine. But if you don't go push to truck control, or you don't have highway, or you're not flanking mid after taking the site and then going back through spawn, you're going to lose the retake for sure. And so you need a little bit extra. And that much can be true for B as well as A, actually, in fact, on Ancient. Very retakeable. But for the CT side, what's important is staying 5v5, getting temple control first, clearing that out, and then getting in. Because there aren't that many good spots to stand inside of the site, and that is the whole deal with A.
Yeah.
One of the best spots to defend the site, for example, is behind default, and that's not even a post-plant position.
Right. Probably going to shift the Liquid defense just a bit now that Nouns have thrown out a fast A rush, essentially. But actually doesn't. Liquid are just saying, you know what? Maybe we can just retake it in that situation again. OC, though, peeking down lane. Nice kill on the Marquee. 5 versus 4. Reveals some of the intentions of Nouns, and Nouns feel like they have to speed up. Cynic's already moving his way into this B site, and CJ is fending off these rotators.
Nat flies towards long. OC fire on his feet. Elige picks up the kill, and OC presses out. Takes the risk, but well worth it. B site easy hold as the bomb goes down, and poor Carson left in a 1v4. Maybe he'll get Elige as the barrel is seen. It's at least 1 frag at this point, but not even able to double down on Nitro. So we've got Team Liquid on the scoreboard. Those saved rounds, or saved weapons from the last round, worth it in the end.
Stylistically, there are some teams that like to use the A site rushes constantly, kind of no matter who they're playing against. I remember for a while, OG, for example, would just like, you know, no matter what else was going on the map, would just default into contact A explodes or full-on rushes or execs, and that can work really well, especially for bomb plants. If a team on the CT side wants to understaff it or play retake. In this situation, I think that Liquid just were, you know, they're not hoping to have to retake anything, but hoping that A isn't taken right away so they can overstaff other parts of the map first and then maybe come back to it later. But the game plan for Nouns to hit the A site definitely paid off. Liquid have been underutilizing it in the beginning of the rounds.
Really slow approach from Nouns this time. They're going to have to go for a retake towards lane. But they actually don't even really throw any nades. This might catch Liquid off guard a little bit. I think Yukinder might have got a glimpse of one.
He looks like, yeah, he looks like anxious about it.
Oh, timing. Yeah, Marquee heard the tag right there. So forces Yukinder back. But Nouns, it looks like they once again want to just go for this B hit. But without cave control, this hit is it's a lot harder.
And Nitro just slips in off the cover of the smoke that Yukinder threw, which makes things harder. And I think Nouns know that now.
Still going to face it. And he loses the first duel. 5 players of Nouns, all just charging towards middle. Let's see what
nice
OC can hold down. Anything he can slow down is good. If he stops it all, that's gold.
Missed shot versus B-Wills. CJ trades out. They're going to sprint for that A site, and Elige gets bested. CJ's going huge with the 2K, but then Naf slides out where it's 7 seconds to the clock, and Yakinder ends it right then, right there.
The adjustment to go from B to A like that, I think, was good, like, based on the amount of information they had. Liquid were just really fast in rotations, and then peeking out from window as well, where there's no molly inside of window for the rotation was a slight gap for Nouns. They would have kept an extra piece of material that way. That would have made a bit of a difference. But general idea was strong, I think.
We see just a tidbit of frustration with Nouns. Glad that they're not getting in over their head. Nothing too crazy there, but this time out we saw Semphis actually taking some charge. Seems like it was a conversation between him and Cynic. Cynic, of course, the op IGL of Nouns, and respect to him, I think he's had to actually fill a bunch of different shoes over his times, playing with different rosters. Was
he always the opper?
No, he was. So I know him more as like a passive late round clutch rifler, and that's when I was playing against him, and he really has actually kind of redefined his game. And you know, I think Nouns, credit to them for what they're able to do in North America. Like, they're pretty consistent in making it through qualifiers now.
For sure.
So
they're two best attributes I think you could have as a player these days, just op and IGL. In terms of just increasing your market value for what you can do.
Ooh, little dink.
Especially in NA. But here are, okay, a couple of pistols getting mopped up. Cynic and Carson left over.
I think the only thing with Nouns and their team that you'd kind of wish for, if you had to put together a list, is just like number one is just like one more star rifler, honestly. I think that...
You want Clasia to join this team so bad.
I really kind of think that would be a huge boost for this team if they actually were able to nab him. And I think with Clasia just kind of on the open market right now, I think it might be on Strife, but I'm not sure.
And he adds such a dimension to mid-round rifling, I think.
Exactly, exactly. Because right now the mid-round riflers are kind of like CJ, and late round is supposed to be Carson a lot of the time. And like,
there's not a lot of creativity on Nouns. I think that's something I noticed. Like strong players for sure, but Clasia brings that creativity a little bit.
Yeah, not trying to pick apart this team before it's all over or anything, but let's just see what they're able to accomplish at this event. I mean, they've already done pretty darn well. I can't really take anything away from them. And they're actually doing a good job of taking some space this time. All over B right now. Now able to stay alive right here, but he's going to have to get a kill.
Nice flash.
Slow this down, and yeah, great flash from OC. And Nitro going to take that spot up in his stead.
OC with 2 op shots on that round as well, so his double kill felt. Op powering up, as is Liquid's CT side. We got the tied game 4-all.
How's OC doing overall at the RMR? Do you remember
I don't think
glazing any of his stats?
Nah,
take a look,
nothing
actually.
Too spectacular, if I'm correct. You know, I remember go back to the showdown, or to the Pro League groups, excuse me.
Pro League groups.
Yeah, back at Pro League groups, it's like, you know, I think the conversation was like, who's going to outperform each other? Is it Yakinder to Nafly? Is it Elige to OC? Like, those were the 2 head-to-heads. And in that case, it was Yakinder and OC. But I don't know if OC has replicated that since, right? And we wanted him to kind of show up to the region and just dominate. You know, that's kind of the conversation sometimes. Like, OC is so much better than all these other NA players. So when Europeans look at Liquid and they criticize OC, it's like, nah, he does keep himself above all the others. But right now, we've got a desperate attempt from Nouns to get into the A site, which is working out well enough.
Wow.
They've put Cynic into the M4. They've got CJ's hands on an AK, but what happens here is Yakinder flanks back around main and blows off CJ's head. It is Liquid with a 5th round win consecutive, and of course, 3 alive, which means economy is rolling. 10,000 bucks or more on Nitro, Yakinder, and OC. It's going to be a very difficult road ahead for Nouns if they're going to bust through this defense.
Yeah, Cello was actually a top player outside of Bolts on Imperial, yeah.
Okay, yeah, fell down a little bit.
After their loss.
Then it's Joda and Fallen that are the bottom 2 performers for that team at the RMR, which just seems so shocking.
Yeah, that is a shame.
And Bolt's #1. I think one of the teams that we will unfortunately not get to see in Paris give us our 6th spot back. Europeans have enough.
Let's see. Kindar. Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay.
Still stuck here.
Yeah, he's still here. And there's a bit of a lineup between him and Naf, and B-Wills is able to double up. Oh, but Nitro catching Marky, who could have just stayed put, but...
they're going for him, though.
They want to take down Nitro. They want to challenge this guy?
This guy? You want to come for Captain America?
Oh, and they might have overlooked OC. I don't know if CJ knows about this. Oh,
Miss
OC,
shot.
big miss, actually.
It was, yeah.
Horrible whiff.
Yes. Outstanding try.
Well, I mean, Nitro kicked this one off pretty well. Still got 100 HP. Whole belt to utility.
I think he wins. Because, yeah, with the...
I've seen him win these.
The utility that he's got, I think he could definitely smell the double up on the ramp, and he's holding his utility to make sure that everything else is clean.
It's going to go clear.
He's not using his utility, though.
Still holding those nades, huh? Smoke on top of the bomb, gets cleared out from the flank. CJ's hiding in the corner.
He doesn't sometimes. He really does.
I need Nitro to use his nades more at this event.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, he doesn't use his nades all the time.
Did everyone else know that except me?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think he's usually... I think he's been better with nades before. I don't know what's going on at this event, where he's been just suddenly dissuaded from using mollies and smokes.
It's because he went to Valorant, man.
Forgot they have so much utility.
No, you should be using more.
No, but their utility comes on like tablets and stuff. You know? Lineups are difficult.
Full-on rush.
Let's see it. The Molotov doesn't
misses.
land. Oh, the flash is good. Naf and Yakinder gonna lock this out. Downs trying to recover in a 2v5, taking damage all the way. OC's gonna snapshot that first one. Cynic's fighting tooth and nail with bomb back in possession. And Nitro's just gonna creep through smoke to put a quick end to this. It is in fact Liquid back to winning ways.
Still didn't use his smoke.
He's got it. He's kept it. Well, I guess maybe that's why we get so many buys out of Liquid.
Just saving that $300.
$300 at a time.
Yeah, okay. Well, Nouns there. Really unfortunate they missed the Cubby Molly. I mean, there was a good counter flash either way.
It just forces you to have to clear it, which is the problem.
Exactly.
Even if no one's there.
And aiming somewhere is a resource.
It is.
Yeah. And
your time, your attention, and your utility.
Yeah. Okay, well, Nouns, to stave off the reset, have to win this one. It feels like they've really shrunk their playbook. They're going for the B rush again. Pretty bold call from Cynic.
See it. Naf dead though. Carson taking up the mantle. Flashes find them every time. Yakinder gets 2 kills to keep things even. Marky nearly dead already. Here's the deep peek from CJ, or so it looked like he was about to throw.
He didn't swing wide enough. Nitro was so blind. Cynic coming in from behind. Nitro. Oh, Liege.
It's a Liege. It's the flank. Whoa.
It's a Liege.
Hey.
A Liege.
Good flank.
Oh.
I don't get what OC's doing there.
Yeah, it's
what was that?
I don't know.
Was he looking somewhere?
Bad form.
Gawk. And then they make eye contact.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, once again, though, I mean, Nouns,
when you swing,
they went for this B rush, and it actually started a little better. They found a clean entry on the site, but it's just so obvious to Liquid, and Liquid are in positions all the time to rotate so quickly that Nouns are never able to establish position on the bomb site itself. Timeout is being called. I'd love to know, once again, who's actually chirping right now, who's chiming in, who's trying to say that things should be a little bit different, because it does feel like Nouns are hitting a bit of a brick wall here, that all they've really been going for has been full-on site hits.
I didn't see anyone talk, actually. And sometimes a stress break is good, too. But yeah, full-on site hits all of a sudden. No reason to not believe in stuff they've tried previously. I think it's sort of like comes out of nowhere that they really want this exec to work out, but they also had a lot of nades. I really want to know what happened.
Every once in a while, yeah. I just look over to the Pain game. But there's Pain in this server, too.
Yeah, even though... Okay, let's see. They're actually going for mid-control this time. Cynic right on the edge of that smoke, and Elige doesn't have much help, actually. Oh, but Yakinder getting that kill is going to be able to support him now. But, geez, I mean, Liquid have been really just
asking for it, honestly.
Yeah, they just keep spamming through smokes. Like, this has happened to them a lot in this game.
Yeah, I feel like
think they'd play versus another team the same way right now.
I don't think Elige shoots like that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he might like shot or something like that. But
A1S, yeah, but not a full AK spray, which was weird. And now this is a pretty tough round for Liquid all of a sudden.
Nitro's got an incendiary. There he goes. And then he plays in front of the donut entrance. Flashes as 2 players, no, just 1, climb over top to the signage. Nitro gets burnt out.
Oh, big flank.
Naf trying to exit Temple. Here comes Yakinder. Ooh, okay, recovers. That's Cynic taken off of the play. No bomb plant yet. Naf's going to challenge out from Temple.
Oh,
beautiful turn from CJ. But that leaves him just as low as B-Wills. OC through the smoke kills Carson. Yakinder's flank still problematic. And poor B-Wills, sub 20 HP. No 1v2 for him. It is Liquid to an 8th.
And Yakinder 4K flank. What you love to see. 17-7 for Yakinder.
Wowza.
Yakinder surprise.
Yeah, he just pieced him up, chop, chop.
Man, who could have expected him to do this well at the Americas RMR?
I can't think of a single guy not sitting at this table except you.
Up here in the hands of OC. Not for Cynic. Cynic, unfortunately, having a really rough series now. Starting to pile up against him.
Yeah, and this is okay. Well, let's see. Yakinder not really taking his foot off the gas.
No respect. Total disregard.
Yeah. Okay.
Leash still floating out in mid. Nade's definitely gonna find impact. Ouch.
Great. Wow, okay. Just held his ground that whole time. Yeah. I think Elige is taking a couple stances in this game that, to me, indicate that there are some frustrations with how things are going. Like, it doesn't need to be on these solo journeys.
Are you thinking frustrations, or you think it's like just
trying to ego as his bonus?
Yeah,
and that's
that's not good, because like they're not, like, if they were really that sick, of course Nouns wouldn't have any rounds, right? But yeah, you kind of want to see just like discipline every day.
Yeah,
which is
Johnny Jabs would have played it differently. Okay. Now playing a retake spot.
A smoke comes out from Carson, gonna take away Naf's angle. Ooh, didn't pull the trigger. Carson planting behind pillar. Molly in the back of the site. Carson's being given a chance to leave here, but he's still just floating around within no man's land. Nitro slips into Temple. Cave. To his close right is B-Wills. Oh, he reacts fast. Now Carson all of a sudden compromised, stuck behind the bomb plant. That's all he's got to try to hold him off with. He gets his dink on Nitro, but Nitro's just keeping this clean. Another good map out of him, decent enough. And another retake inside of the B site. Elige with a 91 damage grenade. Didn't get any kills in mid, but everybody else cleaned up his frags.
Well, a very clean retake. There was nothing so super complicated about that. And yeah, B rounds are not given just because you get the bomb down, just like on A. And I think you could sort of see how uncomfortable it got inside of Cave, even with that control, just thinking the flank might come on and didn't want to be the one to get peeked. So try to be in control of that situation. I don't know if there was a better way to do that. I'm not sure if I would have been, I don't know. It didn't look that strong, but okay, Elige dies again inside of mid, running in front of elbow, and they're just getting better and better at dealing with this.
Dude, got bulldozered. They're following through. Now Marky catching OC, so this time it is excellent. Nouns, it literally could not have gone better. Fight after fight, headshot after headshot, 3 separate fronts, all fall their way. And that's just a good way to, on an individual level, puff your chest a bit going into that second half. It's a CT side on Ancient that lies ahead. 6 terrorist round wins is nothing to scoff at. They used pistol, of course, and converted from there. But nice to see them break through towards the tail end of this T side. We're going to get a desperate attempt at a retake between Naf and Yakinder, but looks like neither of them are going to find any kills. 5 up for Nouns as they do get that 6th round. Will it be enough to extend their lives in Monterrey? Their dreams literally on the line.
Finally, it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Team Liquid looking to close out on their map pick. It was 9 CT round wins that they picked up on Ancient. Seeing as they decided to take the series in this direction, let's see whether or not they can truly punish Nouns on what is the favored half of said map. I think that on an individual level, Liquid are better, but they gave some openings to the likes of B-Wills to get his 12 kills, CJ at 14. This is back-to-back maps where CJ and B-Wills are outshining Cynic and Marky. It's not quite what we expected, but it's what's keeping them in this matchup. And now CJ here inside of the donut, tapping away at the heads of Liquid. Marky comes through with impact. Alige has a teammate in here with him, and they could leave. That cross is already being held. Marky gives them a chance to exit. Nitro sticking around, losing half his health in the fight. Yes, they will leave indeed. But where do they go?
Where do they go? They've only got backpacks on. And I think with just a limited amount of supplies with them, low on health, in need of a shower as they're going to sweat this out. walking all the way back around through long A, which might give him a nice USP fight here versus Marky. Feel like you can rely on Marky in the spot, but he too is also low. And there it is, damage in. 0 bullets for Marky, actually, 0 bullets.
Uh-oh, now what?
This is always a fun situation.
Yeah. Do it.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. Good for Marky.
You know, you've got to appreciate someone who uses all their USP ammo.
Yeah.
It's the final frontier of CSGO to maximize all your ammo in a round, which is something, it's just a limit that hasn't been pushed yet.
Right. We're using all the time, all the utility, all the teamwork. The aim is at a new all-time high. It feels like the skill ceiling has been reached by so many people, but still,
always shoot a little more.
There is more to give. There is one final frontier.
And Marky is right there on the event horizon.
He's in the tech age and all of us in the stone age. Ready to leave us in the dust when CS2 comes out. Marky will be the CS2 GOAT.
Low key.
Little damage here on the exit. Nitro's Tech 9 finds its mark. E. Cynic. Double Berettas. Smoke's going down. It's going to be the Triple Temple retake.
Oh, the Triple Temple retake, you say?
Uh-huh, the Triple Temple retake. And they can just push right out. Nobody's even keeping them stuck within it. OC throws his nade, so they know about him.
Oh, the drive-by.
Nitro's got another Tech 9 kill, but now he's been cleared out. It's Yakinder from Donut. There's another player low. They put a smoke on top of the bomb. CJ's peek around the side as B-Wills gets his defuse. These are the two players that are keeping this game alive. CJ and B-Wills, side by side, have given Nouns a chance to actually bring back this series.
CJ and B-Wills, baby.
I'm saying it.
Yeah, that's a great score, man. 17-10 here versus Liquid. Let's go, CJ the king.
You know, you don't get
CJ the low-key GOAT.
How many times has CJ or B-Wills had a chance to face off versus NA's quote-unquote #1 on LAN with as much on the line? You know, that's this for some is once in a lifetime.
And they're showing up.
Absolutely.
They're making everybody believe that this makes sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's always on the headline for a Nouns game. It's the Cynic show, the Marky show. I've been willing to give praise to B-Wills, but to me, CJ is the unexpected hero for this one. Push is coming out. Nouns recognize the situation for Liquid in terms of their economy. Nitro seemingly caught off guard, thinking, what? Nouns pushing me? Do they know who I am? But they don't care who you are, Nitro. You got to prove it in the server against them. And ooh, it's getting a little bit chippy.
Yeah, a little sketchy, a little scary, but CJ.
But CJ with the coverage.
Gonna make a difference yet again. Multi-kill for him already. Naf tries to pin him into the corner. Naf could still rob this, but nope. Gets caught by Carson, who takes up that gap. We are talking a tied game with the CT advantage here for Nouns.
Yes, and I mean, Liquid they were sloppy joes in that first half. They definitely gave some chances into Nouns, but Nouns still punished, and that's the point. Picking that up earned some respect, but now they literally have a tied game, encroaching on the amount of rounds they got over on Inferno, on a map they probably don't feel very confident on, and have a CT side with a full buy to look forward to for 10.
First real challenge for Nouns here.
Let's make it happen.
Buy's coming out. Yakinder to flash for the mid-peak. Actually, team flashing at least. Ooh, this is not going as expected. Not as planned at all. Ooh, it's hard to even justify going out if you're a Liege, but his team is taking space towards A.
Yeah. There's no one here to stop this whatsoever. And Liege gets a kill.
Good trade.
Nice frag there from Carson inside of Donut, but now that Donut gets taken over, this gets a little bit more difficult.
OC's bomb plant locks in the A site. CJ versus Yakinder.
Oh, hold on. It's 1v3 now.
3 of them in an instant. And this post plant now relies entirely on Nitro, who doubles back towards mid. He's got to kill CJ, who could just buy time here, serve up a distraction as the push comes through. And they will, sure enough, find him. It is a flurry of kills for Nouns to take a lead.
What even just happened there on the A site?
Jeez, it was hard.
Yakinder just had to eventually move, obviously, to be a part of that, but he assumed that his opponent left a long time ago.
Yeah. Like he had to move, but he didn't have to do it with a knife out.
That's always true.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see it. Yeah,
But over here on A, like,
oh, there's just a Marky show.
Marky just killing people.
Mark the Shark.
That's a different guy.
It is actually. I played a season with him.
Ooh.
Nice guy.
Nice guy. All right.
Both are. Bofa.
Okay, look at this. I mean, Nouns are being really proactive on this defense, really ready to contest mid, and
Good
actually,
trade.
it's looking pretty good for him. But Cynic, oh yeah, once he tucks in there, great flash to get him out. Wow.
Yep.
Nouns are exhibiting great
play.
teamwork. Okay, I'm getting excited about this game all of a sudden.
Yeah, Mel, you sitting up straight?
Maybe I'm standing.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe. Nitro gets killed at the top of that ramp. CJ locks this in.
They got murked.
Murkied.
So couple players are still low, which means, you know, you got to be really careful floating around. Don't know how much space that Liquid are going to be taking, but they're safely getting to really good spots. It's definitely been a minimalist T side so far. The window lurks. B-Ball's spotting will take a little damage, but there's no one there to stop the chase. Just trying to influence any rotations over to that side of the map, and OC seems to be okay.
Oh.
I don't know if he saw Marky, but
I think they swapped up angle holds.
I don't think they saw him, otherwise they would clear this properly, right? Surely. Okay, well, there it is. Marky gets taken out.
That's big.
Very big indeed. They cut off the rotate. Naf comes through with the Cynic frag. B-Wills just getting manhandled by Yakinder.
Yeah.
Jiggles on the corner. Tied game 10-all.
Tough one about that is, I mean, they found a way to do it quietly to get all the way towards the A site. I actually think some of the adjustments there from Nouns were fine. And they had a good reason to believe it could end B as well. So they don't win it, but it's not the worst round in the world. It looks pretty good in the beginning. And they have a few good rounds behind them as well. So keep that hope alive.
That round, honestly, just a little bit lucky for Liquid. I mean, they could have easily chosen to go towards B, and then they went to the one site where there was only one guy.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This time around, it looks like Liquid are going to be able to find some mid control. This is something that's been pretty difficult for them in the early round, but with the lack of utility and weaponry for Nouns, they didn't feel like contesting it as strongly. So Alish presses on forward, instantly taken out. Another man advantage here for Nouns, doubling up on it. 5 versus 3. They got to close this one if they want to have a chance on Ancient.
Nitro's going to recover another frag towards the B site, and a headshot to B-Wills. Left with little life. Carson finishes it off. Naf, he's got a knife out. Yakinder dies in middle. Naf's going to cross, exposed and open, and Nouns have put Team Liquid in an incredibly awkward spot. The money's not great. The CTs have the lead, and they are 5 away from closing Ancient.
Yeah, they're going to buy, but I think Liquid have to go to their max gear now. Like, they have to show off everything they've got, because, like, Nouns' defaults are incredibly competent. Their aim is there. They're trading for each other, and they're doing what they need to. If they haven't earned Liquid's respect yet, I don't know what will. Liquid are just going to simply lose the game.
What frustrates me is that we just don't get Liquid in that max gear from the start.
Yeah, it should.
You know,
I think it's,
go back to Imperial versus 1. They're pulling out 4-man boosts T-side overpass when the score is 14-0.
Yeah.
Right? That's an inspiring type of gameplay. Yeah. That is somebody who wants to win every single round of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And that is something
like
that we don't see from Liquid.
Yeah, until the major takes place, this is the most important event, no matter what teams you go up against or whatever the case is. Anyways, let's see if Nouns can punish them hard enough here.
This is, I mean, the tilt factor for Liquid is definitely a real thing now.
Yeah.
Like, they should have never been in this position. They're probably already thinking about some of those rounds in the past where they should have just played a little bit better. And Yakindar down to 21 HP already, fights there in middle, and yeah, Carson just with the FAMAS, not the weapon for the job. And so, we might be seeing it. Liquid trying to step this up.
And with max gear, it's proper mid control. It's taking advantage of window space. It's very strong defaults outside of B. And there are no pushes coming down the ramp for Nouns, and I think that's going to be used against them next. This is a place where Nouns, you know, they were on T side taking B ramp control, back lanes control, but that's Not something on CT side in general. I think they're less friendly to that.
Yeah, I can't really blame also Nouns for going for this round more or less over at this point because, yeah, they wanted to gamble on the A lean or the A hit late round from Liquid. They have been favoring A in some of these mid-round decisions, but yeah, there's no way you can justify going for it.
I think, yeah, Kinder's going to get a lot of information walking up the ramp, which is just something he does a lot. And for a while in recent memory, he's honestly getting shut down by tons of tier 1 oppers trying to go for that. But in this game, he can definitely go back to that, which is just an older style that he's got, and get a lot of value. Someone who's very hard to stop. But I have a feeling that this game is going to start becoming more about B than it is A. But as mentioned, Nouns, they can save 4. It's fine, they'll let the game get tied up. But they're CT side, so they build up a bank account as they save. And no op next round.
Not the worst case for Nouns, obviously, but one where they're going to have to do a little bit better on the mid control or find somewhere else to fight. Without an op, you can't always just leave that one player in donut swiveling around or holding on to A main for free, essentially. And I'd love to just see a team effort again from Nouns. I feel like their mid control was so sweet when they worked together.
Smoke down out mid. Elige gonna cross the box. Little spray here from Carson. Super difficult duel for him to pick up, but burns one out into the open. Elige gonna go all the way down. Didn't even try to get out of it. Just commit to the spray, hoping that he could connect to a second body. CJ, the man of the hour for Nouns right now.
I think Kinder just flew through B-Wolves' smoke.
Yes, he did.
Damn.
Yeah. Just
the disrespect is real.
Yep.
But that is a skill. And one that Yakinder wields better than most. CJ beckons them into the B site. Yakinder's going to be taking over Cave with the measly 19 health he has left. And poor CJ can't even play his fallback position. He would still have the angle. Nitro crossing over. More damage is done. I mean, there's very little left here. It's keeping Liquid alive. OC's got a safe plant. Cynic, oh, he gets past the fire. What could present itself? Oh. A double kill. The 2 players that were low, but Naf is ice cold in these moments. And that bomb is indeed planted on his side of the pillar. Cynic's got some flashes. It is Marky with the defuse kit. Cynic just needs to hold off on the ramp as Naf is looking to come up into the 1v2. A tap on the bomb is going to force Naf to come out wide, and Cynic delivers a 3K. 2 on the low HP, and the close versus Naf. Nouns' lead is back in their possession.
I mean, that's massive. The 4 save into the round win, like they lost because they gambled last round, but honestly, outside of that, they won a few CT rounds. They look to extend this lead, but Liquid will have another purchase up here. That was solid overall trade-wise. I think inside of mid, they went 1 for 1 with Elige, which is also good. Liquid should be dominating inside of mid, so anything like that is solid for the CTs.
And we see the op purchase for OC. He's been on the rifle for pretty sure the entirety of this half. And we're talking about Liquid switching into another gear to try to really just put Nouns in the dirt, and it hasn't really happened. Haven't really actually seen them turn up for the occasion.
I think they're putting their, best foot forward with the approach in mid first. I think that's at least a little bit of respect that we see. But the fact that they don't win, that's another story.
Might be different here with OC on the op. Almost a chance to take Carson down, find that man advantage.
But again, I think there's just no pressure here on Banana, and that's just going to look like an opportunity to Liquid.
Yeah.
Nitro's held for this over and over again.
They can sense this weakness. They are very much right. B-Will's solo on the back lane. It is CJ the closest rotator, but still preoccupied with the thought of a red room hit. Smoke goes down in front of the sole defender here. B-Wills could find timing on a spray. Shots back and forth, no damage done. Naf jumps over with the bomb. We've got ourselves a 5v5 in the post plant. No utility barring Yakinder's Molotov for the tease.
They can't win this without a smoke. I'm going to say it. Even if
Cynic
they're
have
5v5.
one.
Oh, Cynic has one.
Yep.
Okay.
One smoke. Where's it destined?
They could use it on Cave or B, but once that goes out, they have to go really fast, honestly.
All right, here we go. The util moves forward. They're going to chuck it over towards the ramp. Nitro's playing close in the corner. It's going to be a bloodbath, and someone's coming out on top. Right now, that is very much Liquid. In fact, it is entirely Liquid. 5 kills in an instant.
Good attempt from Nouns in terms of just deploying the utility, but I mean, in terms of the crossfires, they could never dig them out of those. As soon as Liquid hit that first contact, everybody started to swing, and everybody just hit their shots. Nouns feels like they just got blindsided, even though they were the ones that were going into this. Yeah. Good stuff. Also, to see from Liquid, just no one's really over swinging. Like that's really, like, no one's taking on 2 fights at once there. Everybody was able to just segment that so cleanly for themselves. That's something that they've definitely gone over in terms of just post-plant positioning. Paid off beautifully for them, and now we see the repercussions. Nouns, just a few pistols. FAMAS for Cynic. CJ, man of the match, MP9, he's got to get something done. If he's able to take this space away from Yakinder, that could be the difference maker in this round. And Yakinder, I think he might have spotted something there, and even has a chance to get more because B-Will's presented an opportunity.
Oh,
but
he knows 2 now.
Yeah, he does. That's a lot of information.
But they aren't coming up the ramp. I mean, they've still got eyes on it. They're just trying to feel out this anti-eco, it looks like, and trying to draw rotations, but the CTs really haven't moved that much. The one gamble they tried obviously didn't pay off, so they've been dissuaded, I think, personally, from trying. This boost up in the site on A is actually might be nice, especially considering that Liquid have put some effort into the fake.
Carson up on boost while Marky plays behind box. OC opens up shop. Carson's 5-7 will find one, but OC under pressure. Cynic through the CT smoke drops the bomb and takes man advantage right into the hands of Noun. We have been waiting for him to shine in this series, and what a moment that is. But OC recovering already with an op into the bomb site and a smoke towards the donut.
Oh, I mean, they're getting ready.
CJ and B-Wills.
Yeah, they're getting ready to do something crazy, I think, because they can afford to.
Yakinder has the cover of the box. OC is everything, but down he goes! And B-Will's 5-7 with a double.
Oh my God, they locked it up. It's because Nouns didn't move. Liquid thought, all right, well, we've just taken B twice on their rifle rounds. We just put pressure with Cave. You guys have no info on Banana once again, but no one from Nouns on the maps moved at all. They committed to their even 2-1-2 setup, and they had one boosted up in the A site. He got a kill with a 5-7, and so that paid off. Ooh. Liquid Nouns stay in the lead.
One thing I did talk to Semphis about earlier today is just that when we watched this team play before, it seems like really sometimes Nouns' greatest undoing is just fighting for too much map control on their CT side. They are actually very comfortable playing passive setups. But okay, wait a second. Liquid, they just want to speed things up.
Oh, that
Kinder,
off.
Mac 10, you're sitting. Oh, he's already getting past, but the cover is there. CJ and B-Wills come in. 2 players alive. It's just OC. 1v4, and that is it. What a hold.
Wow,
dude.
the coverage is so good. They saw him full blind and thought this round's over. But then the counter flashes came in. He took a good angle on the other side, a default pillar. That was really nice from Cynic and all of his teammates.
Man, Yakinder with the Mac 10 in the front of that pack. He wanted to charge up ramp, he wanted the BM, he wanted the disrespect, and instead he gets absolutely shut down.
Man, look at Liquid. They have 4 pistols now. I honestly thought they were just going to go for mid control over and over again simply until they won. And they lose that eco, they instantly go into a tilt B rush. They get shut out, and Cynic opens up again. That's the one gun, and that's that walk-up I was talking about with Yakinder.
That one gun tries its hand at the B site, sends the rest of Liquid over towards A. Nouns, 4 frags from securing OT at the very least on Liquid's map pick.
Oh, what a molly.
We get the boost over. Molly holds it off. Marky sees the shadows. Damage already found here. Nitro's job that much harder. Carson, he's able to get the kill. Naf's gonna go charging deep into the temple. That also gets stuffed out. Liquid cannot buy kills in these last 2 rounds. The Tech-9 will not find safety nor sanctuary as there are 3 map points on the line for Nouns.
They're in the best spot you could possibly ask for. I mean, another buy comes in, but I mean, look at this CT side, man. This Liquid have won 3 rounds here.
That's dismal.
This was 9-6 at the half. We have 2 pistols with conversions for Nouns. First 4 rounds in each half. And honestly, like, Liquid have not won 2 rounds in a row so far on T side.
This is just, I mean, all coming back to bite Liquid. The lack of discipline that they showed in that first half gave them so much less room. They should have been stomping Nouns. These solo peaks from Elige, the way that they just wanted to take all these fights by their lonesome. The teamwork that's been on display here for Nouns has been considerably better on their CT side.
Yeah.
That is not something I thought I would say coming into today. And
yeah,
no matter what the result of this is, though, Liquid have to look hard at themselves in the mirror after this is over. Even if they come out with the victory, they need to recognize that this was unacceptable already.
Yeah, you got to be taking every match seriously. And if you don't, you better win. So, listen, Nouns showed up in a suit and tie. Liquid showed up in sweatpants today. And they're looking a little bit silly now for it on a map that they picked.
With Nuke on the other side, something they've been picking, but it's sometimes as well received criticism for. You know, I don't think there's anybody out there who's going to say they're the best Nuke team in the world. And it feels to me like that's a map that you would have expected maybe Liquid to go into the pick with, how many times they've pulled it out in recent times. What has Semphis cooked up? What do Nouns have in store, assuming that we get there? Right now, Liquid on the brink of embarrassment.
Let's see, they just go right back to this, but they already did like the tilt rush. You know, they already lost the ego round. So, I mean, yes, they could win again. They've got all the right utility to push CTs out, and the responses are not always optimized. B-Wills, he's going to try to come in as a hero with a good spray, actually. Controls for it, takes a Kindred out, but they still come forward, and there's still no pressure on Banana, and the op just falls off the angle. Cynic,
he unscopes.
He's going to be kicking himself, and Ally through the wall. Okay.
All right, Liquid with a chance to get into the B site again. Bomb plant goes down, but we've seen retakes happen. Cynic still smoked out. Couple of smokes for the retake as well. The weapons are real here for Nouns, but it is a man advantage, of course, for Liquid.
It's hard to justify this for Nouns.
Don't even bother. I mean,
yeah, keep this moving forward. Just don't get baited into it now.
Yeah.
Cynic still sticking around. He's got a smoke over towards the cave entrance. It looks like they are going to take the chance, and then Carson's just met by the smoke spam. So that's 2 untimely deaths.
I'd love for the round to be over, or the map to be over, but that's not going to be the case. So, listen, if I have to predict what's going to happen, they're just going to keep going back to their slow mid control because actually they don't know if they can win a rush. They do not know if they can risk that anymore. They know so far the only success and cleanest rounds that they've had is when they believe in the default and like slowly working on all their protocols. And I think that's just the round they've been trying to avoid because they've been lazy. They've been undisciplined. And they don't want to have to go through that versus a team they feel like they shouldn't have to. But that's the case. So, and honestly, it might work, okay, here for Nouns because they don't have the responses inside of Cave. They don't know how to exchange an utility. They don't know what to do when utility lands on them. And they aren't going for any full A pushes or B pushes.
Oh, Cynic.
Love that.
Oh,
decides not to go all the way in. Now he's flashed.
Ooh.
Elige on the chase.
Good damage, though.
So many smokes, no angles here for Nouns.
That's a good idea, though, for them to try to do something. And Kindred just can instantly disrespect this utility. He feels so comfortable doing it.
He's had much more success inside caves than he did trying to come up ramp on his own. The MAC-10 rush canceled. The solo AK play before Nouns secured 15, also stuffed. And Nouns playing outside of cave now. Cynic turns back. A lot of pressure being applied through middle here. Oh, that right there, smoke shot from Elige to kill Carson allows for all of Liquid to group themselves up and probably transition into what could be a buttery smooth B hit because with that kill, Nouns drawn away.
This might already have to be the save for Nouns. Unless CJ's able to find anything crazy through the smoke, But once again, Nouns, they just have to make sure that they don't get baited and over-eager to end the game here, because you need to take these guns into the next round. You cannot actually justify this. There is not any utility to work with. They have a smoke and a flash. I'm going to say now that is not enough. Keep the guns moving forward. Give yourselves another opportunity to start around fresh.
Yeah.
And let Liquid have this 14th.
Yeah, this is, I think, next round Nouns, man, they know what's coming at this point. I mean, oh, wow.
They stick around. No. Yeah, this is worst case scenario.
Yeah, this is exactly what Liquid wanted, especially with the opt-down. So, man, no, that's what it is. I think Nouns, you know, next round, though, they can't simply participate in like, keeping an eye on mid as Liquid take it slowly. They need to have
Liquid are coming.
Wait, okay.
They're holding on. Marky last up.
Is that everyone?
Died.
Yeah, they both.
They all died. They all died.
Okay,
Every
so
single
no
Nouns
money
player
here for
cleared.
Nouns.
That's so heartbreaking for Nouns. If this hits OT, you know that Liquid's going to bring a completely different face to this match.
100%.
They are already upset with what's happening. You can see, as Launder said, that they are just going for the more tried and true team-oriented mid-control into these just site conversions. And for Nouns, they've liked some of their passive setups, but when you give all this space to Liquid, I mean, they do know how to convert.
Oh, look what they're left with. Pistols, an MP9.
So the last time that this happened, you know, Liquid, they were like, oh, we're going to kind of go B and put some pressure, and then they walked back to A, and then they ran into that stack and actually lost.
The Cynic pushed through CT smoke.
Right. So we'll see if Nouns can come up with anything.
Oh, being proactive.
Looking for the ramp push. Nitro, nade in his hand.
Oh my.
Nade in his hand, he's busy. Comes back,
Oh,
caught off.
there's a 5v4. And
It's starting.
They don't go for the gun. They don't go for the gun and the upgrade. And no, I think Liquid want to get window in this position instead of just thinking about A.
Good call. Yukinder takes it instantly, and it is so open right now.
Okay, so he sets his teammates up, but they're down to 3 people hitting this site, and there's 3 people in A.
Smoke towards CT lane. Oh, Nat finds timing and the double kill. Cynic, though, his deagle hot off the first one with Yukinder inside of the CT spawn. You'd think B-Wills is doomed, and he is not going to be able to turn that around. Team Liquid will survive the test of this second half. But should we even be here? Finally, they play with a little bit of respect, go through those protocols, and look how easy it seemed to bring back that little bit towards the T-half. B-Wills and CJ trying their absolute damnedest. That Cynic CT smoke push, that's the reason we're OT.
I know that at least for now, they're just thinking, man, if this was a map that we were any more comfortable on, this would actually be over, because they definitely caught Liquid slipping and they punished every single step of the way. But they just didn't have that full range of ideas to really counter exactly, you know, Liquid playing optimized.
And they just didn't even have the nades and utility, really, for the last round there. I mean, their contests have been pretty good. I actually really am curious what Nouns are able to do now that they're back in this with full guns, full nades. All the ideas should be present. And Cynic changing things up.
This is such a great first step.
Yeah, this is going to catch Yukinder off guard for sure. No way he expects an op to come, but clearing that angle, a whole different story.
Carson, he kills Elige as well towards mid, so all they're going to have is this A play. I mean, Yukinder completely backstabbed. It's a 5v3 to start OT, and Carson comes right back. 2 more kills, a total stuff. OC blindsided, 5 alive for Nouns. Active play down the ramp. It's the same thing that kicked off that 30th round when they only had the pistols and the MP9.
Yeah.
Catching a guy outside of the A site, they rinse and repeat. This time working with better weapons, and Carson delivers a multi-kill.
Yeah, that was a fantastic energy from Nouns on all fronts. I mean, they just immediately switched it up, moving into post-regulation, looking like a brand new team, wielding the power of the op there from Cynic. I mean, he really has to take as many liberties to make this map look like it's freed up. And of course, at an individual level, you won't need 2 people on the push all the time with him opping. But there it is. They crack it open on a full rifle versus a try-harding Liquid, you know, putting every ounce of energy they can into it. Can they keep it up?
This is already so respectable from Nouns. At this point, I actually don't even care if they walk away with the victory, because Liquid have turned it up. But what they have done here to push Liquid to their limits like this, hats off to them.
No kidding.
11 rounds on Inferno, overtime on map 2. Taking the chance of a lifetime today to play versus Liquid with the spot at the major on the line. And looking to just, at the very least, walk away with their chins held high.
Wish they had just like 2 more tactics, one towards A and a double retake, you know, mid-clear, like a late round mid-clear, for example, that would actually make a difference in their B retakes, which have all been through CT spawn. They have never had a full flank in place, and Liquid are just way too comfortable knowing that. So it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to be the B site once again. Elige, and he gets that kill after pushing him out, and he's ready for the second player. But even though CJ gets the kill, his position's known, and he can't do that much while he holds.
He's just pinned in. Nitro's going to come clear him. Yakinder ends up finding the frag. We've got 3 members up still for Nouns.
Oh, they are working on something big here with Carson, but it's a little
late.
Far behind. They've got to wait for him to get into place. OC could get caught. I don't know if he saw. He
Naf's
spotted
got cover.
this.
Yeah. Naf's doing fine, sitting behind the pillar, but as he peeks out, it is Cynic still to topple him. A 2v4 with another flank, but Marky catching that one now makes this one real. Slim chance, but if Cynic can just keep eyes on that temple entrance, then maybe Nitro gets canceled. They do cross over. OC's gonna get drawn up the ramp. Cynic's gonna get pinched, but he jumps on top of Bomb. There is no time here. Time decides that Liquid will get 16.
Oof. All right, well, they had to work hard for it. That was actually really close in that retake, which is the closest they've got, I think, in a spot like that with the bomb going down with high numbers. So, all right, that's something nice. Now we move into the last round of this first half of OT. And with the 2 full buys coming in, I think this will tell us a lot about what Liquid think of Nouns. I'm really still not feeling like they can release the tension and do something fast here, but I would really love to see Nouns go forward with some kind of push towards A, especially there's so much space that we see on the map in the middle of the round that's left untouched, and yet there's still some coming so close to being able to pull these out.
Oh, great nade from Carson there. Down to 50 already, OC. And Cynic, I mean, he's trying something new now. Does seem like the creativity in Nouns is more or less limited to what Cynic wants to go for in terms of his peaks. But if you were able to find a frag, might just be good enough.
Yeah, that can be good enough for sure. Yeah, and he wielded that off down the B ramp in that first round of OT, set the tempo, set the pace, and it worked. And now they are going to go for the reclear inside of middle through Donut. They could catch a timing here. It could go wrong, but it's worth an effort. And the flash goes by, shots missed. That was the bomb. It'll cross back, they steal window. Liquid get a huge attack going now towards B.
One window, one cave. This is a great situation from Liquid. And
They're
there is the re-clear.
They're pushing, and Elige isn't looking. That's a free one.
Oh, that's massive.
Now they can still follow through to the B hit, but the original B site defenders in CJ and B Wills just sit back behind long smoke. Carson adds himself to the hold. And the nades fly over. Nitro plants a bomb uncontested. Double down on ramp. There is no flank from that lane just yet. But you know Cynic is inbound. And 4 players for Nouns to try and take this 17th round. A slight edge here in OT. To have 2 on this half would be huge. And Naf coming back from ramp has opened the Cynic flank. It's him versus Yakinder inside of the cave. And Yakinder's gonna lock this in. Flashes popping all across the site. Spam through smoke. No contact. Naf down. Yakinder connects with yet another. And now B Wills and CJ, brothers on B, diffusing this bomb all the way. And Yakinder can't stop it. It's an edge for Nouns.
Oh yeah, they take the second round in OT. That's a beautiful performance out of Nouns. It's 2 more to close this game, but they've really got to, you know, take some credit here. This is Liquid trying their absolute hardest, squeezing every little bit out of the round. They even tried something brand new, getting a Elige into the window, and they themselves went for the late mid reclear, which they haven't been trying. So they're keeping up with Liquid as Liquid are evolving.
It really feels like Nouns are adapting on the fly too. The fact is that they're changing up their game plan too. They're bringing new ideas to the table. It was quite static at the beginning of their CT side campaign, and now it feels like they're playing up to the level that Liquid have also turned up to.
Now, the problem for me looking at this half was that towards the tail end on T side for Nouns, it sort of became hyper simplistic with the full B rushes, and suddenly it felt like their earlier game plan that actually worked when it came to A plays and lurky rounds it didn't feel like they believed in them any longer. And so I wonder where that left us towards the end. You know, I think they were sort of painting a tapestry, and then all of a sudden they gave up because it didn't look right. But from our perspective, they were on the right track. Nouns, what do they think of their T side, and where are they going to go with it?
Oh, it's looking fast.
Damn, man, they've waited a long time to throw this one. 18 rounds of a CT side from Nouns. And they at least established the boost as fast as possible, but it's not the all-in rush.
That's such a deep molly.
They have no control anywhere but lane.
Yeah, and not ready to attack just yet. Really risky versus Liquid, obviously, knowing what they can do with the map.
Are they playing contact off Cynic's op? That is...
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're just waiting, but...
There's a lot of utility. I mean,
look at the respect that Liquid's showing across the map right now. They have no eyes on mid. They have no eyes A main. No one's going for a flank. They're all rotating passively right now. And yeah, I think they want this contact play from Cynic.
He holds,
but
the AK shots come out.
There's not enough pressure on the map, right?
No.
And so why wouldn't you start smoking at a minute? Nouns put so much stock into this, and I think a better situation would have been going earlier, of course, but now it feels like they need to sort of go back. They're sort of probably worried about the thought that a push is coming through.
Oh, man.
It's very unnerving. Now the CTs are going to find this more and more obvious.
So clumped.
A huge play could take this all back, and there's the opening. Oh, and it's spammed through the wood wall.
Unleash doubles back around short, looking for anything of a hold, and a ton of damage versus Marky. Multiple bodies softened up, but still it is Cynic who got this started.
Nice shot.
And it is Cynic who looks to continue. More damage to him as he falls along the wall, but all three for Cynic. And this is such a recovery. He was so low on that scoreboard throughout Ancient, and now he has gotten to the point that he has surpassed what was a strong start from B-Wills and CJ. All they wanted was contact for Cynic, and all they needed was Cynic.
Yes, and man, it was a brave call to make, but it ends up working out. Even with the appropriate amount of Liquid players there, enough utility on the site, knowledge, they telegraphed that it was coming in, but they could not hold.
All right, 2 map points here for Nouns, and again, all praise be Cynic. Calling his own number in that one and able to deliver not just the opening contact kill, but to press on forward and shut that retake down. Another timeout for Liquid. They got to rethink this. It felt like they knew what was going on. They had a great idea at the very least, but they weren't entirely sure. They didn't have that presence towards middle.
And that 100% spam damage through the wood wall, right? I mean, that just starts it off. Like, to complement the op kill instantly after. So no matter how many people Liquid had right there, the 2 players within smokes go down with no trade. Now it's looking to complete this Ancient map here.
3 rounds in regulation to close, and they couldn't.
Oh.
But Cynic in OT is a different beast, and it's a fast hit into the A site, which they will find completely clear. Nitro Deep CT knows that their presence is within this, and Marky's gonna put that bomb down. It's a retake needed, or else Nouns have truly pulled off an upset within Ancient. Liquid thought they were gonna get their punishment done, and instead they find themselves 4 deaths away from having to try and close this series on Nuke. Yakinder versus B-Wills here towards A main. Yakinder's flank has been so consistent, and yet once more he comes through with the kill. Now CJ's gonna feel compromised, so he fights off at the top with a double, and the donut kill goes the way of Naf. A 2v2, bomb is already gone. They cannot get on top. This is a Nouns map win.
Oh, they've done it. Nouns have grabbed a map.
I gotta give one more little detail from when I talked to Semphis before this match started. He said Ancient was an automatic victory for Liquid.
Wow.
He thought himself that what they did yesterday versus Flamengo was not going to be good enough to take down Liquid.
That's crazy.
And this punish pick was supposed to be the ace in the hole. This was supposed to get Liquid all the way to Paris, guaranteed, even in the minds of the opposing coach. He thought there was no chance. And that his players rose up to the occasion, playing not just to the level of Liquid, but above it.
Yes, and you know what? Listen, if Nouns are going to do this, it's going to be versus 100% Liquid in this next map. It's going to be 100% legitimate, and they don't care how it's going to go down if they can take that victory, but it's going to mean a whole lot more at this point because Liquid, they came in sloppy, they got punished to the point that they went into full sweaty defaults, edging out every single advantage until the end of the round. Now it's showing that they didn't have that much stuff on this map, but then they adapted and kept up, and in OT it seemed like no way they were going to beat Liquid, and they still did it. So why not? Eat your heart out. Let's see what you can do on map 3.
Honestly, you think about that, the fact that Cynic had started so slow, you know, the CJ B-Wills B defense, that was the only thing that was really holding strong. The numbers were good across both maps now. CJ and B-Wills are trying to set everybody up, and that allowed Cynic to shine, to thrive. And that overtime round, when he finally gets the chance to go up ramp, you know, we sat there saying, look at this from Nouns, sat outside the site for so long with no map control, but Liquid weren't pushing down mid. Liquid didn't flank lane. They sat back and tried to play in response to what Nouns had. And what Nouns had was Cynic taking the reins, full control of the situation with calling and with op dominance. Because we are talking about a Nouns who rolled out of bed today and have seized a what could be once in a lifetime opportunity, a definitely last chance opportunity to make it to the Paris Major, and maybe, just maybe, we get the upset of a generation in NACS. Nuke is the last piece between Nouns, Liquid, and Paris.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick, we have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going niche.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters.
Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats us. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats us was on point. Lost us.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
You are looking at what is meant to be the face of NACS, but new kids on the block. At least on Ancient, we had one map taken down by Nouns, and that's something that I didn't think I was going to have to say once today. When they got this draw versus Liquid, like you said, Maui, even Semphis thought there were certain maps where they had no chance. So now on Nuke, we're going to get the full Liquid. We're going to get the try-hard Liquid, and we're going to get the CT side from Liquid first and foremost. Nouns decide to try to just hit that gas pedal, crank it out through connector, and NAF, well, tapping away towards backside, will find Marky. It's a bomb plant from B-Wills. B-Wills and Cynic, two of the three pieces to the success of that last map. And OC gets popped. A 2 versus 4 that's been equaled out. And right now, we've got no kit on these CTs. Yakinder and Nitro starting to try to press out, but they've got B-Wills just serving up distractions, serving up headshots. Cynic is now low, but Nitro dead, and a 2v4 in the pistol to set the precedent.
Hell yeah, well handled with the bomb plant as well. don't want to get too excited. You know, saw Semphis talking in between maps. I mean, he's really, really looking active now, and I think keen on the thought that anything is possible at this point. And I'm sure Liquid have had to open themselves up to that idea as well. I mean, they're going to feel relieved if they win and horrible if they lose. I don't think there's going to be any joy involved in a positive outcome here for Liquid. Nouns, I think they feel joy no matter what, and proud if they win. And they've got a good start, but oh my God, the pistols on the second round.
Yeah, you got to be careful, right? If you just get overconfident, overzealous, start skipping some protocols. I truly expect some individuals here on Liquid to go above and beyond. Nap dives down into the cover, Cynic surrounded, and there's the double deagle. There's the reminder from Liquid, who's boss.
Yeah, I can't blame actually Nouns for making this call. I've seen the best teams in the world make that exact same call, second round, right here on Nuke. And so for Elige to step up to find the multi-frag there, it does feel like you threw one away if you're Nouns, but it's not like that was just an unfounded call. They threw good utility there, just that Elige delivered even better shots. And now, yeah, it feels pretty frustrating, but we can see that Nouns have pushed Liquid into a state where they're playing what should be their best CS.
Yeah.
It happened halfway through that second half on Ancient, once they recognized that they could not go for the lazy rush calls, that they wanted to go for the more consistent, more team-oriented mid-control. And now, really, this is where it is terrifying for Nouns.
Yeah, they're going to start off right away in that mode. Absolutely. Because, you know what? They wouldn't be able to return home if they lost this match, I think, as far as they're concerned. You know, they would... this would make them feel like a laughing stock. You know what I mean? And that's nothing against Nouns, but just the discrepancy in rankings here, the pedigree for Liquid, I mean, you don't even have to go down that list. I mean, it's almost disrespectful to even do that. Nouns have been a team for very little time overall.
2 months.
2 months.
Marky joined 2 months ago.
Right. So that should say enough.
Still a couple kills here out of Nouns on the buyback. Cynic's got his hands on the AK. Ramp control very much belonging to Nouns. Wow. Oh, OC finds CJ though. That's gonna push him back downstairs. Marky grabs bomb. He's got a smoke. We'll see if they cover off one of the entrances, but Cynic caught off guard by the off angle of Elige in construction. Clean with the Galil for the double and an upgrade to the AK. Liquid stabilize early.
Yeah. So Nouns, they've got 2K apiece. There's not going to be a lot that goes into this. And this is just about seeing what it looks like. You know, we know without any words spoken that Liquid are going to be at 100% right out of the gate for this last map. And now we're going to see what that looks like.
The only concern with Liquid here is that they are deciding their fate of qualifying to the major with a map that they've just reincorporated into their pool. They were obviously not playing this map at all in 2022. They were still working with Vertigo. And so for them to just bank on all of the prep that has gone into this year on Nuke and saying that, yeah, we're willing to stake our lives, our birth to the major on a map that we've also just started playing. In some ways, Nouns playing for 2 months, Liquid playing with 4 months of experience on this map.
Just two babies doing battle.
Yeah, it's not too much different.
The only reason, you know, I haven't personally, just because of their win at this tournament versus FURIA, where they picked into them and they were able to take it, that gave me a little bit more confidence in Liquid on this map. Also, their CT side being as good as it is, a lot will be dictated in this first half. I think there will be opportunities to punish on T side, like you're saying, but okay, for now. That is the line, I guess.
Yep, that's the line in the sand, and nobody's allowed to cross.
We're going to see how out of the hand the CT side gets, how much Nouns can do here. When we get over to T side, I believe that there's an opportunity to get back into the game. So, you know, anything reasonable here from Nouns on T side, and we can talk. They can scrounge 6 together, I think, you know. Eyebrows will be raised.
Yeah, I think that's more or less the magic number for Nouns. If they can hit 6, I can really believe. Take the pistol on top of that, even scoreline, and it's a Liquid T-side that we have had our gripes with. It has had its shortcomings. Cross smokes are there, and it's actually a really heavy ramp side hit for Nouns.
See how Naf does here with low HP, how he wants to play it.
Ooh. Well, they're gonna boost him up.
That's a great
Is
use
it in
of
time? Elige goes down first. They don't know about Naf. Only able to kill B-Wills, and the fact Elige goes down empty-handed because they pop the moment that boost is thrown up. So the first gun round coming back from Nouns looking good. What? Straight up heaven. Nitro turns it. Galil is going to fall to Cynic. We've got Yakinder back behind the vent. We've got CJ locking in on him. But he's more concerned with Squeaky.
See him.
Yeah, there it is. CJ back to the kill feed. And now OC, who has been towards Secret the whole time, loses the A site. Nouns with the quick ramp hit into heaven play.
That's tight.
And they flew up that ladder.
Yeah, they got up there really quick. I mean, I like that they didn't overthink it, honestly. No pressure in Turnpike, and because they saw that boost, right? So they knew that they already dealt with what would be the first rotator as well as the guy inside ramp, and that left something completely open, and they found that gap and got that trade. You know, actually Liquid did not over-rotate in that spot. They kept 2 upper. So there was a chance, and they were definitely keeping in mind that Nouns could still end upper. But with Heaven Control, you know, if you get up there safely, you still got such advantageous fights into the site that even if there are multiple players, you can feasibly see yourself winning. Uh-oh, that's Cynic dying at the end of the round.
I think it was just a little bit unfortunate for the timing between Elige and Nafly. They wanted to assemble that boost, but Naf's Molly actually being put out immediately because of the smoke actually spurred the push from Nouns, and Elige got caught right there. And if that Molly would have landed,
that's true,
they would have been able to assemble it a little bit cleaner. And so just that one little timing, that one little pixel.
Could call it
smoke.
Unfortunate, but it was his own smoke too. So.
That is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you gotta say, I mean, if you're Liquid, you're feeling a lot of pressure in this game. It feels like you should just clean it up if you play at your 100, but every misstep so magnified.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Liquid are the ones who feel like, you know, the world is watching this game now.
Okay, well, smokes across. Usually to cover the wrap. OC should be presented a lot of targets. Oh, missing the first shot. It's up to Yakinder. Yeah, this is really, okay. Oh, the bomb's just in the open though.
Double molly
that's
down.
Tough. They can't. Oh, nice cover, Marky. Wow. Really well done. He goes back across red to take a more shallow angle just in case, because that's the only thing that's open.
Great instincts from Marky.
That saves it.
Nitro wants to clear out the lobby, and he is doing so with a teammate, but Carson preoccupied with Squeaky side.
They don't see anything, so I'm sure I mean, surely they're going to be aware of the potential for this, but you know what? Maybe they've forgotten about it. Elige will see them now walking in with full intention. He's actually worried about Heaven and mollies it.
Carson can go back if he wants to hold this off. We'll lose the duel to Elige, but they can't stop that plant. OC catching Marky. So it's a 2 versus 4 between Cynic and CJ. And we're going to see Nitro round outdoors. CJ caught out by that, back turned. Didn't expect Nitro to be down on the ground. Cynic top hut. Time is ticking, but there is still ample amounts of it for the retake to come through. Cynic dives onto the hut, predicts that OC's push will come through. A fresh AK right there for the taking. Naf's going to catch the headshot. Elige will take the defuse. Liquid a 4-2 lead.
It was unlikely, but it was a nice move and a nice try in that 1-on-4 situation. But Liquid's trades as Nouns were trying to crawl towards the bomb site or essentially what cost them the round. A nice clean pick off here. At OC, they could have killed him earlier. And then because they didn't grab him while he was still outside, Yakinder got his frag. Liquid stabilized throughout. And there were good opportunities here for Nouns, but missed him by a hair.
Yeah, that peek from Carson right there, it looked like he was gray screened, and obviously an unfair fight versus Elige. And unfortunately, that was also Nouns' own smoke. So they threw a smoke on Carson as he was trying to retreat to get back that lobby control. So, again, just little details, and that's all it takes to separate these two teams. Naf, really nice angle here. Won't be spotted by this boost. And Marky, wow, how did he get that?
How the hell?
Did he just shoot? I think he was just shooting through all those smokes. I don't know how he picked him off. And actually, Alicia's body's around Tetris. How is that even possible?
He didn't. Did he go out of HUD and go back in?
I don't think. I thought he was door, but I'm not sure. Okay, Naf. Yeah.
Wow.
This is what you'd want to see a little bit from Liquid, though. Exerting their own pressure, just in doses. Not overextending or anything. And yeah, Yakinder taking his turn now. A little peekaboo from him.
Feels like we need to get that blend of what we got towards the tail end of Ancient, of Liquid playing every round properly with respect, with protocol, but then also that extra bit of sauce that we're getting out of, like you're saying, these microaggressions. When you feel your time to shine, take it. You know, you can't lose that element of what you're supposed to have over Nouns.
Yeah, like you brought it up that round where they, Liquid, they knew it was going to be the B side, but they didn't go for any full flanks or anything. They were legitimately scared at that point. So they were playing properly, but they weren't doing that little extra that makes them the top team, and that's why Nouns ended up winning. So, well, 5-2, things are pretty calm at the moment here. Nouns will go into another bye, but I'm really liking Nafly. Just a positive thing here about Nafly as a solo player on the ramp. And in general, when I was playing ramp, those are the demos I was watching. I love the way that he plays it. On top of the box, pressed up forward, really good at staying active and not just taking the exact same headshot angle that everyone does and just falling back. He gets loose with it.
Okay, it's a little bit of a change-up. Yakinder,
a perfect counter to what's coming, as we can see. And it's, if they don't cross, so much info for Yakinder. If they do,
chance for kills.
It's a chance for kills, yeah.
It's going to be CJ's task. Better clear it fully. Looks like he's going to, but Yakinder that much sharper, and then Carson is able to trade it, but OC, just as that smoke fades, gets the trade frag back. It's man advantage maintained. It's B-Wills and Marky in lobby, and Cynic stranded outside with bomb. Of course, they know that OC's prying eyes are still hunting outdoors, but he could easily wrap around through Mini, and he will, but it's been spotted. He challenges.
The flash.
And he catches Nitro top sight. Naf's gonna activate. He's got that lobby under wraps. B-Will's dead to the Opera up in heaven. No longer is OC outside. But Cynic also, quick reposition, would have heard that rotation. He knows they went towards ramp. And if he catches OC on the fallback, well then this round is very much alive. A 1v3 from Cynic. Fight versus back vent. Elige exposed in the open, but able to maintain control here for Liquid. 6-2. A CT side with defense all over. And everybody's winning.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, first of all, I'd just like to say OC's flight path in this map has been fantastic. He's been picking 1 or 2 off every single time while he's rotating around in 5-6 places in a round. And that's just the activity you want to see. I've been preaching this for some time. And so he's being a part of this win in a massive way. Back to the half buy here for Nouns. Gave it their best shot right there. But it's like at every single point in the default, they lost a player. And I think that's the big thing for Liquid, staying ahead on trades, staying active, making it feel like there's 6 players on the map instead of 5. I mean, that's what they're doing right now on the CT side.
They throw the cross smokes once again, but it is going to be an A commit. You see that Elige is already slotted right on top. OC right there as well. They should be able to connect to defend this. And Elige, oh, this spot's really hard to deal with.
Molly also on top of the silo. That's not ideal. Pistols get the better of him. OC, I mean, back here, surrounded, smothered back by the Pistols. And Cynic catching wind of Naf on that flank as he threw out last round. A little lady luck here from Yakinder as CJ gets caught through smoke. Naf now has HUD, but the damage is immense.
I think he got spotted too. Oh, and he'll get caught.
Now they go for the retake, surely.
The B-Will's up.
Let's see it. Carson's right next to him. And he's just gonna try to lock him in within Mini. Takes back the Tech-9, smoke soon to fade on HUT. They know this is a 2-pronged retake. We've got kits on both sides. Time's pretty tight. Yakinder comes out and catches B-Wills on the wall, and Carson just has to hide it. Sit back, relax, and clutch out 1v2.
Oh, hell yeah. Man, that got real messy upstairs. And Elige, he got full blind. The flashes have been great, actually, on their upstairs hit. And he tries to release the molly to land in front of HUT. It lands on top silo with him, and they fall down. It's an op and a rifle. holding hands, full blind.
Oh, that's like the worst case scenario for Liquid on that defense. All fell apart. But you can see that in these moments of confusion, the ones that really aren't drilled out, the transitional moments to set up the post plant, Nouns, they're having some trouble just kind of locking down and really staying put, digging in. And you know what? They might just go for a fast one here. Marky wants to go for the vent dive. I'm not sure if he made it down. No, okay, this is a bit awkward. And
there's a reload, but
I think he's able to get out from this.
I think he's maybe worried that there could be a CT there now since he didn't get in on his timing.
Look at this on the roof. Alicia's just on the roof right now.
Wait, what the hell?
He slid up the ladder.
Oh my, this is so rude. Okay, Nouns are feeling all the individual pressure now as Liquid is throwing in
fights?
those wildcard fights.
These fights don't exist.
I've never seen these before.
Are those pieces of cover? Are those angles?
Have those always been there?
Is that the best way to defend T-roof?
Oh, anything is possible.
Is there more to learn about Nuke?
The Americas RMR. B-Wills 1v4. Sorry, buddy. Lobby here belongs to Liquid. So it's going to be another one where Nouns will pull off a round win, but then are immediately met by a round right back from Liquid. 3 on the board. We said maybe if 6 can be grabbed, then we can really talk about that second half. They're halfway there, but they've got to string them together because it's going to be save by, save by.
Liquid have already identified they can't let Nouns just go into their playbook. If they upset the default like Elise just did there, like Nap's been pushing ramp, then they can actually just shut down this half. That's something that so frequently it seems like top teams forget. Like they just want to play back sometimes, but yeah, this time, okay, fast play towards ramp. Nap's had trouble here defending it, but this time, a couple kills for him. Let's see if he's able to find more. No, B-Wills takes him down, and Elige there to clean up. Yeah, they know exactly where you are, B-Wills. You could drop the smoke all you want, but not going to make a difference.
Yeah, leave it to Naf, man. He's been fantastic on the ramp overall. You know, one or two blemishes, but overall, 13-5, scoring high. Him and Elige top of the board. Here for Liquid, and they've got Nouns in just this repetitive situation of full rifles, no ops, into half buys with Tech 9s, and very simple ideas.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Liquid now are recognizing where Nouns' default is just where the holes are in it. And so the individual liberties are being taken, and okay, they're just going for all fast plays now. Door opening backwards because of the smoke in front of it. Yeah. That is going to upset Cynic a little bit. Definitely wanted to fly out there.
Man, if they lose this next gun round, I really would like to see maybe Semphis call a pause, get in on that. I know we had that conversation.
There is this sort of toxic trait that they've got of, you know, on the T sides having a game plan and then just so quickly it feels like just flipping and going for the most simplistic, fast stuff possible, and not going back to stuff where they've actually looked like they have, they have had some success playing slowly.
Also, just maybe take a breath. I mean,
yeah, it doesn't have to happen now.
It doesn't need to be this one. Just
that's a very good point.
Recenter yourself.
And that was an issue with the pauses, you know, that we talked about. Oh man.
Uh-oh. This is an opportunity that you will have in your life.
At this point, I just believe
so infrequently.
Naf, you know, Naf threw that on purpose.
He loves those.
I mean, they're terrified of it.
That molly he missed, that wasn't a miss.
Also a sad reality that after 2 excellent maps out of B-Wills
Look at
and
this. It was on purpose.
Look at this from Naf.
He wouldn't have been able to push
he
if
just
it was
keeps
smoked.
pushing.
14-5 now from Naf. He was non-existent on Ancient. Carson takes back the frag to Yakinder, so there is still very much life left on this one from Nouns, but OC up in heaven. Thinking about maybe Squeaky, holding off maybe Mini. Shuts down B-Wills first. Cynic now dead as well. Elige ends him, and Carson exposed to 4. Means Liquid on a CT side already on the brink of double digits.
And we don't know exactly what Nouns feel like they need to get in this first half.
There it is.
Okay.
There's the pause.
Pause will be called, and another half buy will ensue. But yeah, I mean, now maybe their maximum potential is something like 5. Of course, they did win 1 upper rush with Tech 9s, and it got real rambunctious, but they actually had good flashes and scaled really quickly and of course hit their shots. So it's not, it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to be able to pull this out now, but I wonder if they feel like if they get 5 or 6, if they can make something of this, or what they feel like their quota is internally.
Yeah, we see that the beginning of this pause all Semphis on the mic. Then Cynic, the IGL, taking over at the tail end. So perhaps refining the idea. Semphis, I love that when talking about CS with him, he's good at recognizing just those great macro trends. And so very, very likely that Cynic just polished that idea and made it into a more crystallized plan. And this is it. This is what they wanted.
Met by resistance yet again. Seems a little too easy here for Nitro on the door.
That's the gun. Just went through the door as well. Cynic on the full investment. OC on the ramp, and hit that fast.
Yeah, Carson did hit him, but not between the eyes. It's a limp, it's a crawl. It's a desperate time for Nouns. Minute 10 on the clock.
Looks like
Sharks circling in their spawn. Yakinder wants a piece of the action. And as they make that contact to Hut, CJ's gonna try to come out, but we've got 2 CTs up in the rafters, and also Squeaky's locked down. So again, lesser weapons, not gonna make a dent here in Liquid. That's the first time I've seen Elige smile all day.
Because he messed up his smoke, and it actually helped Naf. and Naf said thanks.
Yeah, it wasn't a mistake, though.
Yeah, not a mistake. Yeah, you meant to mess that up. 10-3 now, though. And Nouns, you really need to get something on the board. Just the fact of the matter, if you want to be competitive in this game, 5 feels like a minimum. I know that this team can put together some great CT sides, but you got to give yourself some wiggle room, some buffer zone, and Liquid have just simply been relentless in their positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing a relatively perfect game so far. There have been some small issues, but very small overall. Just getting what we expect from their CT on this map. And lots of room for Naf to shine as they keep coming in his direction. Finally, they'll get him to fall back without him committing to any fight, but we've already got OC downstairs.
Naf didn't even use a nade. So confident.
Oh, and they kill sheet inside of Secret. And what a nice clear there from Carson, man.
That's what they need. Somebody to pop off.
Uh-oh.
At least one individual to crack the whip, to get the openings, and still, after that struggle, Marky comes through. Headshot onto Yakinder. This half is not done yet.
Holy hell.
Fighting for the 4th one. Finally, we see with weapons. A little bit of success here from Nouns, a little oomph on those peaks. Carson, the insta headshot to Elige. Marky, after getting stuck on the doorway, you'd think it'd be, you know, shaking you to your core to just still push through that smoke, and yet he let go. Trusted and found himself 2 kills with a nice one on Mini as well.
Yeah, it feels a little silly for OC to be here, but they're going to be able to buy into the next round anyway, so taking some guns away would have actually probably helped their cause.
But they're giving a op.
I don't think that's going to help Nouns that much.
Yeah,
if I'm being real.
But it's like the last round, so you could take the op and then you could also buy an AK if you really wanted to.
That's true. Yeah, they could shuffle it. And, okay, actually they get them all, but yeah, again, I mean that was more or less cosmetic, not really changing what the next round will look like for Liquid. They'll have a buy anyways. I guess it takes the AK away from Naf. That is a
It's also like a free idea, you know, in an opening duel. If Cynic had a good spawn here to try something, even again, if he doesn't want to go back to it, B-Wills has enough money to drop an AK on the ground. But I think they're keeping this and going to give it a shot. Nouns with 4, it's definitely more respectable. Like, it's critical, the difference between 3 and 4 sometimes. Just ask Sonic.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
What? They trade at least.
But yeah, the way that Marky scales, you know, Naf sees him in the back, but doesn't anticipate him to be down here. Things get ugly. There's a lot of pressure on the rotations here.
Yeah, they're already making their way towards B, and not a single member of Liquid has budged an inch.
Yeah, right. Where's this rotation? Where's this fight for the B site? Where's the attempt to take back your 5th?
It's coming. It's got to come.
We've got 2 down through Secret. Another duo down on ramp. It's a split for the retake on the B site. Health low on 2 of these T's. Nade's gonna take B-Wills right down there with him. Smokes all over the place. Doors off its hinges and a smoke to be thrown through it, but the bomb's beyond that halfway point. Marky peeks, gets his headshot, takes it to OC, but falters. Control also lost. It's Cynic with the op V3, Tech 9 out. Time though. They're gonna jump on it quick.
Gonna come down to the wire, but Liquid could be ending, will be ending with an 11th round on this CT side. Nouns may have never got here, but they will try their damnedest on the CT side to take it all back. Team Liquid at one point on the brink of embarrassment. They wouldn't have been allowed back to the United States, I tell you, but they have recovered at least on the CT side of Nuke, but everybody knows the CT side is easy. So let's see, with 11 rounds in their back pocket, with a map win on Inferno, and with Nouns ahead of them, whether or not Team Liquid will join everybody else in Paris. It would seem impossible for them to not be there, but CJ, B-Wills, Cynic, Carson, and Marky gonna give it their absolute damnedest. Of course, we get Marky to open up, drops bomb downstairs, a bomb that no longer belongs to Team Liquid, because they've lost bodies all over this site. It's happening.
Yeah, they went everywhere and got stopped everywhere as well. Boom! Not a single kill here for Liquid on this pistol. They had the intentions to really just take every part of the map and collapse the CT side. And right now, it'll just be a Liege with no bomb and a 1-on-5. Oh my goodness. Carson will knock him down. 2 kills for Carson and the opening kill.
Yeah, good containment. I think that was actually a pretty tough round to read.
For sure, and call.
If you're Nouns, yeah. I mean, Liquid, they actually blew the door open, then threw a molly down the vent to cut rotations. Nouns just dive bombed in a couple places and then just were able to cut Liquid off entirely.
It basically did get them to split up into having one guy to fight one guy, and they won all of those consecutive duels.
One by one by one. That is how Liquid will fall like dominoes. And so it's going to have to be a team effort. We know that already, though. Nouns have proved to the world that in terms of individual ability, they are not that far behind. And that is more or less a symptom of CSGO as a whole. As this game reaches its terminus, we are recognizing that everybody can frag. No questions about that.
B-Wills and CJ certainly did across the first 2 maps. They have earned this help from Cynic, Carson, and Marky on map 3. And maybe if they can just get it going in this one, then right back, we've got all of the Nouns players popping off. They're going to farm and gain a little confidence here versus Pistols. It's been a long journey for some of these players on Nouns. CJ having played his very first major qualifier in 2015.
Wow.
Marky,
what a
active
journey.
Since 2016. Those are the 2 pillars of experience that are meant to be here alongside the fresh roster that they are joined by.
It was interesting, though, because Marky said he felt like they were on the same level, and he didn't really feel like the guy who was the veteran on the team, which was interesting to hear. And, you know, you have Cynic who's doing the op role, the IGL role, and he, you know, it looks like he's playing with a ton of experience. When we saw him run it back on Ancient, he was doing a great job. All right, here he is outside, and narrowly missing this duel.
Another secret player, though. That's going to catch him off. Great recovery from CJ. OC still bests him through the edge of that smoke. Outside still ends up falling to Liquid, but there is another member of Nouns down on Secret, and he's going to find somebody top mini. If he comes out to take this duel, Elige wasn't looking, now is wary. And he's going to pick up that fight. However, another, yes, B-Wills catching Elige, falling off of the rooftop.
That's info, though. The thing is, yeah, the last person to shoot is the CT, and so the 2 Liquid players are going to be a little bit harder to figure out. There's no gamble read here. It's very dangerous to do so sometimes on Nuke because, you know, you risk being on the lower site when it's actually upper, and that rotations can take forever or be very difficult. But now that they know it, walking in with 2 Marky and B-Wills side by side. B-Wills has a good amount of utility. It could very easily come down to this next engagement.
Nap's so ready to lock them in on the control stairs. B-Wills a little bit behind, and Nap does get traded. OC all in on this angle. There's a kit here for B-Wills. He's got a flash. If he throws that out first, then maybe he forces OC to move the crosshair, but without it, OC locks him in. OC gives Team Liquid 12, and Nouns at a mere half of that round count.
Still some good ideas from Nouns in that one. The double re-aggress towards Secret. You see that they're actually trying to employ teamwork. Even though the first pick doesn't go their way, they had an idea for how they wanted to get back in. And so it pushed Liquid to their limit in that. 1 headshot there. That's all B-Wills needed. But obviously, it was OC to come out on top. And now this is a commanding lead for Liquid. Nouns, sure, they won the pistol here. They gave themselves some breathing room. But Liquid, they're looking to keep their foot on the throat.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I hope they watched the hell out of that FURIA Nuke match because honestly, it was a well of data. They should be able to learn a ton about what Liquid want to do now on the map, and everything is pretty fresh with them. So, I mean, we'll see if Nouns. I mean, what they've learned is one thing. What they can execute on is another, and what it looks like to them when they're live in a match is actually a third thing. So whatever translates is something that we're going to pay attention to. But for the time being, Cynic's got the best gun. It's a very mixed bag outside of it. T's want to take it to ramp fast. There's a boost.
Ooh, and that 5-7. 5-7 in the hands of CJ double. That AK looks so good.
Yeah, with the refresher smoke. And now Liquid are actually going to feel maybe a little uncomfortable dropping these guns in this position.
Still up.
CJ, another frag?
No way. Fresh reload, and Elige still hasn't cleared him out. Nap is down beneath him. A huge moment for CJ. After an incredibly quiet half,
Now they could decide just to take it onto lower. There's the op coming in.
They turned.
There's a weird timing here for Cynic.
If that op posts.
There it is.
Drops the bomb.
The bomb in their view. On the other side of the railing, Cynic, he's looking for the shot. There's a smoke, but it goes a little high. You know, let's see.
Famas is pushed ahead of it. Sees the glimpse of the movement. And Nav still hasn't got that bomb back. He's gonna go ahead and grab it. Takes the chance. Nabs it. He didn't actually pick up any more util off those dead bodies.
I wonder if he actually, okay, well, he can plant here and take control side. They're just gonna come in slowly. Oh, he's going up for the clock plate. That's huge if he gets there, but he doesn't. Oh, that would have made it possible maybe to win in the 1v2. I was thinking, you know, this is looking very good for the two players on the CT side to be this close and coming in, and good on Nouns for speeding it up right there.
Yeah, I think they were able to work off of the sound cues that NAF was giving off, speeding up right there. And so good for CJ on top. You could see that Carson at the bottom of that boost just tried it fiddling with his smoke, couldn't get it out in time. And so it had to be CJ that delivered, and he did. The fact that he found 3, that feels like just a mistake in some ways from Liquid, but man, I mean, it's hard. Sometimes that position is very tough to deal with. And so this breathes life into Nouns because we see that Liquid are going to have to more or less sack this round. A few Tech 9s, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you almost never see, you know, a pistol get that many kills from that position. So that was, you know, a huge overachieve there from CJ. And that could pain Liquid for sure. I mean, they're broke as hell right now, so.
Stuffed. 2 easy kills on Hut exit. Bomb dropped by Marky. And this one's not only an economy builder, but a confidence boost here for Nouns. Keep him back. Hold him back. Give CJ more runway. Give B-Wills a chance to recover. The 2 most consistent in this series up until that first half on Nuke, which means we know they have it in them. They've just got to dig deeper than ever. And CJ, he'll be able to find Yakinder inside of lobby. Feed him all the frags you want. He is now climbing that board alongside B-Wills. Both of them have recovered to 10 kills already. And this is a 4-round game where Liquid are about to buy back.
Yeah, and their T side sometimes it looks like they've got half a default. It doesn't look like they have full confidence. And I think that's, you know, versus Nouns, I don't think they're that scared about how sort of unfigured out their T side is right now, but that doesn't mean that Nouns can't get back into this. And we don't know how Liquid are, how prepared they are.
Oh, they're doing a triple ramp.
This late into the game.
Oh, they're doubling secret this early for Nouns? Really interesting way if they're going to go for this to defend outside, but it's a big gamble. And if Liquid just go for the all-out A play, it will be a weakened defense on that side. So you expect that this double secret play is going to have to activate into a push eventually. When I talked to Semphis earlier about this veto, before it was even set, he said if this third map comes and if it's Mirage or Nuke, he really, really believed that this team had a chance, that his team had a chance. And I think they were starting to believe that too.
Chances here, few and far between.
CJ took a quick look. Yakinder comes over top, and again, this is one of the protocols where like they were doing this a lot, but it didn't really feel like they knew what to do next. But most of the time they weren't full crossing, so going to attempt the jump down. Preemptive molly here from CJ. And the smoke at 35. That is huge.
Damn.
That is huge.
Look at the force that exerts on Liquid to redirect.
Yeah, to have to take upper now.
They smoke mini themselves.
That feels terrible. And they're going to try to get into heaven?
Yeah, I think they have to.
But at any point, that mini push could come out from Carson. He's already starting to size it up.
Yeah, the op, they know where he's rotating in
is
from
coming
now.
Too. 15 seconds on this clock.
15 seconds, baby.
They're coming in from heaven, but B-Wills is going to have an angle on it. The mini player does go down first. Cynic down beneath can do nothing. B-Wills a singular kill. 6 seconds and bomb is planted. A squeeze, a crunch, and a collapse out of Nouns on that A site. The fact Carson dies in smoke can't offer anything else to help B-Wills, who just cannot do it on his own. Liquid did not want to try to squeeze that A site with such few seconds left, but they still come out on top when they're forced to.
To be honest, I would say Nouns had everybody in place in that position. They knew that it was going to be the A site, but honestly, Liquid did get every part of the split in place before putting pressure on, and we didn't see how many of the engagements went, but I can understand why they went that way. They probably compromised the maximum amount of spots, and for Nouns, they felt the pressure knowing that if they got just one kill here, that they would have ended the round. But that little bit has created a situation where Nouns are quite broke. That's one of the Deagles down. This could end the game, honestly, if Liquid just cleanly picked this up.
It's the worst weapon dead.
Wow, they were so close. They set that round up so well, man.
They did. They did. The smoke on Mini on top of it, it looked ridiculous at the time, but it actually limits the amount of plays that Nouns could make as Liquid were setting that whole split up. It's actually a really interesting contingency plan, and only one that works if you have pretty much the exact amount of time, if or more than they did. And we see that Liquid, yeah, they use the cross smokes now to the fullest effect. They're all over this lower B bomb site. There is not a soul in sight for Nouns. This is going to be a 14th for Liquid guaranteed. There is no way into this round. Nouns, just save. There is no way you're getting into this.
Yeah, they want their full kits of utility. It's actually, you know, quite a nice scene next round if they get all their utility and can just rebuy, because they didn't come in with much. They needed that dry duel to be won here to make anything of this. You know, of course, for whatever reason, this game feels somewhat close. And we have seen great things from Nouns. So these guns will give them the best chance. No guarantees, of course, but the best option for now is saving.
Liquid are showing more of their playbook than they ever wanted to in this game.
That's the biggest, you know, feather in the cap of Nouns for sure.
Yeah, when Liquid loaded up into Ancient T-side, they thought they could just run over Nouns with the simplest of plays, but it wasn't the case. And now Liquid being pushed to the position that they're in here on Nuke, we're seeing reactions to counters that I'm sure Liquid wanted to hide going into the major. In fact, I'm actually gaining more confidence of Liquid's Nuke just by watching this as opposed to the game against FURIA.
Yeah, that FURIA game was just a bunch of question marks and trying to understand exactly why they want to pick the map or why they feel like it's ready just yet. But here, I mean, push their absolute limit. They still pull something cool out.
Another wall of smokes up. CT sat behind it.
They only rotated one over. It's just CJ with the 5-7, so the majority of strong weaponry is still here to defend the A site, and it doesn't look like Liquid have any intention to go down secret.
Dude, ramp is so open. Ramp is literally clear.
Oh man, can't really afford that, can we? It's not.
There's nobody that can even get to it. I mean, Cynic's back in CT spawn. Everybody else is on the floor of the A site.
That's a crazy timing. I mean, this might be hard to figure out with just no pressure.
Cynic has to hold this, and I mean, if he had his op, then I can understand, but a tough fight versus anybody who may try to enter in heaven, and if Elise just goes hell...
I think he gets a kill,
Yeah, he's getting this kill on Elise.
Yeah, oh.
Yeah, he's still getting it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Wow. Gets the dink.
But now he's hamstrung a little bit. It's scary for him to continue to fight, and he needs to get out of there.
And the only thing on this B site is still CJ's 5-7 because that ramp was sussed out by Liquid.
Elise got it.
Cynic does go down, or excuse me, inversed. And they double back towards lobby. They were so deep in ramp. Now Yakinder's gonna take up the mantle outside. He does finish off Cynic. Things are compromised. Marky's gonna use that MP9, and Carson from the top of hut dives back around to try and stuff him on the hut. Yes, he does. Double headshot out of Carson, a hold inside of the A site, and no punish for an open ramp and an empty B site.
Yeah, so, wow, yeah, the B, I mean, yeah, it's something that they can't know unless they go ahead and try it. Some rounds you don't take ramp, that's fine. But Nouns' gamble pays off. I think that's more like the Liquid T side versus FURIA, where they literally look like they're wandering around. So I don't know if they're waiting for one special piece to get in place. I guess that was Elige in heaven, but it was the one idea. And outside of that, there's never any pressure. And so I think that's where their attacks look very flimsy.
Even if they were just ready to spring out the door when Marky went for the hunt on Yakindar, that could have actually opened things up for them. But okay, Liquid, I think they've recognized that if CJ's not just playing in secret, this is more or less free. And so Yakindar already down towards lower. Cynic has made his way down as well, but if he breaks this glass, it's going to give Yakindar a huge clue.
Carson working with a smoke and a flash. Looking like 3 members of Liquid starting to come his way, but he puts down the utility before they arrive. Cynic versus Yakinder could be huge downstairs. That door could swing and expose Cynic if he doesn't position correctly.
Smoke is so close to the choke point.
I feel like Carson has to get 2 here. His team is so screwed if he doesn't.
He doesn't seem so extremely worried about, okay.
Now he is.
Oh, now they're just above him, though.
Oh, he falls, but it's slow. Do they chase? Yes, sir. And Nitro catching the headshot. Cynic falling right thereafter. B-Will's desperate to get downstairs, but Yakinder already has control of the vents.
Oh my God.
So now there is no attempt from Nouns to hold this site. Carson, they got close. They played in his smoke. They tried to boost over top in the smallest of gaps.
The thing was that he decided to smoke so close to ramp. So there was no room to to catch them popping through or get vision early enough to fall back safely. And of course, you're not watching the close right part of the ramp if you're playing on the box. So, the max pressure came out right underneath his crosshairs. There was no way he was going to be able to see that. And it was the full ramp hit this time, even though there is a player from Nouns waiting for it that catches him off guard.
And he was also just fiddling with his position so much. If he did throw the deeper smoke, he could have taken that new spot that he wanted, but as soon as it was fading, he still wasn't locked in on a spot that he really wanted. And you could tell that the pressure is there, even for Nouns too. Even though they should be the ones that are feeling like they're playing with house money right now, they are still against a Titan in the NA space. And that pressure, it's just so overbearing.
So we see the odd round here or there with Liquid. That shows they're not 100% comfortable, and Nouns have opportunities, but in the grand scheme of things, of course, Liquid now with a 5-round lead, already on series points, waiting out this timeout, have lots of ideas to still share that Nouns maybe not ready for. And it's not clear that Nouns can suddenly, take the reins, put 2 together, take the money away from Liquid, and start a comeback.
Heading into round 25, one thing I just really want to point out is no one from Nouns is truly just falling off a cliff. Like, everybody is contributing, but you are just seeing a difference in the tiers of these teams. It has been a team effort for them, and I just want to applaud their journey. But still, there's more fight to be had.
Smoke already. Spam. Oh, Cynic gets it with like one of the last few bullets there. Alicia's gonna gun him down though, but misses his chance. Cynic's still alive and fighting. A double kill from behind Red, leaving him on 11 health with CJ here to try and help. Fight every single round, boys.
Oh, does he think that Cynic left, however?
He might think that is Cynic that threw that. Oh,
no! They caught him through the smoke just below him.
3v5 in the making. B-Wills, Carson, Marky trying to keep the dreams of Nouns alive. Yakinder and Nitro downstairs with Op and Bomb. And if Nav catches the B-Wills play a route from lobby, well, that could have been the true end. But instead, there's still a little left for Nouns to offer us.
There's no rotations here, though. Vent control is now the T sides. And I think that, with 2 players, you can't actually camp this out, so there's a chance to come back down. But it's going to take a heads-up maneuver in a second here for Nouns as Liquid have the opportunity to try to go for a plant. They've got lots of utility and just enough time.
Nitro's gonna Molotov the vent to buy them a little bit of time, crossing out both doors, and nobody to hold this just yet. Down goes a smoke and another Molotov, so just ensuring that the bomb can go down to push Nitro and Yakinder to the 2v3, what could be the critical round to get Liquid to Paris. A test here versus Nouns that should have never been so close.
Ancient was the rebound, and Yakinder and Nitro are on the brink of closing. They will do exactly that. A test offered up by Nouns, but for the 12th time, the most decorated NA org get themselves to a CSGO major.
Yeah, congrats to Liquid. I mean, of course, this is a 2-1 matchup. There were so many other prevalent stories within this game. Ultimately, they did what they came here to do. They survived the RMR. They didn't get the legend spot, but they got into challengers. Sometimes that can be hard enough. I think, you know, we don't see the jubilation. We don't see the explosion of energy. We might see some relief internally, but I think they feel, you know, they would feel uncomfortable at the thought of being too excited about the way in which they won this match.
And for Nouns, on the other hand, even though they walk away empty-handed without dreams being fulfilled, I think all of these players can walk out of this studio with their heads held high that they push Liquid. They made Liquid play harder than they thought they were going to today, and they made them just honestly sweat. They were really trying hard. Like, this is not the Liquid that I expected today. I don't think that many people thought that they were going to have to play a third map, and I think that Nouns overall need to recognize that they've only been a team for 2 months.
2 months.
It's such a short journey. The results are already there in terms of how close they are, and I would just love to see them keep it up.
Just the fact that CJ has played for 8 years, Marky competing for 7, the closest they have ever come to actually touching a major, and that is why this has to be heartbreaking, no doubt. But at the very same time, I appreciate and respect the passion and commitment that they've had to this game. Also, one more shout out for Semphis, a guy who attended the very first CSGO major and nearly just coached a team of inexperienced, young, and talented guys alongside the pillars of CJ and Marky to what could have been the final major. You know, within touching distance, no doubt. But at the end of the day, this one is Team Liquid's. And I do think you guys are dead on, right? There's no massive celebration. There's no huge hoorah. It really is just a feeling of relief for what was supposed to be NA's #1, for what was supposed to be a quick 2-0. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. Qualification, qualification. And therefore, they've got it. Team Liquid at yet another.
All right. We've got Elige with us after winning and qualifying to the challenger stage, surviving the RMR, the last match of the day. Elige, congratulations, but it probably took a little longer than you thought.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't the cleanest games from us. I think that, you know, we're all definitely relieved that we qualified, but in that fashion, I don't think that we're very happy about.
What can you say about Nouns that, you know, as a team, they're like relatively new? Have you had much experience playing with or against them?
We haven't really played them that much. Like, we played them in some scrims leading up into the RMR here. We played them in a match for the showdown as well, and now right now. I think overall, like, we should have been playing like a lot better in this series, but honestly, I don't even know really what to say about them at this moment. I'm just thinking about like us right now.
Right. So then actually focusing on you guys, I mean, why do you think Ancient got away from you guys? It did feel like you guys ratcheted up the energy and just the team play in the latter portions of that, but the beginning, I mean, I think we can consider it sloppy.
Yeah, everything was just sloppy overall. I think that, you know, it was just pretty disappointing. I think that these stressful moments, instead of like us rising up, we just crumbled under it. There was a lot of things that were going wrong. Like, we were missing nades, missing smokes, forgetting roles, not like accounting for certain things that we should be accounting for. So overall, just sloppy, and I think that we're just not dealing with the pressure right now, and that's the name of like today and yesterday.
I guess we've seen, I mean, on the European side, also teams and their floors feeling relatively low. Do you think that when we look at an example like, say, FaZe or VP, for example, not qualifying through their RMR, and you guys having this much difficulty too, do you think that is more the pressure of that's just on your guys' shoulders, or is it actually that the competition has risen up too?
I think for us, it's probably about just like the pressure and everything. I think that we should have won this a lot cleaner. It should have been 2-0. I think that we should have played a lot better. But at least overall in CS, I think the floor is just really high right now. I think the gap between like tier 2, tier 1, tier 3 teams is really close, and you're seeing that now. Like, even in the last major, the teams are not like super far away from each other. The skill level is close, and if you're not having a good day, and they are, like, if anything's going wrong, then you can crumble.
Well, CS2 may have come at the perfect moment to open up new ways to play the game because, yeah, we might be reaching infinity now. Elige, it's the final CSGO major. How special is this opportunity for one last chance for Liquid to win one?
It's definitely really important. I think that, you know, it's something that I haven't accomplished in my career. We're not looking the best right now, but we have lots of time. We've seen greater things happen before, and I think that we're not doubting ourselves, our abilities. Like, the ability is there for us to win it. I really want to win the major. All of us, we don't have a major under our belt. That's the one thing that we haven't gotten, and it would just be sad if like we weren't able to make that accomplishment happen before CS2 comes out. So that is the main goal for us. Anything less than a win is just going to be a big disappointment.
Elish, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Elish on Team Liquid, pulling out the win, qualifying to the challenger stage, surviving another brutal RMR, getting the result that matters, and having something to think about and being honest about it, but also recognizing that there's lots of time between now and Paris.
Plenty of time indeed. Sorry, I didn't catch all of that. Plenty of time indeed. Hopefully they can gear it up. Again, I think the big thing for them is the last piece that Elise just said, that it's the one thing that's evaded all of them. You know, all of that. And Yakinder having to watch his ex-teammates go on to win in Rio. I think that even though he may have not attended as many majors as the likes of Elige, that is still something that I'm sure weighs on him ever so slightly. So there we go. It's all wrapped up. We're done here, folks. Liquid grabbed their spot alongside Fluxo and Complexity today. Liquid, Fluxo, Complexity, Furia, Pain. I've miscounted. Oh no, we only have 5.
Yeah, we only have those 5.
No, we only have 5.
That's
no.
it.
That's tough.
That's
all
what
right.
we got.
Well, this is what we get. I think that, you know, Furia, Liquid, Pain, Complexity. These are the 4 teams from the Americas regions that we've been seeing gear up and improve over time throughout the last 6 months. We've got, you know, Pain trying to fight for that top spot with wins in the past over Furia and Liquid, who have held on to it. We've had Complexity, who has had some of the most heartbreaking results for the Americas region. And we get Fluxo, maybe in the place of Imperial, maybe in the place of MIBR or Nouns. But ultimately what matters with them is we get the likes of Lukowski and VSM. VSM, a guy who's got CSGO tattooed on his body, somebody who was unbanned with only the ability to play 2 major cycles, missed out on the first in Brazil, and he gets it at the very, very end. He nabs his last chance. So I think that, you know, even though we may put them at the bottom of the totem pole, it is still a really great 5th team to have included in Paris.
I just want to say one thing before we close this thing out, is that these America teams better make legends that went to challengers. We need some more spots when CS2 rolls around for the next major. That's my message. And also, for everybody that's obviously watching this, the Americas region can have a boom when CS2 comes along. Just play the game. That's all we need. We need everybody to play the game.
Yeah, get out there. Uninstall Vanguard now and jump back into CS. This is it, guys. We're done. The Americas RMR comes to a close in Monterrey. And before I do send it off one last time, thank you to both of you guys for the laughs, for the camaraderie that we've brought throughout this week. Thank you to Liga Ace as well for not only welcoming the Americas region to their home here in Monterrey, but putting up an event, working through some tough stuff, long days, every single step, and a flawless 4th broadcast day. We got there in the end. Much love from everybody involved and from everybody Counter-Strike. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. We'll see you all in Paris.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.